What is the creepiest thing you've seen in the woods, or in the mountains, or in deserts, or caves, or in small towns, or in remote or rural areas, or while on large bodies of water, or while on an aircraft or a nautical vessel? This took place in the Australian bush around 10:11 at night. I was 17, leading a staggered column of about 60 cadets to our detachment campsite. Due to light discipline rules, only myself at the very front of the group and the other flight commander at the rear had torches on. This was so that any vehicles coming along the trail could see us, and so that most of the cadets could maintain their night vision. We were camouflaged up, and thus difficult to see at night. As we walked along, I periodically looked to my sides, and kept seeing what looked like dewdrops on the ground. Almost like tiny blue gems glinting in my torchlight either side of the road. I had to maintain my position in the formation, so I couldn't get a good look at what they were. However, after a while we stopped for a very brief break, and I took the opportunity to have a closer look. Walking over to the side of the trail, I spotted a small cluster of the diamonds, and focused my head torch on them. Rather than seeing diamonds or dewdrops or anything remotely pleasant, I instead saw a group of about 5 large spiders just crouching in the leaf litter and staring at me. They looked like huntsmen's, which are about the size of an adult's hand. Sweeping my head around, I realized there were thousands of the things. All over the ground, some on the trunks of trees, and everywhere around me, glaring at the light affixed to my head. I had a very brisk walk back to the formation, and attempted to play it cool, while screaming in my head. Being a massive arachnophobe, I have no faking clue how I managed to set up a tent, and spend the next week in that cursed forest. In order to get back home from a popular kebab restaurant, I need to walk a short path through the woods. Along the way there is an extremely old abandoned partially collapsed chapel, and occasionally I'll stand there for a few seconds admiring it. It's quite beautiful in its own way. One day during winter season I decided to rest there for a minute, so I placed my kebab on the bench right next to the chapel, and just stood there taking in the scenery. It was already rather dark and the woods were almost completely silent, but right as I was about to continue my walk I heard footsteps rapidly getting louder. It was a child running towards me, and as soon as it realized I was there it started to repeatedly scream, "Run, he is coming," or variations of that same sentiment. I was a bit perplexed by the situation, so I watched the child run past me without moving an inch myself. It didn't take another second for a much more weighty pair of footsteps to appear. I could make out a silhouette in the distance which seemed to be their origin, and at that exact point in time I got really scared. As opposed to running, I decided to hide in the chapel next to the altar, and after tripping over an old broken chapel bench I reached my hiding place. The footsteps got louder and louder, but right as they approached the vicinity of the chapel they suddenly went silent. About 15 seconds of complete quietness had passed, just for the words, "Oh, you faking idiot left your kebab on the bench," to break the silence. Turns out it was a resident of the very same street I inhabit. His nephew was visiting, and he wanted to race him to the kebab stand. I don't know whether this was the right place to post this. Ultimately this is more stupid than creepy. This was quite a few years ago now. But me and my friend had this really cool spot to hang out. In the woods you had to walk in the middle of a creek for kilometers and duck through sharp bushes and thistles. The hike was well rewarding, though the spot was about half an acre big. It was pure green grass on a incline with beautiful clear water ponds everywhere. There was tons of wildlife and the butterflies lived there. So there was always tons of butterflies. So the story begins. On the way to this place my friend Levy and I were walking along the river on the way to the spot. It was in the middle of a valley and nobody else ever went down there. Suddenly Levy stopped moving and ducked into a bush. I did the same, because I thought there must have been a large animal somewhere. I saw him staring up the hill, and so I looked up to there was 2 people standing at the top of the hill heaving back and forth a lifeless body. We watched as they threw the lifeless corpse down the hill as it bounced off the trees and eventually got stuck on a tree at the bottom. Then they took off. Me and him were terrified, and I was shaking so badly I couldn't speak, so we decided to verify it was a real body. Levy got about 4 feet away before screaming, "It has nostrils. It's real. Run." So, of course we take off running, and I glanced back To see the two people run back to the top of the hill, me and him ran to kilometers through thick brush and trees to get away from them. The next day we were with his parents driving to town. And we saw like 10 fire trucks at the school closest to the forest. Terrified, we told his parents, bawling our eyes out, worried that we were going to get murdered. His mom started laughing at us and said, "They are training for search and rescue. That was a dummy that the fireman had to find." I never slept as good as I did that night. Edit. Thanks for the gold. This is probably less scary than a lot of the other posts, but I was pretty sure I was going to be the nameless victim at the start of a horror movie. To show how dangerous the monster is, basically, my dad and I were walking through the woods when we came across a young moose leg lying on the ground. It looked like it had been violently torn off with no sign of the rest of the moose anywhere. It was fresh with blood still on the wound, probably no more than a couple hours old. My dad is a pretty skilled hunter, so he handed me his axe that he was carrying and told me to watch for wolves while he started looking for tracks. After a little bit he came back saying, "That's weird. Normally if it was wolves you'd be able to find paw prints, but I can't see any. Also no bear prints. So I have no idea what killed this." And so I'm like, "You didn't find any tracks at all?" And his very reassuring response was, "Well, I did find what appears to be the mama moose tracks headed this way," showing me the tracks. "You can see how her stride is a lot longer here. Whatever killed her baby, she didn't want to fight it. She just took off running." He then pulls out his bear spray and holds it at the ready as we kept walking deeper into the woods with the unnamed non-track leaving predator armed with bear spray and an axe. In Auburn, Alabama in 2008. It was Halloween and we googled haunted houses. I can't remember what the website was like, or if there even was one, but it was like 45 minutes away. I know that it wasn't like a big attraction and we figured it was on some owned land and would be like a local deal. We drove out there at like 10 p.m. This was before iPhones and GPS, so we had MapQuest directions. We ended up going down a pretty country road for a while with no streetlights, then turned down a legit dirt road that went through the woods. Pitch black. Went down it for like 10 minutes and finally saw an old house with a sign by the driveway that was handwritten and said haunted house. No other cars or lights or people anywhere. We pulled in the driveway and sat there for a second like, alright, this is faked up. We should leave. All of a sudden an old pickup truck turned on about 15 feet in front of us facing us, lights shining right in our faces. It started driving towards us, down their own driveway. We backed out and peeled out. It followed us, like almost bumping our rear end, right on our tail down this pitch black dirt road in the middle of the Alabama woods. We were flipping our shit. It was Texas Chainsaw Massacre / Hills Have Eyes stuff. He stayed out our tail blinding us and almost bumping us all the way back home until we got off our exit and he finally let us go. No idea who was driving. I always think what would have happened if we got out of the car when we were in that driveway. Edit. Thank you for the silver. That's so tight. In a patch of trees off of a field near where I keep my horse, there's one of those big oil drums sealed up with a very heavy boulder on top. The only way it could have got there is being placed by a tractor or some sort of heavy lifting equipment. My partner and I tried to push it off but no luck. I don't know why, but it creeps me out every time I see it. I regularly walk my dogs past it to see if they show any interest, but honestly after watching them look for a toy that was clearly in my lap, I'm not sure I have much faith in them anymore. Update: thanks to everyone who commented. You all made me realize that it could be something a bit creepier than I first thought, so I've reported it to 101. The officer I spoke to didn't sound particularly interested, but at least I know it's out of my hands and I don't have to live with guilt if something is found. I intended on getting up there myself yesterday to have a look, but I had a pretty brutal physio session that left me pretty much incapacitated for the day. I'm off up tonight after work, so hopefully, if the police haven't got there before me, I might still be able to take some pictures for everyone. I thought my better half had taken a photo of it before, but I can't seem to find it in her phone. Anyway, thanks again guys for putting the fear in me and making me do the right thing. Not sure if this is the kind of story you're looking for, but it's a fun one to tell, so here you go. I used to work in low-income home weatherization, basically giving free shit away to help lower electricity and gas bills and make the home more comfortable to people who really needed it, installing doors and insulation, and so forth. Point 1 step in qualifying a home is testing combustion appliances to make sure they are not emitting carbon monoxide into the living space, because if they are, and we seal up the house, we could kill the whole family. During a pre-inspection of a home on the outskirts of the city, I ask to see the owner's water heater. He tells me that it's in the basement, which is fairly normal, and I tell him I have to inspect it before work can start. So, he goes into the kitchen and starts moving the refrigerator. Turns out the entry into the basement is underneath carpeting beneath the fridge. I should note that I went and did thousands of homes over the years and had never seen such a thing. But, whatever, needs to be done regardless, and so I pull out my flashlight and shine it down the stairs to check out the layout, but really to look for black widow spiders, because fact black widows. At this point I notice a dead cat, mostly down to a skeleton. Not my favorite sight, but really common in crawl spaces and basements. I take a few steps down the stairs and continue my spider check and notice another couple of small animal skeletons. At this point I start to worry about gas, or poisons, or something equally dangerous, and start looking closer. There are animal skeletons everywhere, at least 10 on a cursory look. Some of them are so degraded I can't determine what they used to be. I also happen to notice that this guy is waiting at the entrance a little too quietly, with his hand on the door. Something clicks in my brain and I get this immense sense of danger. I'm about 4 steps from the door, being clear to close. I have no partner on the job with me. There's death all around me, and I realize just how hidden the entrance to the basement really was. I noped the fuck out, told the guy I needed extra tools and would be back, and marked the job as non-feasible for health and safety as I was driving away. I have no idea if I was actually in any danger. It could have been completely innocent, but I still remember the adrenaline rush and sense of doom, and sometimes you just don't take chances. Edit. Obligatory. Oh my god. First gold ever. Thanks, kind stranger. Also edit. I'm getting asked frequently if I reported this guy to the police, and there's a lot of concern about the dead animals. I did not file a formal report, mainly because nothing I saw was entirely out of the ordinary. Crawl spaces and basements have venting at the base of the house, and it's really common for animals to squeeze in and then not be able to get back out. If you have space under your house, there's a decent chance something has died down there. You get used to it when your job takes you down there frequently. Point now, this was an extreme case and clearly everything put together raised concern enough for me to get the fuck out. But the sad fact of working with low income families is that you see how lousy their lives can be. You learn not to do anything to make their lives any harder, and I took a lot of pride from the fact that my job made their lives just a bit better. I didn't think that my being scared for a minute was enough to involve the police, you know? When I was younger, I went elk hunting with my uncle and some of his friends, and had an experience I'll never forget. One of the days I went on a hunt with his buddy Tyler. Tyler gets an elk down about 30 minutes before dark. We get over to it, and as we are cleaning it, we start hearing wolves howl in the distance, slowly getting closer. Every minute that passes, the smell of death gets thicker, the sky gets darker, and the wolves get closer. It's dark now. All I can see is what's directly in the beam of my mini mag light, and Tyler's hat bill light as he works on the elk as fast as he can, while I keep a watch on the wolves. We are surrounded. I don't know how many there are. Feels like dozens. It was probably only a few. I can hear them running circles around us and yelping back and forth at each other. Occasionally I get sight of them in the light, and then they are gone. Every once in a while, one would get brave and dart in within a few feet and try snagging a piece of the elk. Point finally the elk is cleaned, and we have the scent circle around the carcass to keep it somewhat safe. Now all that was left was a 3-mile hike back to camp, completely covered in blood and being trailed by wolves. By far the most horrifying experience of my life. Editing to add a few things. Sorry, I've been fishing with my kids for Father's Day. Point first off, for the people saying it was coyotes and how wolves are rare. I live in Idaho. Wolves are not rare by any stretch. Look up the 1995 wolf reintroduction to the Frank Church Wilderness, and they have exploded in number since then. I'll try finding a dated map with all the packs we have in Idaho. Secondly, we didn't break down the animal that night. We wanted to get the fuck out of there, so we just gutted the animal so the innards didn't spoil the meat, and left it overnight. November at 10,000 feet is plenty cold to keep bugs and bacteria from getting to the meat. We came back with the whole camp of 8 guys first thing the next morning and got it processed out. Map of wolf packs in Idaho. Edit number 2 for anyone interested in more reading. Here is a story of Or7, a wolf that traveled through Oregon and into California, establishing packs. And here's a story of a wolf that traveled from Wyoming to the Grand Canyon. Small town in a relatively rural area. A few years after the fact, I'm now relatively certain it was a Skinwalker. About 10 years ago, I was at my dad's house for the weekend in Kentucky. The Appalachian people are very superstitious, hailing from the Scots-Irish people and just never losing that side of them. My dad wasn't superstitious, I thought, and was not one to be easily scared. It was about, I dunno, 10 at night and we randomly decided to go into town to get some McDonald's. Daddy always insisted on walking in front of me, and I always assumed it was so I wouldn't accidentally step on a snake, but now I don't think that's the case. So, he turned on the porch light and opened the screen door. He had put one foot on the porch and there was this god-awful sound. I will never in my life forget it. There was a screech followed by the sound of a crow, but it wasn't a crow. The best way I can describe it is, if a person was mimicking a crow call. My hair stood up on the back of my neck and my dad retreated into the house. He slammed the big door and locked it, something I had never seen him do. Before I could ask a question he said, "It isn't safe. We can go tomorrow morning," and so we did. But the rest of the night, we stayed inside. My dad didn't even go outside to smoke a cigarette. He even let the outside dogs stay in the house. We never talked about that again, but that was one of the scariest moments of my life. Super long story. TLDR, nearly got murdered backpacking in rural Tasmania. My boyfriend and I were backpacking through rural Tasmania a few years ago. While on a bus, we were discussing our plans for the ensuing 2 weeks. The girl in the seat in front turns around and offers us a place to stay in her town. We declined as we were headed elsewhere first, but she gave us her mobile number and said that she and her partner would love to have us. A few days later we decide to take them up on their offer. We call her and she says they're happy to host us. So far so good. They meet us at the train station and immediately something feels off. It's really difficult to explain, but it's that primal, ineffable feeling in your guts that tells you that something isn't right. We ignored our guts and followed them. They lead us straight out of town. We ask them where we are going, and they say that they live on the outskirts. This town is creepy as fuck. It's an old mining town that has been largely abandoned, and as we walk the 15 odd minutes to their home the houses get shittier, with boarded up windows, overgrown gardens and no people in sight. Eventually we reach the house at the very end of the town. It's their house. We go in. Set up in the middle of the living room is a single mattress with a sheet hanging around it. They show us around the house except for one door which stays closed. When I asked what was behind it, they pretended not to hear. Our room has a made bed, chest of drawers and looks like a normal room. It seems weird that they sleep on mattresses in the living room when they have a guest room. We go back into the living room and look around. Knives. A lot of knives. My boyfriend asks if they go hunting. No. The partner hands one of the knives to my boyfriend and asks him to open it. It's a massive faking Bowie knife with what looks like blood staining around the edges of the blade. My boyfriend laughs awkwardly and said sit down. They have a tattoo gun to practice. My boyfriend asks if they have any tattoos. No. There's a small axe at the door. I ask if they collect wood. No. Suddenly the guy says he wants to go to the shops. We agree quickly because we are creeped out and want to get back into the town. The 4 of us leave and they start walking in the opposite direction to the town. I say that the town is back the other way. The guy says this way would be more interesting because it goes up through the trees. He says that they have never been up the mountain before, but he knows the area and it would take the same amount of time. I tell my boyfriend that I'm freaking out, but he thinks it's okay. We follow them into the trees. The path goes up the mountain. We are going in the total opposite direction of the town. The girl turns around to her partner and whispers, "So where was the place again?" My boyfriend and I freeze. I say I want to take the road back to town and start walking. When the four of us arrive in the one shop in town, no one recognizes the couple, and this is a really small town. We make an excuse that we want to go look at sights and that we'll catch up with them later, and instead book a hotel room and freak out. I did some snooping on the area. Their house had an extra room behind the mystery door and a basement. The path that we were taking led straight out of town and up the mountain. There was no way it could loop back into town. So yeah, pretty sure we narrowly avoided being murdered. Or maybe they were just massive weirdos. TBH, the creepiest thing was the fact that there was no drug paraphernalia at all. The state of the house and the weird behavior would have been understandable if they were intoxicated, but that wasn't the case. Went on a mountain hike in Transylvania with a group of friends from school, and way up, after maybe 12 to 14 kilometers of trekking, we saw a house was in the middle of nowhere. It had a barn with a few animals, couple of cows, chicken, etc. As we get closer, we see a few people, a guy and 5 to 6 women. Not sure if there were more inside. The dude comes to greet us, barely speaking the language. We had a hard time understanding what he's saying. They lived without electricity, gas, anything. This is in the early 90s, so there's no internet, mobile phones to worry about. At least for most people. Anyway, they all looked weird, kinda dumb expressions on their face. We can barely understand each other. They asked us who's the president now, and if we want some milk. They look at our clothes and shoes weirdly, curious, like who knows when is the last time they had human contact. Or maybe there were more crazes around those parts, dunno. Not sure to this day what was going on. It's not typical in the region, so we kinda freaked out, especially cause a dude looked a bit disturbed, and we were too young. We were looking around to see if there's more of them. Paranoia was getting to us, thinking there must be a village nearby. What was also weird is that all the women kept their distance and never got close to us. Like he was guarding them or checking us out if it's safe for them. One of my friends kept saying we don't want their milk and we need to go cause it's getting dark. We walked calmly for a while, then when we thought we were out of their sight, bolted like crazy out of there. Needless to say, we camped after a few hours, and we always had one person awake to keep watch. We told people that were living in the villages near that area about the mountain people, and they didn't believe us. They said nobody lives there, up in the mountains. I've told this before, and will stick with me till on my deathbed. Was a high schooler mid-90s. Went fishing off the coast of Corpus Christi with uncle and cousins. We were about 18 miles out. Been out all day. Was around 8 PM, and were gearing up to head back in. It was before DST, so sun was already going down and getting dark. I was at the stern bringing in the traps. As I'm pulling it in, I see this glow about 100 to 150 feet off. It's nothing I have ever seen. Best way I can describe it. It's like if you stuck a toaster underwater and the orange glowing element were still working, but still not quite. And it was very large. We were on a 38-foot boat. All I can guess it was 5 to 6 times bigger. Kind of hard to judge sizes on open water. The water above it is not churning, but you can tell that it is disturbing it. I don't know, hard to explain. Almost like it was pushing the water up. This whole time I'm expecting something to break the surface and just frozen. You know, like when you're walking the dog or something at night not really paying attention and a cat or possum runs out. How you freeze and everything stops. I'm like that the whole time. Finally I let out a call to my uncle. He comes around, stops right by me. He's not saying anything, just kind of like me. This thing, object, or whatever the hell, just jets out towards the Gulf. I'm talking like not picking up speed. Instantly jets out. All I say is back quote, you seen that before? My uncle just says back quote, nope, let's go. I say absolutely nothing the way back and he doesn't either. My cousins ask us what happened. All my uncle says is back quote, nothing. Now what could it have been? I've researched it on and off for past 25 years. Especially when the internet came out. I found a lot of people seeing something very similar. There is a naval base down there, but no sub bases we know about. It kind of took over my life for a lot of years. If we have something like that though, we've been holding out on technology that could change our lives. Kinda late to the post, but one thing will always stick with me. I was probably about 14 or so on a camping trip with my scout troop out in the middle of nowhere. Literally hiked into the woods for about 40 miles and set up camp. No phones, no way of contacting the outside, just us and some of our parents fishing and hiking etc. Point anyways, second night into the trip, my dad, myself, and 2 other parents are sitting around the campfire talking and get on the subject of UFOs. We start talking about different stories we'd seen on TV shows and such. Point right in the middle of a story, my friend's dad points up at the sky and goes, "Holy shit, what's that?" We thought he was joking around for a good minute till he goes, "Seriously, turn around, there's more." We all turn around finally and see 3 massive, and I mean faking massive, fireballs screaming down from the sky towards the earth. They look like they are going in slow motion, or maybe time just seemed to slow down, but it took forever for them to disappear behind the tree line. Naturally, we're all freaked the fuck out and started talking about what it could be, but there's no way of finding out for at least 3 more days. The hike out of the woods was the worst. Just walking quietly, contemplating what could be waiting and what the world might be like if our worst fears happened. While we were in there, point turns out a Russian satellite had broken up and fallen to Earth that night, and it was seen for miles and miles. Still the creepiest 3 days of my life. Okay, so one time back, when I was like 11, me and my friend were walking through the woods because he said he had something he wanted to show me. We walked down the path for a good 20 minutes until he suddenly started walking through some closely planted thin trees. Despite my confusion, I followed him until he suddenly stopped in a clearing and there was a round mud hut in front of us. He told me he was too scared to go inside, so I did instead. The floor was lower down than the floor itself, and there was a little fire put in the center. It was surrounded by DIY wooden bench things, although that was odd in itself. The real showstopper were the walls. Every inch of the mud walls were covered in animal skulls held up by wire. These would range from a small sparrow skull to a deer skull. It was a pretty neat sight, TBF. Outside of the hut was another small bench which had the phrase backquote, "Where heaven and earth meet," carved into it. Point cut to January of this year, and me and my mum tried to find the weird voodoo hut again in the woods. While we did come across the hut, it had sadly been demolished and all but a few of the skulls had been taken. It just kinda looked like someone had jumped on top of it after stealing all of the skulls for the what I can only imagine to be some vulture culture collection. It's kinda sad it had to go, but I still remember like it was yesterday. Point edit. Wow. Thanks so much for the upvotes. I saw a comment suggesting this might be for a film shoot, but I think this is very unlikely as the fen was left there for multiple years, and it looked like it had taken such a long time to find and tie up the skulls. There's only one school in the area and it's a small primary school. This was hardly anyone's project. A little over 18 years ago, I had just gotten out of the military. I drove all the way from Louisiana to my hometown in Montana without incident. Point I spent a few days at home and then got back on the road because my new home destination was Boise, Idaho. It was February, so instead of going straight down the length of the state, I cut across the panhandle of Idaho into Washington. The highway going straight down through the state is really twisty and very dangerous in the winter. So I crossed the state line into Washington. It was a Sunday, and it was very early in the morning. As cliche as it sounds, there was quite a bit of fog in the air. I had been driving for a while and I really had to use the bathroom. Now normally, given how I was out in the middle of nowhere, I would normally just pulled over on the side and took a whiz, but since it was so foggy and hard to see, I thought it safer to just wait until I hit the next small town point. So I drove for maybe 5 more miles and I started seeing signs for a town. I can't remember for the life of me the name of the town, but I think it was Lindon or Linda, something like that. It was on I-90 going into the Spokane Valley, so I head towards the sign, which was a right turn off the interstate, and it's a short drive up this road and I reached the town. It was small, but I thought nothing of it, since I was from a small town in Montana. Point now, here is where things get odd. There was not a single person to be found. There were cars and business, but not a single person to be found. No one walking the street, no logging trucks driving. Everything was just as still as the air. I stopped at a gas station. It was one of those one in all places that did car repair, tires etc, but no one was at the counter. I thought, well, maybe it's just really early. So I went around to the side to see if the bathroom was locked, and it was. As I made my way back around to the front of the building, saw a delivery truck. It was a Coke Classic truck. Except it wasn't moving, its headlights were on, the hazard lights were on, and the passenger and driver side doors were open, just sitting there in the middle of the street. Yes, I was getting a bad vibe, so I got back in my car and went back the way I came. I got back to I-90 and thought again about just pissing on the side of the road, but honestly I was too afraid. I continued driving until I hit Spokane. Honestly, I was more than a bit freaked out and had completely forgotten I had to piss. I didn't see anything creepy or hear anything creepy, but the stillness in the air and the complete lack of life, human or animal, was just terrifying and unsettling. I looked on the map to where I was once I got to Spokane, which was a Rand McNally's map, because GPS on phones was just not a thing yet, and I could not find it at all on the map even as I was writing this. I looked at Google Maps and nothing by the name Lindon, Linda or otherwise is on the map. I still to this day will never forget that feeling of just freaky displacement I felt at point. When I got to Boise, I told my friend about it, and he thought I was just trying to rip off Silent Hill or Resident Evil, and honestly I can't blame people for saying that, but at the same time, that was the reason I wouldn't piss on the side of the road. I kept recalling the part in Re 1 where the hikers were killed by the murderous dogs. Anyway, if you stuck around this long, thanks for reading, and if you know of a town on HWY2 between Kirtland, Idaho and Spokane, Washington, people let me know. If you are from there, I mean no offense, but your town is creepy as fuck. Edit. I have to correct myself. After going back over my trip, I didn't stay on HWY2, I actually jumped on I-90 and then went over to Spokane. Last couple of days I have been thinking about this, and I have a 3-day weekend coming up. Maybe I will take a road trip up to northern Idaho and see if I can find this place again. Maybe I'm tempting fate here, but it's gonna be my 37th birthday, so here's to adventure. I'm a long haul truck driver. I used to run from Midwest to West Coast. On my way back to the Midwest from LA I would run at night. Easier that way, not as much traffic. Well, 6 or 7 hours into my trip in Utah, really can't remember the city name, but I was on I-15 getting on I-70 heading towards the Rockies. Now if any of you have traveled especially by car, bus, or train, you know you can see the night sky and almost all it starts clearly. I remember I passed my favorite truck stop for a quick lunch. As I'm driving, my XM goes a little haywire, even though I just got it professionally installed. I'm thinking great, got ripped off. Then I look up and I see a light. I'm thinking to myself, I don't know where that plane is going. I've been up and down these roads a while now. So I'm thinking, did they build a new airport in this direction? Now I've been driving for a bit after my lunch and I realized I'm coming up to an area that is completely empty, isolated, nothing for hundreds of miles in any direction, and I still see this light. I look down at my clock. I have driven 3 hours from when I last stopped. I remember 2 of those hours. So I pull off the interstate and look at my dash cam. Everything from when I stopped to when I pulled over was recorded. I look up and the light, literally the light, also stopped moving and just hooved over me. I jumped into my truck, busted a U-turn on the highway, and raced back to my favorite truck stop. Called my dispatch, told him fuck Trader Joe's and its food. I ain't moving till I see sunlight. I hung up, locked my doors, shut my curtains, and went to bed. Next morning I look over my body, look over everything on my truck, even the damn fuel, and I find nothing wrong or anything new to it or me. To this day I refuse to go past the Rockies. I tell my dispatch, take the tip of Nebraska of the west side of it and draw a line from north to south. That's my cutoff to take my up to. To this day I can't remember that 1 hour, and that damn light even followed me almost to the truck stop. I lost about 5 miles before I pulled in for the night. Sorry about my spelling and grammar on mobile, and just woke up. Any questions are welcome. Edit. People wanna know if I have the video. Answer: no, camera was mainly pointed at the ground in case of accidents. 2. People have asked about the shape. The shape of looked like a plane was coming in for a landing behind, but never got bigger. It just looked like a light, but no plane I could see it here. Color was just a bright yellowish white light. People have asked if it was time zones or daylight savings. No, it was midsummer and wasn't near a time zone at all. All this happened about 3 years ago. At the time I was 22, now 25. In advance, I apologize for poor English, since it is not my first or even second language. I formed an adjust to narrate this. I come from a village fairly up in the mountains, the mighty Karakoram Ranges. As most of you might have known about the last hiding place of Osama bin Laden, Abbottabad. My village is further 40 miles northwards as crow flies. By road it is almost 2 hours drive through mountain road and then a mountain trail. Last leg of journey is upon foot, the place being a steep mountainside. I grew up there, and my childhood and adolescence was spent in the jungle that surrounded the village. In the mountain streams there were local lore and legends about the forest, which were universally believed until a point when I was 19 or so, and was studying in an Abbottabad college. Few of my friends decided to spend a few days trekking through the mountains. We were most interested to explore a cave, where, the legend says, a mountain spring just disappears. Supposedly, if you were lucky enough to go deep, very deep in the cave, there was a gold mine, with sand of gold strewn by the stream. However, jinns guard the place. So, we gathered at my place, some 3 class fellows, from city. We were accompanied by 4 more from within my village. Thus, myself included, we formed a party of 8 young men. I'm speaking of 1973. We did not have any maps with us. We knew the general area, knew landmarks, and except for 3 city guys, all knew how to move about in jungle and walk the mountains. We walked, slept in the open, fished, ate wild fruits, and dried food from home and gossiped as we trekked along. The ascent was steep, unending with jungle all around. A week later, we entered an area that we had never visited earlier. There were rocks, boulders, small springs and streams, and trees were less dense. We thought that the stream that disappears into the cave must be around somewhere. That night we were dog tired. After a very stiff climb, we took our meal, laid out our canvases, and were asleep very soon. I have no idea how long did we sleep. However, I was woken up as I noticed someone brushing my hair. Just as I turned in my sleep and was to emit the standard cry, "What is it?" I found a hand over my mouth and a whisper, "I'm XXXX name of a friend. Quite. SHHH. Wake up others." Just as I woke you up, no sound. Before I could even ask why, I heard sound of a woman giggling. Then a low humming sound. I woke up the next friend, who woke up the next. Soon we all were fully awake and hearing giggling, woman laughing around, and then we heard heavy footsteps in the distance. Someone or thing very heavy was walking with heavy steps, slowly, but, towards us. I had a torch on me. I turned it on. All we saw was trees, boulders, rocks, but nothing else. It was all quiet. Fearing that batteries would run out, I turned the switch off. We all huddled closer, packed the canvas sheets and the bed sheets. Some said in the darkness, "Put on your shoes and make no noise." We just sat together on a moonless night and could not see much since clouds were blocking the starlight. We could hear the sound of a woman laughing and heavy steps walking around us. Finally, my patience ran out. I was young, very foolish, and patience was not my virtue. I said it loud to my friends, "I'm not sitting like a chicken fearing the knife. Let us see who is this thing." Surprisingly everyone said, yes. We must. We decided to talk louder than on, and if we had to move, we planned to stick very close, and in pairs. Column of 2 people in pairs, 4 pairs. Then some said, "Who are you? Show us." Within a few seconds we could feel that ground around had lot of folks. We turned on the lights, and we saw at least 10-12 things surrounding us. Not monkeys. There are many up there in mountains, but they were not monkeys at all. Not humans, but human-like. Hairy, broad, 61/2, 7 feet tallish, but not like gorillas either. Round, 2 elongated faces, dark hair covered them. Then some said, "The air smells weird." Some else said, "Must be their stink." But, no, it did feel different, and it was not a bad smell at all. Then we knew another thing. The forest was completely silent. The sound of nights in the jungle, insects, birds, wild animals, had stopped. The wind had stopped. It was abnormally silent. The wind gives a sound as it flows through jungle trees. Then I turned the light on again of my torch. those things were gone. However, we all knew they were watching us. Somehow we knew. I could feel eyes piercing my being, even though it was dark. We all agreed that we were being watched very closely and intently. Another friend took torch from me and pointed all around us. On a huge boulder, some 20 feet away, stood a giant looking at us. Same appearance as the rest, but far taller, 7 to 8 feet tall, looking at us. We began to panic. The very still air, total lack of any sound at all, darkness, and these freakish things, belief in jinn/demons, all began to act. Then some said, "Do not run. If we run, they will harm all of us. Stick together. Recite verses from Quran." And he spoke to that thing, telling him that we came in peace, will not harm them, and bear no ill intent. Then we heard a giggle, and a woman approached us. She was dressed as a wealthy woman of that area, in mid-40s. Long hair, milky white. "People in our region are fair, by the way," she said in softest tone. "Do not get any further, we must return." Then she disappeared in the night. Just then, the jungle came back to life. Usual sounds of critters and insects, birds, air flowing through trees, the sound of air as it passes through trees. The strange things were gone. We stayed there waiting for the daybreak and returned. Now I'm old, 65 years old. I'm a grandfather. I have seen many places. I do not know what did we encounter. I never returned to that area. In southwest Ghana, in the dense hardwoods around 8 miles out of the town of Atapulgus, I had a pretty disturbing encounter. I was around 16 years old, 5 years ago. My dad and I went hunting. We always climbed different trees anywhere from 1 mile to 4 miles apart. We did this so that maybe, if we startled any deer, they'd wander towards the other hunter anyway. As I was climbing the tree with my tree lounge, I heard something below me, round 12 feet down at this point, about 30 yards out. Sounded like twigs cracking. So I stop and look behind me, to see just the dense woods. Figure it's a small critter, squirrel or some such. About half an hour later, I'm settled in my tree and the sun is starting to peek through the leaves. It's no longer in the twilight of dawn, it's becoming morning. As I'm sitting in my comfy ASF stand, I notice a palmetto bush. Normally this isn't anything odd, but the fact that I noticed it threw me off. Why did I notice it? I sat and stared, and couldn't figure out what it was that caught my eye. A palmetto bush looks like the top of a palm tree that sits on the ground and has a few sort of hairs/tails that stick up and produce some pretty tasty berries. Well, I couldn't figure it out, so I keep scanning the area. A couple hours passed and I keep noticing this damn bush. Why? Why is it so spectacular all of a sudden? It's a bush, damn it. A normal palmetto bush. Whatever. I kept on hunting for these deer. Around 11 AM my pa rings me on the pager, says he wants to walk to what we call the honey hole, a good hunting location full of deer around this time. Has a little stream, plenty of cover for them, and plenty of sneaky passages for us. Okay pa, I'll meet you there. As I begin packing up, I notice twigs snapping again. It came from the bush. So I look, and I figured out what it was that stood out so damn much. There was a MF man staring at me through the bush. He had a scraggly as beard, a tan coat, and some jumpsuit pants on. He had a hood up that was the color of the bush. Not only that, he had covered his face in mud. A common hunting camouflage technique. Noticing this, I grabbed my Remington 700 and pointed towards the ground near the man. Soon as I did this, he let out a terrifying as cackle and darted towards the direction of a creek about 150 yards away from my tree. I watched him through my scope. I could hear him and see him cackling the whole way. And the scariest part? He leapt across a creek that's about 9 foot wide in a single faking jump. Now where he leapt it might have been only 5 or 6 feet wide, but even then, I wasn't as scared as I was disturbed. I had a rifle, a damn good 1 to 6 round capacity, bolt action. I have never missed a shot on any animal with my rifle, so I felt safe and confident in my skills and equipment. But even then, it was strange as all hell. The land was a public hunting club's land, which is why I didn't shoot him. I got down and continued to the honey hole, where I told Pa about the situation. Anyhow, we kept hunting that location in the future after the incident, never saw him again. Told the club about him and nobody had heard of anything like it. But about 3 months later he was spotted by someone else who also used tree climber stands. They said they had been hunting a specific hunting site in a certain tree for a couple days at the time. One morning at dawn they climbed into the tree, and after getting settled in they saw something eye level out the corner of their eye. When they looked it was the same description of the man I saw, but he was in an adjacent tree hanging upside down like a sloth, staring at them. Note this is about 20 feet up. When they spotted him and threatened to shoot him, he cackled and climbed down the tree very quickly, in a matter of a few seconds. He dashed off into the planted pines behind the guy, and that was the last I've heard of the weirdo. So yeah, long story but disturbing as all hell. I was about 15 and was in Costa Rica for the summer, as I have a lot of family out there. It's a big family and most everyone lives in the city, but we had this house in the deep country a few kilometers outside a tiny town called San Pedro. It was mountainous and with thick jungle forests. A serene place really. Old little house with some hand-constructed pools and decks up the hill. There was power and water, and it was enough for a relaxing getaway. It was up in the mountains, surrounded by jungle and some random ranch land and farmland. It was honestly the most beautiful place I've ever been. But, given its isolation, it could end up being a little creepy, especially after dark. You'd see lights in the forest, when there shouldn't have been, and sometimes you would see weird shit in the sky. When under the tree canopy, it got dark fast and all kinds of things would come out and make noise. Noise in the jungle at night is honestly pretty normal, but one particular night we had a weird one. It was myself, my Abula, my Shire and Shio and my cousin. We were all settled in bed, reading as we didn't have any internet out there, and smartphones were a new thing. It was actually almost dead quiet that night, more of an anomaly really. It was a sudden scream that broke the silence, and not just any scream, it was somewhat human and absolutely blood-curdling. Like a woman mixed with a cat, violent, terrifying. It started pretty much right outside the house, and traveled all the way up to the pool area, a good distance, still very loud. Meanwhile as it moved up somewhat quickly there was this thunderous sound, of what sounded like a dozen horses in full gallop moving with the screaming thing. It got up past the pool into a field behind it all the way up to the river. A good minute of horror. Needless to say we were all shaken a good bit. My little cousin who was like 10 or something was unable to sleep again that night. Oddly enough once everything had settled the jungle carried on like usual. Bugs chittering and whatnot. The following morning we went to look and sure enough, tons of hoof prints. A local farmer said his horses had escaped, but that doesn't much explain the screaming. My Abula told me it must have been La Bruja, or a witch. People out there believe in such legends. Elves and fairies. But you know in remote jungle countryside, who knows what lies within. Anyways, that's my little tale. I want to quote you/Omega Friend's comment from another thread, because I think it fits perfectly here. When I traveled to India about 20 years ago, I took the bus/coach to travel from one city to another. It was a night bus, so I slept through most of the ride. It was dark and the road was surrounded by a forest. The road was only illuminated by the headlights of the bus and we were seemingly alone on the road. I woke up for a brief moment and just stared out the window. There I saw this creature on the side of the road hurrying into the dark woods. The moment lasted a second or two, but I saw the creature so clearly. It looked like something with a human body doing an inverted crab walk. It had the head of a Doberman dog, or Jackal. It had a waddling gait, with each limb moving independently, like an insect. Everyone around me was asleep, and I felt like a crazy person. I kept telling myself that I must have seen something else, and misinterpreted it in my mind. Cause I just caught a glimpse of it. In later years I've questioned whether I was dreaming it. I feel extremely certain of what I saw, but I'm probably wrong. There is probably a logical explanation to it. A few years ago I stumbled upon this GIF. It's not real, but the thing I saw looked almost exactly like this creature. A bit more jackal-like head, but pretty much this. https://unga.com/gallery/ I'm a very rational person, and I do not believe in supernatural things. But being in an Indian forest at night will make even the most sane person doubt his mind. Those forests are truly scary. TLDR I believe I saw the creature from the link I posted. Edit. This got way more attention than I expected. Unfortunately, I was unable to beat the story of the guy who got a grasshopper stuck in his ass crack. Oh well. I'm getting a lot of questions about hypnagogic hallucinations and sleep paralysis. I worded myself wrong. The only reason I mentioned sleep in the first place was to highlight that everyone else was sleeping. I should have specified that I was completely awake when I saw it. Even though I feel well versed enough in paralysis and hallucinations to rule them out, I'm not gonna dismiss it completely. I just wanted to point out that this incident instilled a childlike fear and irrationality in me as a kid. Because the thing looked so unnatural. It was a fear of something unknown and inexplicable. I think about this incident a lot, since it's the only supernatural encounter I've ever had. While in med school I learned about genu recurvatum, and I see a lot of people posting it here. It is certain that I saw a human or animal with a deformity, rather than a supernatural being. However, my childlike fear became a different kind of fear when I realized that. Now I find it creepy on a different level. 1. That a deformed human is roaming around at night in the jungles of India out in the middle of nowhere. And the other thing I find even scarier is that we as humans are willing to push fellow human beings out of society due to stigma. It is scary to know that a person born like this may end up living in the forest like an animal instead of being treated with dignity. Or I might have met a faking alien, who knows. I was walking in Richmond Park in London, which is rather famous for its deer. I went for a walk on what I thought, at the time, was a fairly well-used path. Well, while it would have been a well-used path in most woodlands, but Richmond Park, being one of the main parks in London, has very clearly designated paths for most visitors, it would seem. I started going up the hill up this path thinking it would be a through route, almost, to another path I wanted to access, and along the way, I noticed some deer tracks. If it had occurred to me just how fresh these deer tracks might be, I might have turned back. While roe deer are manageable, as they are throughout the UK, the deer in Richmond Park are a whole other thing, particularly during the rutting season. This was not the rutting season. I go up the path, happy as Larry, when I turn a corner and walk past a big tree. Just as I come out from behind the big tree, only a few yards away, standing above me further up the hill, is a massive red deer stag, in its prime, staring at me as if to say, "What do you think you're doing here?" Naturally, I was very surprised. If I'd encountered a deer, I would have at least expected a female, possibly bounding away in front of me, but to be faced by a potentially aggressive red deer stag, facing me directly and standing in an imposing position above me, was frankly terrifying, especially as I was on my own. Literally the first thing I did when I processed what was happening was to turn around and very slowly and carefully walk back down the hill towards the main path. Luckily, the stag didn't follow me. In retrospect, I honestly don't think he was expecting a person up there, hence the surprised look. So he probably wasn't that much of a threat, but they are big, potentially dangerous animals when they're in a bad mood, that's for sure. Traveling through the outback in Australia, literally the middle of the desert, my girlfriend and I pulled over at a random point along the road to roll out the swag and sleep before we keep driving. Can't drive at night in the desert. Woke up to a guy standing over the swag. We shat bricks. Long story short, French backpacker's car broke down, no reception, ran out of food and water the day prior. For some reason he tucked his car away in the shrubs. He spoke little English. My girlfriend at the time, also a backpacker from Europe, spoke French and was able to figure out his story. His car broke down, shitty Ford Festiva not made for the outback, and had been there 4 days. We gave him a 20L jerry can of water and a bunch of tinned food. He refused to leave his car despite explaining to him there's no way that car is leaving where it is. We drove until we got reception, called local police. We told them what happened. We told them how far we drove to where we were, checked speedometer before we left him, and when we got reception, so they could figure out where he is. We gave all our details to the police, but never heard back from them. We hoped he was okay, and assumed no news is good news. Still though, we'll never forget the feeling of a man standing over my swag in the middle of the desert when I woke up. I was out on the coast in the Pacific Northwest. You drive west through the mountains, hit the coast, and HWY 101N/S has just the most gorgeous collection of habitats. You can be on sea cliffs, or near tidal pools, or in the coastal pines with ferns the size of small cars, or areas that get swallowed up by the Pacific that have little microbiums inside the felled trees, and you can see the natural battle for high ground. Areas in which ferns and fungi are more prevalent than any animal, emerald groves dotted with little amanita mushrooms, these little rubies and gold nuggets standing out against the reddish brown pine needles. For the most part, out here, you're safe. Being keenly aware of your surroundings should keep you from disappearing, and using a walking stick will save you a broken leg or a fall, all of which are very real dangers. There's big cats and bear and elk and moose, but so long as you're not stupid, and you stay aware, you're gonna be okay. But every now and then, a new large cat warning sign goes up for a few weeks, a new no poaching sign appears for a while, etc. If you travel through enough of it, you'll find the meth labs and hobo huts, and those really are the most dangerous animals you're going to run into. It's early in the season, and I'm on this spit, which by December, is just nailed by waves, and disappears in the storms. Part of it was engineered for this, and the main path has little hills on the left and right sides, so the whole path is effectively a massive game trail that's always the first thing to flood. The wildlife chill at the very open-end area at the sea, and every now and again a cat will chase a deer up and make a kill, then drag it off to the sides. You'll sometimes see marks of struggle, but more often just remains off path. The sea and I are very familiar with each other here. But just this one night, man, it was getting dark, and I'm at the open wildlife area thinking, I gotta get back to the car. I check my flashlights, but I had burned through them 12:16 earlier in the pre-dawn hours. I check the comforting rhythmic lights of two landmarks, and triangulate where I'm at and tuck that away. I put the lights away, and figure if I can't find my way back in the dark, then I don't belong out there at this hour ever again. I'm slowly walking back, keeping a steady and committed pace, but not running or making myself a prey target. But something just wasn't right. I text my wife and let her know I'm okay, just a little freaked out, but I'll be back at my car when signal returns in 60 minutes. The faint glow of my cell was the last light I'd see. Something was wrong. I felt like I was being followed, but thought my nerves got the better of me. I heard some snapping twigs and rustling and all the wildlife waking up or going to sleep. All of it was normal until it wasn't. I thought I'd heard whispers, but knew it was just the whispers of the wind over the water and splash on the rocks and animals going to sleep. I reach for my phone and realize I'd have no signal and it would just give me away, so I get back to it. I get maybe 20 feet and there it is again. I didn't see any bear or elk or anything, and if it was a large cat I'd never hear it or see it coming. If it was a deer it'd be stumbly wumbly loud. I hear a snap, more like a thick, and this was no tiny twig, so whatever it was, it wasn't small. I keep thinking, it's a person. It's a person. Someone has seen me out here and either wants my gear and cash or to kill me. I make it in the final half-mile stretch, and by now I'm sure I would been attacked if it was an animal. I see the faint not nature parking lot in the scant moonlight and could hit it with my light if it worked. I spin around thinking, fuck it, I can bolt, because it's definitely a person or people, and I'm better off defending myself than I'm just being attacked. I break out my phone and shine it down this looming corridor of coast, the trees flanking the path hugging the light and kind of holding it in. Nothing. I'll let out a sigh of relief. Snap. Again, but behind me now. So whatever it was made its way around me. It's close. A deer takes off in the sedge, and I hear more and more snaps and shuffling and branches catching on jackets, and it hits me, and I put 2 and 2 together. They're trying to get me before I can get to the car. This goes through my head, and I worry it's the last thought I'll ever have. I move off the path one would anticipate and try to skirt around the whole situation, because hey, maybe it's still just me freaking out. I cut through the sedge and wildberries and get some distance and cut back through to the main trailhead parking lot. I had seen no people all morning/day/evening, which was odd because there's half a dozen cars and I would have seen one of them. I get to the car and fumble my keys and get in, fire the thing up before Myers hits the seat, and rip it the fuck out of there. Behind me, in the light cast by the small restrooms and soft moonlight, are 7 or 8 males. Some are still running at the car, but slowing down as I put distance between us. I saw the faint soft silvery glint of blades in some of their hands, and one machete and the rest had sticks or other blunt type objects. I don't know what the fuck they wanted, but they wanted it really bad. I've been hiking there for years, and will not be going back. Copy from an older comment I made. This will get buried as fuck, but hopefully someone else has seen this, because I still lose sleep over this. TLDR at the bottom for the lazy. First, yes, I have done drugs and a number of hallucinogens in my life, but I was 100% clean for months when this happened, so I know what I saw. I just can't explain how it was their point. I used to live in northern Canada, not crazy high up like in the territories, but far enough north that it's snowy 7 or 8 months out of the year. Lots of forest, small city, surrounded on all sides by huge forests with bears, cougars, wolves, coyotes, moose, all that great white north stuff. And I've come across a lot of bears and moose living at the bottom of a hill that's the edge of a forest. At least half a dozen bears every summer and a moose once or twice a year. I happen to go out on late night walks frequently on my road, which is pretty secluded, just a straight road, forest on one side and flat land on the other with street lamps every couple hundred feet. One night I saw something wrong. And I know I'm just some jerk off on the internet just making a comment, but I swear on the life of my dead best friend, not related to the story, but upset serious, that this is what I remember. I'm walking back home about 2, maybe 3 AM in the morning in mid-July on my road. Couple clicks from home, but I've walked this way a couple dozen times. I've been followed by bears, but they fuck off as soon as a truck rolls around every couple minutes. I carry bear mace, so not too worried. I'm walking back home, and on the flat land next to me, which is about half a click wide and long, I see this yellow in the opening. Keyword eye. Just sitting there with this pear-shaped black body. Looked like a black bear loafing around. It's maybe 300 or 400 feet away, and the street light was in my eyes the first time I saw it. I keep walking forward, but I know to keep my eye out for it, so I reach for my bear mace as a precaution. I turn my head, and the fucking thing starts moving, but not like a bear, or a moose, or a cougar, or timber wolf, or anything I've ever seen before. It's silhouetted by the moon, so there's enough faint light to sort of light up the opening field. Once I was out of the street lamp and my eyes could adjust, I must have made 4 checks to make sure I was really seeing this thing right. It was hunched over, almost bipedal. It almost moved like an ape, but this thing's torso and limbs were so bizarre. They were narrow, but it looked like it was covered in a torn blanket or something. When it started to move, its limbs seemed to stretch out way more than they should. The arms looked the length of its faking upper body. At this point I feel the ice shoot up my spine and everything is slowing down. My mind is racing, and I start walking faster, never breaking eye contact with this thing. It starts to move the same way as I am, slowly turning towards the road. Now at this point, if you live up north, you know a bear can outrun you, so you best stay where you are and let the thing go about its business and they will just leave you alone. I stop. It stops. I don't move. I don't lift a finger. I stand in the darkness between the streetlights, watching the silhouette with yellow eyes sitting there. A minute must have passed by or more, I don't know. Time felt like it was standing still. I was so terrified. I'm holding my breath just waiting for this thing to leave. God, I wish it did. As I stand there thinking of what I should do, looking both ways for any sign of a car, with nobody in sight, I look back to the thing in the field. It starts moving forward again, but not. It's making a sharp turn to the road. It keeps doing this bizarre movement pattern, again as I can only describe as an ape with narrow limbs, and keeps its pace. It starts shambling towards the road, now only 100 feet ahead of me. It's walking directly towards a street light, moving about as fast as someone walking with no purpose would. Maybe I scared it before, when I walked faster. As it got closer, I was feeling relieved. I knew what it was. Of course, dumb as me scaring the shit out of myself over a faking bear I've probably seen 3 times. That year faker probably smelled food in someone's trash. I wish to God that was what I saw. This thing shouldn't live. It shouldn't exist. I swear, on my best friend's life, it looked like a starved bear with legs much too long. Its fur was torn and hanging loose off its body. Its face was caved in, and the flesh was falling off its left side. It crawled across the concrete like a sickly ape who was suffering point, and then I heard its cry. It haunts me every time I think of it. Somewhere between a growl and a groan inside a metal can. I've never heard anything like it point as it crawled. Its back left leg was completely loose from its body. Still attached, but it wasn't moving with everything. Pure dead weight all bone at this point him close to pissing my pants, and I try to scream, but my throat tenses so much that I can't even breathe. I'm crying to myself as I see this. This couldn't be real. There's no way. It keeps crawling over to the other side of the road into the forest, making rustling sounds as it goes through the bush. As I stand there, staring into the forest, a light comes from behind me as a pickup truck is coming around the corner down the road. Half a click. I sprint to that truck, waving my arms, screaming bloody faking murder for help. The driver sees me, but clearly doesn't want any part of it because he just floored it by me. I go running after it, screaming again for help. It gets out of sight, but I keep running and running and running until I get home, open the door, slam it shut, and fall to the floor sobbing. The only way I can rationalize what I saw was that there was a misshapen bear who was hit by a truck or train and somehow survived the hit and was in its final moments before dying. Its limbs made no sense. Half its face was gone, and its movements just twisted and turned all wrong. I have no idea what it was. I told my family and they all said I must have been dreaming or high again. Nobody believed me. I don't even know if I believe me, but I know that I wasn't dreaming. I couldn't have, because my shoes were still covered in dust and dirt from running home. I don't believe in God or fate or any of that shit, but I know what I saw was real, and it must have just been a 1 in a billion chance. I've never gone out on a late walk since. That thing was an abomination waiting to die. TLDR. I went on a late night walk and saw what can only be explained as a disfigured, sickly, nearly dead bear that was literally falling apart crossed my path. Edit. A few years back, when I was unhoused, I would sleep pretty much wherever I could and have some wild stories to tell about that, but that's a whole different game. One time I was in a pretty forested intercity park sleeping with my we had actually just got done hooking up when we noticed a man in a hoodie standing about 20 feet away. I addressed him and asked what he wanted, but he didn't respond and just continued to stare silently at us. It was like 2 AM and felt super threatening and ominous. At this point in my life I pretty much always slept with a knife under my makeshift pillow, and for good reason. I low-key grabbed my knife and continued to ask what he wanted and demanded he leave. After a few minutes he silently walked about 100 yards away and sat under a tree. This may sound crazy to some, but this was enough to allow us to fall back asleep. The next night I was in the park camping by myself and had actually just smoked weed, which I rarely did at the time. I was listening to some black metal with headphones when I suddenly got the feeling like I was being watched. I looked up and saw the same hooded man, again about 20 feet away. This time I grabbed my knife right away and jumped onto my feet and asked him what the fuck he wanted. He remained silent and still for what felt like a really long time, and then suddenly and quickly starting taking steps towards me. I was fully prepared to either die or bleed this sketchy faker out. I'm not saying that to sound tough or anything, it legit felt like life or death. Keep in mind I'm holding my knife here, so this dude is either very confident in what he is doing or batshit insane. After a few strides towards me, he just stops and stares again, and then turns around and walks out of the park. I was so shook I almost immediately just broke down and cried. I never even saw the guy's face. He was just a figure dressed in black and behaved nothing like I would expect any human creature to. It was faked. I hated it. I'm housed now and still won't fuck with that park. Being homeless sucks. I've posted this in another thread, but it still stands out to me as one of the creepier experience I've had. I was on a geology field trip, and one of our stops was near Fallon, Nevada. There was a group of about 25 of us on this field trip, and one day we were headed to this hill in the desert that had interesting rock outcrops. Other than the rocks we were there to see, there wasn't much at the top of the hill except for some radio towers and a small pit in the center, maybe 15 feet deep. As we were walking around I kept feeling like something was off, and I was smelling this really strange odor, but I shook it off. because I'd been getting creepy vibes from the desert for a while. I'm not used to the desert, grew up around the forest. One of the outcrops we were supposed to look at was at the bottom of the pit, so we made our way down. I'm not normally a squeamish person, but what we found at the bottom made me want to throw up. At the edge of one of the walls of the pit was a pile of about 10 dead deer, stacked on top of each other. Some looked like they had been scavenged, but most were intact. The smell was the most awful part. It smelled like gasoline and rotten meat. It was terrible. I got freaked out and left the pit. We left the site shortly afterward. It was definitely jarring to see so many dead deer there, in the already kinda creepy setting of the middle of the desert. I still wonder how they all died. I don't think they could have fallen to their deaths in the pit, because it wasn't super deep. And why were they all piled on top of each other? But the creepiest thing about the whole experience is that no one would talk about it afterward. Everyone acted like they never saw anything. I guess everyone was just creeped out. Anyway, not a super unusual experience I guess, but a creepy one nonetheless. Two very creepy things happened to me in the same stretch of woods about a half-mile apart from each other. A few weeks ago, a buddy and I heard about this private man-made lake that you could bike to. So we park at this school and walk through the woods around this huge gate and bike about a mile on this dirt path. Upon getting to the lake, out of the corner of my eye I see a tree limb about the size of a car hit the ground about 300 feet away from us. I watch the tree line right where it happened, and then I see two pine trees start shaking aggressively, almost as if they were twigs. Fear rushed through my body as I watched this go on for about 30 seconds. Once I was able to speak again, I start to tell my friend what happened. As I'm explaining it to him, we hear what sounded like a plane engine start up on the other side of the lake. Then the noise shifted to a violent roar that sent chills down my spine. My friend looked at me, and we decided to get the hell out of there. The second one happened a week ago on a different dirt road not too far from there. Me and the other friends were walking on the road at 11 p.m. A quarter mile and we find two coolers. One was filled with old books dating back to slave years. The other cooler was closed and read severed head inside with a skull drawn on. We opened it, but it was filled with only water. We were very creeped out, so we decided to jog back. As we were jogging, we hear really loud metal banging sounds, and what sounded like humans trying to mimic animals. Once hearing that, our jog turned into a full-on sprint. This sounds stupid, but we are planning a camping trip in those woods soon, so wish us luck. Years ago I was walking with a friend through a dark spot on a local back road. The road went down the hill into a very thick woods, passing through this lightless valley, before ascending again toward a street light on the far side. As my friend and I approached the valley, I started to get a very odd, uncomfortable feeling about that darkened patch. We'd been this way many times before and nothing had bothered us here. I'm not afraid of the dark in general. There wasn't an obvious reason for the feeling, but it was like a coldness went over me, a certainty of some terrible event moments away. There was a sense of being observed that seemed to be coming from the woods. I slowed down as we approached the valley of shadow, and the feeling didn't go away. I said, and my friend, who was way ahead of me now, turned around quizzically. As he did, there was a sudden low-barreled chested growl from the woods to his right. It sounded like something huge and canid, something the size of a small bear. My friend went white and started walking back up the hill toward me. I backed away, both with a sinking feeling in my gut that I had been right and a vague disquieted shock that I'd received a warning about it. We turned around and walked another way, and we did use that part of the road again frequently on our evening walks, but never again encountered anything like it. I watched what I swear was a pterodactyl fly over my mother's backyard one night. Surely it was just an owl flying unusually low, and surely I saw it wrong. Still, in my memory I clearly saw two vast leathery wings attached to a narrow body, a huge whispering kite of an animal that was gone as soon as seen. One night I heard mooing from a field I was walking past. It was loud enough and sounded distressed enough that I stopped and went carefully up the hill, picking my way through the darkness in the thought that an animal must have been caught in something. I did find the hulk of a cow as I crossed the field. It was lying still, and I no longer heard any mooing. I edged closer to see if it was hurt, and found that the animal was thoroughly dead. I don't remember it having a head at all. It was just a lonely cow corpse lying there out of sight of the road. Point about 2 years ago, I was making a long drive from Nebraska back home toward Illinois. This happened somewhere in some unpopulated Siberia of a rural nowhere, maybe Kansas. I didn't have the money for a hotel at the time and needed to rest, so I pulled off the road down a little gravel path which led eventually to a cattle gate into a field. I stopped in front of the cattle gate and shut the car off. Around me was almost perfect darkness. The only lights were distant sodiums, blue and white pinpricks of light on the horizon point as the car's engine died. I suddenly realized I was hearing something, lowing. I was hearing a large group of animals, lowing and bleating in what sounded like terrible pain. I was near a dark field that went down the hill toward a stand of trees, and it seemed to be coming from there. I heard a cow, something that sounded like a goat, the high-pitched screeching of a pig, and dear God, a man. There was a man there too, screaming full-throated right along with the animals. It really did sound like something straight out of hell, and the man didn't sound like he was playing. That was a full-on I'm going to die scream, and he just kept doing it. I sat there for maybe too long making absolutely certain of what I was hearing. I never thought to take out my phone. I'm too old to do it instinctively and it never crossed my mind. I had chills going down my back and didn't dare breathe for a moment till I was sure of what I was hearing. There was no light down there at all, or sign of anyone, just that unholy cacophony, at least 3 barnyard animals and a man, all screaming aloud, as if they were being murdered on the spot. I hate to say that I peaced out, but that's exactly what I did. There was no light down there, and no way down, and no way in hell was I going through a dark field in the middle of the night to find out what the zombie hell was happening down there. I turned over the engine, put it in reverse, and got the fuck out of there. I've seen some shit. Too much of it. I think I've shared this story before on some forum, but here we go. My sister and I were visiting our aunt in Syracuse, Utah when past a farm/ranch in the middle of the desert. It was about 11:30 at night. I just got this horrible feeling in my stomach, and I'm still not sure what compelled me. I screamed, "Turn this damn car around." Like something bad was going to happen if she didn't get out of there. Something smelled of rot, like a dead animal or something. I remembered tasting really strong metal in my mouth. Realistically, it was probably only blood from biting my tongue, but I don't remember my tongue bleeding. She pulled over to the side of the road. I remember clear as day, this deer-looking thing jumped onto the hood of the car and jumped off a moment later. It wasn't a deer because it was wearing some clothing on its lower half. I didn't get a good view of its top half, but it wasn't human, and it sure as hell wasn't a deer. It left 2 pretty good sized dents in the hood. I'll try to edit with an img link if I find it. How often do deer jump onto the hoods of cars? How many deer are in the Utah desert anyway? I can't explain what it was, but my uncle is a deeply spiritual Navajo man, and he believes it was a skinwalker, and that we are now marked for death. I'm not sure how much I believe, but he's adamant. I might be a little late to the party, but here goes. When I was around 10 years old, I was visiting my aunt and uncle's dairy farm during the school holidays. I would help them herd the cattle on motorbikes and help with general chores around the property. It was a good time in my life. On one particular cold and dreary day, my cousin and I decided to stay in the house and watch movies. After a while, my cousin went to have a nap, and I was left alone to watch the movie. The room we were in had massive glass windows/doors that were covered by thick curtains to keep the sun out and make for a better movie experience. At one end of the windows there was a small gap where the curtain just didn't quite reach. Out of nowhere, I get this strange feeling that I'm being watched. I look around, and for a split second, I see the edge of a man's face. As 10-year-olds do, I freaked out and covered my head with the blanket. When I looked back at the window, the man was gone. I woke my cousin up, and we went around and locked all the doors and windows. When my uncle and auntie got home, we told them what I saw, but they were hesitant to believe me due to the fact we were on a property far from town. The next day, my uncle walked outside and found one of their work dogs hanging from a rope on my cousin's swing set. Some bastard had killed an innocent dog. My aunt and uncle asked me to describe the man, and all I could remember was that he had red hair and looked dirty. They called the police, but they unfortunately weren't able to do anything due to little evidence. The police took a report and left. A few days later, my older cousin was cleaning out a garage that was separate to the house. This garage had a loft that was closed in and was rarely used except for storage. Inside, my cousin found old clothes, bedding and food wrappers. Someone had been squatting inside their garage. My family once again reported it to the police. No one was ever found responsible for the dog, and they never found the red-headed man who was squatting in their garage. It was definitely one of the freakiest encounters I've ever had. Sorry for the long post. I hope you enjoyed my story. I live in a small town a few hours away from New York City. When I tell you it's tiny, believe me, it's tiny. About a 15-minute walk from my house there's a small park with woods surrounding it on all sides besides for the main entrance. There's a few small trails in the woods all leading to dead ends. Though a few years ago me and my cousin decided to walk there. We got there was no one there but us. First off, we noticed clothing everywhere. A child's shoes under the playground, a little girl's dress, 2 hats with names written in them, and a sweatshirt hanging in a branch in the trees. We decided to walk to the seesaw, or whatever it's called, to just sit. The main playground part had a part under it with small seats and those pretend market type things. We noticed a dark figure type thing under the playground. We got a little sketched out but just continued sitting down. We decided to take a video on Snapchat of us there and saved it. We kept looking at the dark figure and got really creeped out. We decided to move to the swings, and she swung one way and I swung the other to watch all sides of us. I was facing the playground and I see the figure move. I stopped swimming and told my cousin that there was definitely someone under there and we had to go. We jumped off the swing and ran all the way back to my house. Later we watched the video and you can just see multiple people in the woods practically surrounding us. Later I told my brother about it. He told me a story of when he was playing hide and seek in the woods there and was running through the woods trying to get away from the seeker. He numbered into a person with, as he described, a dark hooded cape. He said he just ran away from the park and texted his friends later. I've gone back multiple times with other friends to the park, and every time we've seen the dark caped people or small contained fires in the middle of a circle. I haven't gone back there in a while. Posted this before. It took place in Pacifica, a small foggy town in California. I saw an alien. Stay with me here. I got up in the night to get something to drink, and it was foggy, so it had that sort of glowing creepy mist light coming in the windows. Anyway, I'm drinking a glass of water half asleep and turn around, and about 3 feet from me was a black creature with both of its hands up to its ears. It was about 4 feet tall, and within touching distance. Its arms were up like a ref with a goal signal. Anyway, an alien, a faking black dead-eyed alien. I couldn't see eyes, just blackness. What do? I take an inhale of breath, my ears start roaring, and I try to scream, but I can't, because the breath I'm taking in just keeps going and going, until I think I'm going to pass out. I try to call to my dogs, but just make a muffled meep and freeze. For a long time. Long enough in fact to realize that it wasn't an alien, but the exercise bike I had just bought and had left in the living room. The handlebars looked like arms and the control panel looked just like a face. Took me about 10 minutes to get my heart rate to normal. Want to know the worst part of the story? The next night I got up again, went to get a drink, and turned around, and right in front of me was a faking alien. When I realized I'd punked myself again, I just went ahead and took the bike into the garage, like I should have the moment I brought it home. We live in Kentucky. Not rural by any means, but still woodland is mostly everywhere. I was about 12 and in the 7th grade, I believe. So, it's fall and I'm sitting outside waiting at my bus stop, which was like 3 or 4 houses down from ours. My mother was sitting on our front porch smoking a cigarette when she points across the street and we see this lady walking out from the tree line. She had waist-length hair and a long white/possibly grey nightgown on. We both didn't think much of it, because a little less than a block from her house was a nursing home, and we figured that she was just a patient who has gotten out or lost, or whatever. So we are sitting there watching this woman pace and walk in circles until she sits herself down at the foot of this tree, when suddenly it looks as if an invisible lasso was thrown around her and she was reeled from her waist up into the base and to the top of the tree to never be seen again. My bus eventually came and my mom called the cops, but they apparently never found her or any signs of a struggle or anything like so. Nobody ever believes me when I tell them this story, and had my mother not been there, I wouldn't believe it myself. Either way, I never went to that faking bus stop alone again. Craziest shit I've ever seen that I couldn't rationalize. I can't take credit for this story because it happened to my younger brother, but it is such a creepy story that he still doesn't like to talk about it. My twin brother and I were in college when my younger brother was a junior in high school, and he was the only brother left on one end of the house. We live out in the country in the middle of nowhere. Nothing but farmland. Wherever you look. Our house was a standard long rectangular house with our parents' master suite on one end and our bedrooms on the completely opposite end. Between these ends were open concept kitchen, dining, and living room spaces. You could look from one end of the house and see all the way to the other end if both bedrooms on each end were open. My brother, a big guy, 6'4", 250 pounds, was getting home from football practice around 4:30 to 5 p.m. and said he was the only one home at the time. Our mom is a school teacher and our dad farms and works in town as well. Our parents were still working at the time. He came into the house in the back door and was walking through the living room to head to his bedroom. His bedroom was the room at the end of our hallway, completely opposite from our parents' master suite. Maybe if I do a good job describing our end of the house, I can help explain what happens later. Right as you are leaving the living room to enter our hallway and bedrooms, there are 4 doors. First door on the right was my bedroom, and completely opposite my bedroom is our shared bathroom for us 3 brothers. As you walk down the hallway, the second door on your left is my twin brother's room, and my younger brother has his room at the end of the hallway. My younger brother's room has a small area you walk and then you immediately walk to your right to enter the main part of his bedroom. So if his bedroom door is open, all you see, if you are in the hallway, is a small entrance facing a wall with light coming in from the open bedroom space on the right. Back to the story. As my brother is walking through the living room and about to enter the hallway, he looks down the hallway to his open bedroom door. He explained that he didn't know why, but he had the deepest pit in his stomach and felt every single hair on his arm stand on end. Something felt wrong to him, and he froze as he entered the hallway. Once he got into the hallway and was looking at his bedroom door, he said he saw something beginning to peer around the doorway. He knew exactly what it was, and the only way he could describe it was, it looked like my forehead was peering around the door frame getting ready to look right at me. He instantly got the sensation that he didn't need to see what was fixing to show up all the way peering around his door, so he immediately bolted to the left for our bathroom and slammed the door. He said he held his back up against the door and immediately heard someone running down our hallway, past the bathroom into our living room. The worst part was when he could hear him slowly walking back to the bathroom door and just stand there. We get absolutely terrible cell reception where we live, so he tried calling our parents, but couldn't get a hold of either of them. He stayed in our bathroom with his back up against the door for about an hour until our mom made it home. He says until she got there he could tell someone was on the other side of that door. When he told us about this story we just laughed and said maybe it was your doppelganger coming to get you, and he absolutely believes it was something like that. He was so scared during the moment, he said, and he just knew I was not supposed to see what was coming around the door. He's still scared to stay alone at that end of the house, and now he's 27. I had a friend who told me a story once. He didn't like to talk about it though, as it still creeped him out. He told me this story maybe 12 years ago now, and it had been 2 to 3 years before that when it happened. Anyway, he was out riding 4-wheelers at the St. Anthony Sands Dunes in Idaho one weekend, and as they were riding they saw this tree off in the distance on a hill, just a lone tree with sand all around it. At one point they saw what looked like a man dressed all in black, almost like he was wearing a gorilla suit or something, but it was hard to tell, it was too far away. He was standing next to the tree, holding on to one of the low-hanging branches and just watching them point. They didn't think anything of it initially, though thought it was weird to see someone out there all by themselves. Eventually they drove over in that area, and by then the man was gone. But as they got closer to the tree they noticed it was actually a huge tree, not as small as they initially thought it was, and the lowest hanging branch was a good 10 feet up, and it had come to this guy's shoulder, making him absolutely huge. They didn't know who or what they saw. Maybe it was Bigfoot, or my friend thought it was something else entirely. He never talked about it again though. Edit. Corrected some spelling errors. This happened in a small town of Gentryville, Indiana, a small town of 260 something. But before I proceed, I'm not one for believing ghosts or creatures. I feel people are scary enough. This night really challenged my beliefs. My friend invited me to a camping trip, and I was happy to agree as I jump at any camping opportunity. I got the directions and traveled to Gentryville. We ended up camping just off the main road a ways behind a small white generic church. The day was business as normal. We built a fire and had a few drinks. Fast forward later into the night, nature was calling me. I made it known to my friends that I was heading up the road to pee. I walk up the dirt road a bit to get some privacy. The spot I chose was that I could still see the fire and my friends, but slightly in the dark. The moon was very bright that night, providing a soft light on the trees there. I saw it, standing not 12 feet from me. The best I can compare it to is a grey alien. I know how it sounds, but it was what it was. This wasn't the cliché grey you see in shows or movies. It was 6 feet something. It wore this metallic transparent or reflective material that wore straight and pressed. It was standing very still, and combined with the clothing I guess I didn't notice it almost perfectly blending into the tree line. The only thing that moved was its face, making very aggressive / disapproving looks that I noticed it. The face was grey and wrinkled like an older person, mostly around the eyes and mouth. Its mouth came to a point downward with a small opening. The eyes were large, sunken into its head a bit. No sounds were made, just us staring at each other. I was locked in place with fear. I'm not sure why, but the fear went away as quick as it came. I finished up and turned my back to it and walked away. It was a peaceful walk back, but as soon as I sat down the fear rushed back. It was like the whole encounter had been temporarily forgotten and everything was normal. I told my friend that lived in the area that I saw something up the road and it kind of scared me. I purposely kept the details vague, so not to sound crazy. I settled on telling them I think someone is in the tree line. My friend, without skipping a beat, asked me, was it grey? My stomach dropped. I told him yes, and I asked why he would ask me such a thing. He explained one night he was working on something at his house in the driveway in the woods, and one took a run at him and tried to attack, fleeing back into the woods. Will never forget the range of feelings that went through my head while locked in its stare. The whole event has left me kind of scared to camp or be alone in the woods. 19 years old. Clearing out 3 properties on the 350-acre farm of a recently deceased 98-year-old man who lived there his whole life. Had already heard stories about all the supposed illegitimate family fighting over everything, and was there with 3 maximum-sized dumpster roll-offs and equipment to literally gut and throw out everything before property sale. We found 13 hidden firearms in one day. Everywhere you could think, including underneath couches, taped to the back of fridges and freezers, bookshelf, and even a partly broken down pistol in a toilet cistern rusting for probably decades. The creepy part was, while clearing out one of the property's standalone barn/sheds, we had to use a tractor to get to the top shelf. Yes, OSHA was not kept in mind. While grabbing stuff from the top, a brown box fell down and out rolled a human jawbone. At first I asked my friend if it could be an animal jaw, but when we opened the box, sure enough there was the rest of the skull sitting on top of about 200 pieces of old-timey paper with a brown stain in the middle which dissipated towards the bottom stack. We called the small town local cops, and they sent 2 patrols and 1 coroner. After about 2 weeks of pestering them if they were going to open a case, and they told us this guy got his doctor's license in 1930 something, so we are going with this as a medical specimen. Medical specimen sitting in a standalone barn on 350 acres in middle of nowhere in a cardboard box on top of a stack of old parchment paper with a drip pattern stain from top of stack to the bottom. Point reality is they didn't want to give resources to chase what very likely was a murder given the owner, and shortly after the property would be no more. My second entry on this thread. I'm in a power wheelchair. Can't stand up, much less walk. Took a family vacation to Washington DC several years back. The wheelchair I had at the time was a piece of sheet that would not carry a charge long enough to last a single day, so almost every night the wife and kids would be pushing me and my chair back to the hotel. Point knowing this, we had planned to go see one of the sites at night, the Lincoln Memorial, I think. So, that afternoon we stayed at the hotel with my chair plugged in to get as much charge as possible and maybe make the trip without killing everyone. We see our sights and go to head back to the subway / metro / whatever it's called, only to learn that certain stops, including the one nearest our hotel, closed at a certain time of night. We are well past that time, so we find the next nearest open stop and decide to get off there and hope we make it back alive. The train stops, and at this particular stop the cars in the platform didn't match up quite right. There was a gap about 4 to 6 inches and a step up off of the car a couple inches as well. My chair, being as sheety as it was, would not make that gap going forward, so I turned backwards to give it a shot. I'm not quite sure how, but the back casters of my chair got turned sideways and fell down into the gap between the cars and the platform. I was effectively stuck and couldn't move. Suddenly my chair begins to violently rock back and forth, tossing me around pretty roughly. Thinking it was my wife, I start to turn around to tell her to chill a little bit because she was beating me to death. As my head turns, I see my wife and all 4 of my kids standing a few feet away, staring in horror at me. Now sort of scared myself, I turn around to see a homeless dude with both hands on my chair, shaking the sheet out of it. I start to say something, but just as my mouth opened, he succeeded in getting my chair out of the gap and onto the platform. I was so surprised that I kind of just stared for a second. He didn't say anything, just turned and drunkenly shambles away. Finally coming to reality, I called out, "Thank you." He didn't answer or even turn around. He just silently raised his hand to acknowledge my "thank you" and disappeared into the night. He damn near broke my ribs slamming my body into the arms of my chair, but he got me out of there. We still joke about the drunk guardian angel of DC. I had just started seeing this girl I met online. We had been on a few dates and had a discussion on how we loved the idea of urban exploration. We had looked up a few places online that we thought might have been of interest to us, and the one that stuck out was, of course, an abandoned psychiatric asylum. It sounds cliché, I know. Anyway, it was about 30 minutes from where I lived, so we decided we would go and have a look. The place was fenced up and had guards patrolling regularly, probably to stop it being vandalized. Some people who had decided to visit before us had left some instructions online in the event that anyone else would like to see it, so I knew where to park and what fence to sneak through. We got there and make our way through the grounds. It was clearly very prestigious at one time, loads of grand entrances, stone archways and statues. Again, all very cliché, but it was freaky, even in the daylight. It was seriously overgrown. We finally reached the old building, which was completely run down. Metal sheets in place where the windows used to be. But at the top there was a tower, with a big grand circular design, and you could clearly see the metal staircase within thanks to the windows that led all the way down the tower. For some reason these particular windows were not boarded up like the windows at ground level. We stood at the perimeter fence that surrounded the building, and looked up at it. Then I saw them. I shit you not, there were 3 faces peering at us through the circular design at the top of the tower. They were all laughing through their teeth and jumping up and down with huge piercing eyes. We could hear the clang of the metal staircase that was under their feet as they jumped. It was like they were excited to see us standing there. Their faces then disappeared from view, but the clang continued. Then it hit me, they were running down that metal staircase. At points we would see them running past a window as the staircase echoed through the building. It all seemed to happen so fast, but the sense of danger I felt was overpowering. The adrenaline that hit me at that point was like nothing I'd ever felt before. I grabbed my date's hand and we ran. We got back to the car and took off in a hurry. It was probably just a bunch of teens having a laugh at our expense, but their faces were so sinister. Now that I think back, I wonder how they were even in there. We had walked around the perimeter of the building before we saw them, and there was no clear way of getting in or out. Every doorway and window was boarded up. Whoever they were, they scared the shit out of us. Safe to say, our days of urban exploration were over. I posted this not that long ago, but sharing here cause I think it fits. One night, I decided to walk home from a late appointment by taking a nature trail through the woods. I'd run on there in the evenings before, and while I occasionally saw someone, it had all seemed pretty okay to date. Part of the walk involved going past a community center, which was relatively well lit, and had a path that went up to the surrounding neighborhood. As I came out of the trees in that area, I suddenly noticed a man standing silently by the trail. He was as nondescript as they come, brown hair, jeans, a short jacket. As I walked by him, leaving as much space as I could, I looked at him and smiled as politely as I could. He stared back at me, unblinking, and said, loudly, "Don't look into my eyes." Then he made some kind of unearthly growling sound in his throat. I looked away as quickly as I could and walked past him, trying to keep him in my peripheral vision. I thought maybe he was moving towards me, and I looked at him again. "Don't look at me," he yelled, in that same freaky voice. I completely lost my shit and headed for the sidewalk back to the neighborhood, running as fast as I could up a pretty steep hill. I didn't stop running when I got out of the trees, instead getting as far as I could from the man. I kept looking over my shoulder the entire trek home, and was really happy when I moved a few weeks later. It was probably just an addict, but man, I was scared. I'm extremely late, but I was driving about 5 or so miles east of this tiny rural town in Washington called Kittitas when I was about 18. I was driving in a Honda Ridgeline by myself, not mine, just looking for a cool spot on top of a hill or something to overlook the whole valley and smoke weed. Long after the asphalt turned to dirt roads, I passed this shithole of a piece of land with a horrible big industrial shed looking enclosure on it. I saw a truck, but assumed nobody lived there. I only passed it going, like maybe 30 miles per hour, because weed was still illegal back then in WA. Driving high is still illegal. Was trying to keep a low profile. I'm going up this giant hill with a rocky dirt road leading straight up the top, and about halfway up, I notice the same truck from the shithole is behind me tailing my ass up this bumpy road. I'm pretty weirded out, but I'm pretty confident he didn't own this fucking hill. At the top, he zooms in front of me in his big truck, cuts me off. I slam my brakes, and he gets out. I barely crack my window and keep the engine running, and he's just screaming nonsense about how I was going like 60 miles per hour past his shithole and would have ran his kids over. I saw no signs of children, but whatever. I apologized and told him I was just cruising around or something. He asked if I was high. I told him no, and then he asked if I wanted to get high. No. Then he asks if I have a gun. Nope. Then he says something like, "Yeah, you never know who has a gun these days, do you?" I said nothing and just stared at him. Then he told me to lower the window or he'd break it. His calmness about it freaked me out. Then, easily the top 5 most baddest things I ever did occurred. I told him to fuck off and hit reverse and peeled out of there kicking dust and rocks his way. He sprints to his truck, and I'm thinking he's grabbing a gun, but instead gets in his truck and chases me for a bit before giving up. I was like shaking, but started cheering and screaming when I got away from the faker. I must have been going 50 down that bumpy road down the hill. I was freaking out. Crazy rednecks. Probably just trying to scare me. My buddy and I went back like the next week like the stoned idiots we were, and just held the horn down the whole time while speeding past his shithole. Good times. I'd like to share mine, which kind of supernatural. I was 13, used to live in a small town, big house, pretty quiet neighborhoods. This house of mine located not so far from an infamous G intersection known for many horrifying accidents which result in death on the spot. The road connected with this G intersection is a one-way road where huge trailers Trucks, night buses went, often at full speed, 100 to 120 km/h. It mostly happened after 9 p.m. Whenever there are car crashes, I always heard the loud banging, crash, tire skid sound clearly, and my parents always forbid me to watch the aftermath, since it's really close, and I could see the crash site just from my front gate. One night, 10 p.m. I was playing in living room and my parents was busy with something. I heard a loud car tire skid sound and really loud crash. I bolted myself out of curiosity to the front gate to see what had happened. There was still no one there. I saw a motorcycle got wasted, and unfortunately it was a hit and run accident, which was quite frequent in these area. I saw no body, just a splattered blood on the side road pavement. Soon my mom came out and telling me to stay inside. I begged to differ and persuaded my mom to accompany me to watch the crash site much closer. She agreed on one condition: I'm allowed to watch from 15 meters. The crash site now are crowded with people trying to help the victim. The victim's body was thrown into a ditch by the road. 4 people had to work together to recover the body and cover it with some newspapers. There was this one man that I saw from afar, wearing clean white shirt, sat beside the dead body, showing his grief, sobbing, kept his hand on his head, like he was in dead trouble. After some minutes, I was bothered by it, because it seemed that no one had noticed his presence, like he wasn't there to begin with. 10 minutes later, a police car arrived, and a police officer coming out with some relatives from the victim, his spouse and daughter, crying their eyes out on the spot. To my surprise, the sobbing man with white shirt was gone. Later that night, I told what I'd saw to my mother about this man with white shirt. She looked pale and asked me whether what I'd saw was really true. I nodded. She later told me that there was no one wearing white shirt. There was also no one crying and sobbing by the dead body, except the dead body itself. The motorcyclist/victim was male, on his 30s, wearing white shirt. Edit. Grammar. Above 9 p.m. to after 9 p.m. Creepiest. Forest. Off the beaten pathway off looking for mushrooms, I find a dead body hanging from a treetop by rope. It was kinda bloated. 21-year-old missing for months, got left by his girlfriend and decided to stop taking his meds. Started living in the woods until he decided he needed to rope himself off this planet. Only noticed him because his belly decided to rain maggots by the time I happened to come by, wondering why it was snowing in summer. Second creepiest. Springtime. In the Botanies, a couple clicks into no man's land, where fox and rabbit say goodnight to each other on the regular. Decided to do some wild camping while some of the snow was still on the ground, so I could test if my sleeping bag was worth a damn. Found this really nice meadow with a little lake in the middle. Decided to grill some sausage, do some stargazing, and enjoy the cold air. The next morning I stick my head out of my sleeping bag, still surprised I have not rolled into the lake, and what do I spy with my little eye? Floater staring at me without any eyes. 13-year-old kid missing since autumn. Apparently decided to fill his backpack with stones and go swimming, cause his parents grounded him. Edit. Good thing I had not hit 18 yet. Who knows what kind of damage this could have done had I been older. I don't know if this counts, because I'm not aware of seeing anything, but my subconscious must have noticed something. When I was at university, I took a night class that ended at 9:30 p.m. The bus back to my city took about a half an hour, and then I had to walk back to my apartment from the bus stop. There were 2 ways to get back to my apartment. One was more direct and only took about 15 minutes, but was quite remote. It went through the woods by a huge, dark cemetery. The other way took about a half an hour, because it wound through a park, but it was better lit. I usually went the first way without thinking. But one day, I got off the bus, started to walk home, and just stopped. I have no idea why, but I just had these alarm bells in my head telling me to not go home. I looked around, and nothing was out of the ordinary. There were lots of people walking around the city, and it was a nice warm night, but I was frozen. I couldn't decide which way to walk home. Neither way felt safe. So I just stood there at the bus stop for about 20 minutes before I decided that I should just go home the short way and that I was being silly. When I was only about 5 minutes away from my apartment, this boy came staggering out of the cemetery towards me, clutching his stomach. He had blood running down his pale face, and he was shaking uncontrollably. He said, "We have to get out of here. I just got mugged." I grabbed his arm and we went back the way I had come. I called the police and waited with him until they got there. He told me he was walking home and 6 men had come out of the cemetery, beaten and kicked him to a pulp, stolen everything, including his shoes, and then run off in the direction of the park point. I have no idea what made me wait at the bus stop. It was a trip I had made several times a week for a few years. I don't like to think about what could have happened if I had gone my normal way home, but I was 19 and about 125 pounds, wearing high heels, because I had gotten dressed up for a presentation I had that day. Even if I had gone the safe way through the park, I would met up with the muggers there. I'm so sorry about what happened to that boy. I felt like it was my fault for a long time, as if I was the one who was supposed to be mugged, and he was mugged instead. But I'm glad I was there to comfort him while the police were on the way. And I'm so glad I listened to my gut, because I know there wasn't anything I could have done. Not my story. My uncle told me this story a few years ago when we went camping. My stepmom's family has always been very close, and throughout their childhood they would go camping during the summers. In the 1980s, when my stepmom and uncle were around 15 and 16, they went camping with their cousins. Their campground, which we still go to, is in western New Jersey. It's a group of multiple open fields surrounded by tall trees and rough forest for miles. Campsites are set up in forest clearings close to the fields, and they are all connected through dirt roads and paths throughout the fields. On the trip where this story occurs, my family was camped out in one of the eastern campsites. The eastern sites are pretty isolated compared to sites bordering the fields, and to the west were all the amenities the campground had. Specifically, the only bathroom on the entire grounds. Around 1 in the morning, my stepmom, uncle, and their cousin Robert are all still awake, but by then Robert's siblings and all the parents had gone to sleep. My uncle had to use the bathroom, and Robert volunteered to go with him, while my stepmom decides to head over to the tent and sleep. The walk to the bathroom from their site is very long, taking about an hour to get there and back. And since they were teens at the time, neither of them could drive to the bathroom without disturbing their parents. They decided to take the walk, and before leaving grabbed flashlights. They reached the bathroom uneventfully, and my uncle does his business. Him and Robert hung around for a few minutes, smoking cigarettes before deciding to head back to their site for some rest. At this point in the night, the moon was bright in the sky, and they could see with relative ease without needing their flashlights. They were walking along a dirt road. To the right is a field filled with hip-height grass, and to their left is the forest. All of a sudden, Robert stops my uncle and points into the field, asking him who the fuck is that guy. That's when my uncle noticed what Robert was pointing at. In the field, about 100 feet away, was a tall silhouette, walking along with something at his side. They stared at the tall shadow with curiosity, and eventually it exited the field, and by this point they could make out the features of the man under the moonlight. He was around 6 feet tall, an older looking man, bald, and with a weathered looking face. He wore a white dress shirt and slacks, held up by suspenders, and at his side he was walking along one of those old-timey bicycles with the big front wheel. They watched, stunned, as the tall man mounts his bicycle and rides off down the trail towards them. The man passed them on his without any sort of acknowledgement and rode his bike off into the dark behind them, and they walked the rest of the way back to their campsite without saying a word. To this day my uncle and Robert are absolutely sure that they saw a ghost that night. To them, the experience was too uncanny for it to have just been a weird guy on a late night ride. They could be lying for all I know, but their story has always remained the same, so take that for what you will. But what is for sure is that this scared the shit out of younger me, and for a few years after hearing that story I dreaded going camping. It was like 10 PM on Tuesday night. My friend Danny and I had this tradition of going to McDonald's drive-thru, getting some food, and driving back to his parking lot inside of a trailer home complex, or whatever one would call it. We would always watch conspiracy videos as we ate, and talked about the crazy shit that people claimed to have seen, even though neither of us had ever really seen anything out of the ordinary. Well, 11:30 p.m. rolls around as we are watching some video on his phone while sitting in my car when all of a sudden a bright light takes up 1/4 to 1/2 of the sky, but it only flashes for like a second, then it's gone. The light was bright, but it didn't illuminate the ground or anything. It was strange. We both just kinda freeze and look at each other. Then again we see the light flash for another second. You saw that, right? I ask. Yay, what the heck was that? Then again the light flashes for a second, and we start tripping out, and exit the car, and start filming on our phones, but the light never returns. At about 12ish I drive back to my house, but stop by Subway to ask if they had seen the light, since it's open 24 hours a day, and had a big window, but nobody saw anything. We both later looked up videos of what it could been, but nothing matched what we saw. It was a faking bright light that took up a giant chunk of the sky, but didn't illuminate anything without any sound. I was 17 when that happened, and now I'm 23. We both still have no idea what it could been. I've told many people, and it's not that they don't believe me. It's just difficult to communicate the magnitude of the light, and often they brush it off, as if we had just seen a flashlight or something small. Like this was took up what seemed like half the sky. It was bright white, but it didn't illuminate anything. It was still as dark as it had been. Just half the sky was this bright white. I've looked at various light videos, and I'm 100% certain it was not lighting. I was 5, so I don't remember it the same. Why my dad does. Here's what he remembers. We'd gone camping in the desert. My mom was making a late lunch, and he decided to take us kids for a little walk. I was 5, my sister was 3. It was late afternoon, but not anywhere near dark. As he took us around a small hill, there was a coyote standing in the path. Normally, this isn't a big deal. One coyote vs an adult is a bet the coyote isn't going to take. However, this coyote didn't run off. It just stood there. My dad glanced to the side, and there was another coyote. A quick look to the other side, and yup, another coyote. It was a clever girl moment, years before Jurassic Park had ever been thought of. So now, he's got 2 little girls, and at least 3 coyotes surrounding him. He sees a big stick near the path and picks it up. He beats it on the ground, to test it as a potential weapon. Later he would say it was like a horror movie, because as he hit the ground, it crumbled to dust in his hand. It was completely rotten, and eaten by bugs. He doesn't want to let us know what's going on, because if we get scared, and start making high-pitched scared noises, as some kids do, it might attract the coyotes more. He picks us both up. He's 6 feet 3 inches, and now that he's carrying 2 little girls, he looks bigger, and the kids are no longer easy prey. The first coyote gives him a look of disgust and moves off, soon followed by a number of other coyotes. He carried us back to camp, only setting us down once we got close to our camp spot. My mom hates camping, so he didn't tell her what happened. Instead, he suggested we move to a different camping area. He saw signs of drug users hanging out here. It wasn't until years later that he would tell the coyote story. A few years ago, when I was around 18 or 19, a few friends and I went up to camp in the mountains of Colorado. I'm a believer in spiritual beings and ghosts, so my friends always ask to hear my I've seen a ghost general spooky stories. So when they asked, I told them of the time that I was staying in Apalachicola Forest. People say that there is a little boy that stays in a lake, and that if you see him just ignore and don't look. I've read about the other things that have happened there, but I don't think I would ever be able to come across what I did come across when looking for a place to set up camp. I was being stupid and had the great idea to go into the forest later at night to be able to see something. I was walking the trail and wasn't far from my car, so I figured if anything happens and it scares me, I would just run back to my car. Right after that thought left my mind, I looked up and swore I saw a little kid. I was taken aback. And without taking my eyes off this kid, I pulled my flashlight out and shined it onto the figure. It wasn't a kid, it was a grown person. Just standing there, looking at me with not a single amount of emotion. I called out the guy, what I'm assuming is a guy, but he didn't say anything, so I just backed up and went back to the car a little startled. I'm a 5'6", 115 pound, 18-year-old girl, alone in a supposedly haunted forest, and I just saw a man standing still who appeared to be around 6 feet. So naturally I just turned around and hurriedly ran to my car, not wanting to get killed or even worse. So I went and stayed in a hotel for that night. Turns out another hiker found him. He wasn't standing, he was hanging. And hanging so close to the ground I thought he was standing. My older sister. When I was in high school, there was this famous abandoned road in the middle of nowhere in rural NJ called Clinton Road. People genuinely went there because they thought it was haunted, but being a local, me and my friends would rather fuck around with people and usually just went there to drink and smoke. One night we were parked on the side of the road near a bridge and we're just chilling on the beds of our pickups when a guy in a rickety old pickup drives up. The truck had a circle sticker on the side, like a maintenance or security sticker, but we couldn't read it. This creepy guy, maybe 50 years old, gets out, says he's the park ranger, starts asking us some really weird personal questions like where we lived and if we lived with our parents, and tells us we can't be there, and yells at us, he's gonna arrest us. We knew a park ranger couldn't arrest us, and told him that we weren't going anywhere without a police officer. He kept telling us to get in the car, and he'd drive us to the station. He was insisting, and kept saying he was gonna throw us in jail for months if we didn't cooperate. He drove off after my one friend made it very clear he was carrying. Everything about the encounter made us feel weird, so we gave our local PD a call to tell them their park ranger was a freaking weirdo, or that this crazy guy was pretending to be one. Sure enough, PD had absolutely no idea what we were talking about, and that there was no park ranger or security. To this day I still get a little freaked knowing he never got caught, and that he could still be out there stalking people. Last year, a friend and I went hiking at the TNT sites in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. You know, where Mothman is from. We wanted to see the area, we love the supernatural, and see if we experienced anything strange. If you've ever been to the TNT sites, you'll know it's just a long trail with bunkers on the right and a pond on the left. We had passed about 3 bunkers, maybe the distance of about a mile, and came to a man-made concrete runoff that ran across the trail. My friend stepped down onto it, and we immediately hear this extremely strange noise. The best way I can describe it is a very low-pitched growl, but with no actual scratch to it. It was deep and repetitive. We looked at each other, then at a small island in the middle of the pond, maybe about 15 to 20 feet from us where the noise was coming from. It looked like there was a boulder on the island, but it was so surrounded by trees and bushes that I couldn't tell. She looked back at me and said, "Can frogs make that noise?" As soon as she spoke, the noise got much louder and higher in pitch. I just shook my head. When I looked from her face to the island again, what I thought was a boulder shifted and moved. We both bolted out of there at top speed. We ran the entire mile back to the car, and I'm not a runner by any means. I remember hearing splashing from the pond next to us as we ran, and I remember looking back at the trail behind us to see what was following us. I never saw anything, but I could hear it. Remember, we were in Mothman territory, so my panicked mind thought we found him, and he's going to kill us. I kept looking at the sky, wondering if I'd see Mothman in the middle of the day, flying after us. When we got back to the car, we threw open the doors and peeled out of there so fast. We kept saying, what the hell was that, and did we just find Mothman? After we had caught our breaths and driven back into town, I called up my fiance, who was hundreds of miles away back in Tennessee. I told him the whole story, still breathing hard. I said, "We found Mothman." He immediately stopped me and said, "Babe, that was a bear. You're lucky to be alive." I remember looking at my friend and telling her he thought it was a bear. Her eyes filled up with realization, and she said, "Oh my god." On our way home, we googled some black bear warning calls and aggression sounds. It matched exactly with what we heard. We spent the rest of the ride home terrified, because we could have easily died that day. You aren't supposed to run away from bears. TLDR, my friend and I went hiking, thought we found Mothman, found a bear instead. My wife was in hospital, having just given birth to our daughter. I'd been in doing the happy dad stuff, and suddenly needed to visit the bathroom. I wish I hadn't. I closed the door and went to do the business when I noticed a duffel bag jammed behind the pipework. There was a towel sticking out through the gap at the top, and my first thought was that it was some kid's swim gear that got left behind. I reached down to pull the bag out, and the towel slipped to one side. I could see something that looked a bit odd, and as I gingerly moved the towel to have a nosy, my hand touched something cold and damp. I recoiled and pulled the towel away, revealing a baby, perfect little head, and face staring up at me. Perfect but dead. I fled into the hallway, and quietly told a passing nurse. She took me to a room, closed me in, and I heard her run off. Alarms, sound of clicking heels and whispering. The wing was locked down, and within minutes 2 detectives were in the room, firing questions at me from both sides. In the end, they were searching the grounds, and found a very sick young girl, lying in undergrowth who had given birth to an unwanted child, and left it in the hospital thinking they'd take care of it. She then had collapsed when trying to leave the grounds. Sad end for a little life. I live in South California where a lot of people own horses, so my house is designed for horses. It has a huge backyard, but my family didn't own any horses. There is also an old play set in the back that is starting to break point. This story happened when I was 8. It was summer break, and I was playing with my Legos on a desk near a window. I go to the living room to get my iPod that was charging to listen to some music when I hear footsteps outside. My sister who was taking care of me was asleep in the room next to me, so I was very paranoid. I forgot to add it was almost my bedtime and pitch dark outside. I looked out my window and nothing seems wrong. In front of my window was a lot of plants, so I didn't see much. I then think it was probably the dogs. Yeah, my terrier can make louder footsteps than me, totally 8-year-old me. As I was looking away, I see out of the corner of my eye someone hunched down next to a palm tree in my backyard. I start freaking out. I silently knock on my sister's door. She wakes up and lets me open the door. I saw someone outside. I loudly whisper to her. She gets up, and I lead her to my window. She doesn't see nothing until I point something out. I see a small man dart from the palm tree to the playset. She gets down, and since our parents aren't home, she calls our mom. Some 20 minutes pass, and my mom and dad arrive. They find nothing in our backyard, and gets us in trouble for making them come early. Even with me and my sister swearing we saw something, my mom took away my iPod for a week. My husband and I were living in our first apartment together in San Francisco. It was built in the 1960s. When entering, there was a living room and kitchen. Downstairs were 2 bedrooms and 2 baths. In the master there was a door to just the toilet of one of the baths. This little room was in the center of the apartment, so there were no windows of any kind. When getting up to go to the bathroom, in the middle of the night, it was pitch black. We would close the door as to not wake the other while going. We didn't have a night light of any kind in there. A few times, in the middle of the night as I got up to the bathroom, I would look up towards the ceiling and the whole little bathroom would be filled with what looked like diamond-shaped pieces of light. This curtain of diamond lights would be slowly cascading from the ceiling down to the floor, filling the entire room. I didn't feel freaked out at all, just amazed and curious. Every time it happened I thought I was having a light reaction to going from a little light to no light at all. Over time I realized something else was going on. It was beautiful, and every time I saw it, it moved in the same manner and looked the same way. I didn't tell my husband because I didn't want to freak him out. We moved out 6 months later. We were visiting with family and someone asked, "What is the strangest thing you have ever seen?" My husband begins describing the same lights I had been seeing in our old apartment, telling me he didn't want to share with me while we lived there as he didn't want to freak me out. To this day we have no idea what that was. It was beautifully creepy. I was really little, so it's possible that some of this isn't how serious things were, but I was terrified for my life at the time. My family had friends who lived in a big house in the middle of the woods. It was a nice ass house too. They specifically had it built there a few years back and were enjoying the solitude. Other than occasional guests, they had this elaborate treehouse setup that included walkways to go between trees, like rope bridges about 30 to 40 feet up. Like I said, this family was extra and a bit odd, but their kids loved playing outside, so they built several tree houses then strung them together. I was about 6 to 7, and I was playing with the 3-year-old on one of the rope bridges. He wasn't allowed to play up there alone, so I was mostly there for his benefit, since I was already trustable with the care of younger kids at that age. A car pulls up the road. I remember it was a dark maroon red, and it looked brand new. The 3-year-old pulls me down, so we are laying on the bridge and hushes me. "That's the bagged man," he told me. A man got out of the passenger seat. He was wearing a formal black coat and carrying a leather suitcase, like he just got out of his office job in the 40s. He had a black mole on the right side of his nose, and he had huge messy eyebrows. He had black and grey hair, styled back but a little shaggy at the ends. Have you ever looked at someone and it sends a chill down your spine and you start to feel genuine fear? Yeah, I was having that gut reaction. He didn't see us. He walked up to the front door and knocked, but no one answered. He peeked through the windows, but all the lights in the front room were off, which was weird, because I remember that I had left them on when we went outside. He knocked and rang the doorbell a few more times, then left his suitcase in the bushes up against the window, and got back in the car to drive away. As soon as the car was gone, everyone came running out to check on us. We were fine, obviously. I told the adults about the suitcase. They were a little freaked out. My dad took me home, and we never saw that family again. I asked my dad about it years later, and he swore he didn't know what I was talking about, but I knew it was real, because one of the kids had given me part of a toy on a string, a makeshift friendship bracelet. This happened mostly to my classmates. TLDR at the bottom. In 2007 I was in the 6th grade of my elementary school. It was the last year till high school, so during that year my class would go on cool trips. This all happened on an island called St. Martin where I'm from. Me and my class went to this forest resort known as Lottery Farm. There people go on hikes up the mountain, go to spas and zipline through the forest. My class and I went for the hike. As we all go up the mountain on a straightforward path, my class went on ahead, while our teachers and our guide was behind us. Me and a girl had a hard time catching up with the rest of the kids, and were left behind. I got ahead of the girl, and made it to a split in the path. One leading upwards, and one going back down to the base of the mountain. I didn't know which one to take, and called out to the kids ahead of me. No response. It was weird, because even though I was behind them, I still could have seen and hear them. At some point I lost view of them. I stood there thinking on what to do. I decided to wait for my teachers. After what seemed to be 5 to 10 minutes the girl came up. Strangely enough the teachers and the guide weren't behind her. We both made the decision to go back down. We called out to our classmates on the way, but we got no response. After a couple of minutes we made it to the base. We go back to the beginning of the trail and saw our teachers and guide coming down. They asked where is everyone, and we explained ourselves. The teachers and especially the guide were confused. They lost sight of us, and the guide realized that for some reason they were taking too long to get to the split path, and decided to go back down and call for a search group to find my classmates. Suddenly out of nowhere came down the rest of my class in a panic. They were tired and frightened. One kid was on another's back and looked sick, while another one had his shirt off with a small stab wound on his back. Now comes the creepy part. As everyone calmed down the class explained what had happened. As they were walking through the forest they began hearing odd noises. Deep sounds that sounded like an animal. They continued on, and they say they were walking for what felt like 30 minutes. They kept taking different routes as they didn't know where to go. They were very tired at this point. Then what they said next made my skin crawled. They suddenly saw movement in a tree. Out comes a giant owl. They said it looked literally like the Pokemon Noctowl but bigger. It turned its head to my classmates and let out what was described as a roar, like a monstrous roar. My classmates booked it and ran downhill. Someone must have hit into a nest of wasps cause there was a swarm around them. One of the boys got stung and dropped down. One boy was flailing about and back into a tree branch and got a stab wound. It was deep, but not that bad. The class rushed down, and in no time they were back at the base. The teachers were shocked, and the guide was even more surprised. I'm glad I didn't go up further. Who knows what I would met up with. After the whole fiasco we all rested, and the boy who got stung was taken care of. Apparently he just fainted from the pain. It wasn't critical. We then went back to our hotel. Before we left I saw the guide talking to his colleagues and he looked uneasy. Later I learned from a teacher that there weren't multiple trails, only 4. You would hit into 2 splits along the way and that's it. Plus the time it would take for a person to reach the end of the main trail would be roughly 35 minutes. My classmates were hiking for about 50 minutes entirely. To get to the first split it would take 15 minutes. From there is when things went to hell. Also what really doesn't make sense is that owls aren't native to St. Martin. They weren't even in the local zoo at the time, so you couldn't say one had escaped or something. Since then we never spoke about the incident again. TLDR, me and my class experience what I believe was a faking time paradox during a hike. Classmates saw a real Pokemon, and it screamed at them with the roar of a demon. Warning, long post here. I live in upstate New York, Adirondacks region. Black bears and wolves are a common sight in this part of the country. At the time my son was only 11. It was the first time I took him hunting with me. I had bear spray at 12 gauge and my 222 were walking through the woods, and I'm trying to teach him how to avoid stepping on twigs and such as that may alert any nearby whitetail of our presence. We're having this conversation while walking, and I'm not paying attention. I smell copper and look up. A black bear is laying about 15 feet ahead of us. I give my son the bear spray and tell him to stay behind me as I approach with my 12 gauge. I'm pretty certain it's dead because I 1. Smelled copper, and that is the scent of blood, and 2. It wasn't moving at all, even though we were so close. When I'm close enough I notice several extremely long and extremely deep lacerations in the bear's back/sides. I didn't see any bullet wounds either, meaning whatever killed this bear must have either surprised it or attacked when it was running away. I decided we were leaving now. We were only about a 20 minutes hike from my truck, and on the way back every step of the way I felt like we were being watched. Safe to say I've never returned to that region of the forests ever again. For anyone interested, this happened in Watson's East Triangle. I actually have a story that isn't in any of those places, but might be interesting to some people. I used to work at Disneyland for about 5 years, and change in attractions where I worked on the Haunted Mansion, Pirates, and AV Crockett canoes. I always thought it was cool closing the park, because it would close at midnight and you'd have to work until 1:30 AM to wait for everyone to clear out. Then as soon as everyone is gone the lights come on, and you get to walk the ride to find any missing hats, phones, trash, etc. So fun fact about the Haunted Mansion, a lot of the artifacts and furniture in the ride is from actual haunted houses. Salem, Mass. You get the picture. As you can imagine we attract a lot of people hoping to have some sort of paranormal experience on the ride, which has definitely happened plenty of times, like female cast members coming home with scratch marks on their back, hearing the animation talk when it was already turned off, creepy stuff when you're alone at 1 AM. But bigger than any of that stuff, people also love throwing their loved ones' ashes into the ride. It happens almost every day. We have to call custodial/OSHA to come vacuum and clean it up once we find it. If people only knew that, maybe they would think twice. Anyways, I was working at the end of the ride telling people to get off when I see a cloud of smoke up in the air a few buggies down. A buggy is what you sit in going on the ride. I wait for that buggy to approach me, and there was a little girl with a box in her hand who ran past me into a crowd of people, and I was very confused because 1, I couldn't find her again, and 2, I thought it was vape smoke, but that wouldn't make sense coming from a little girl. I stop the ride when that buggy approaches me, and I go up to the remaining smoke cloud and take a giant whiff to see if it was a cigarette, vape or weed, so I can report it to security. I couldn't smell anything I recognized, but it burned the crap out of my nose and lungs. I turn on my flashlight to see white specks all over the buggy, on the seat, and on the floor. A large amount of it. I then realized what had just happened. The little girl was trying to spread someone's ashes onto the ride, but completely missed and ended up all over her seat, and what I unfortunately realized into my nose, lungs, and body. It was disgusting. I couldn't stop coughing for a good 30 minutes and had to continue with my shift like nothing happened. I went home that night and went to sleep, my girlfriend in bed next to me. She said she woke up in the middle of night to me looking at her. She asked me what was wrong, and I was whispering a bunch of creepy gibberish to her, which I do not sleep with my eyes open nor sleep talk. I 100% went to church the next morning, just to be safe, yeah no. This story takes place when I was a senior in college. I attended a Big Ten university, and I worked as a research assistant for a lab on campus. My work schedule, for obvious reasons, was mashed in between classes. On this particular day, I started at 7 in the morning. It was in the fall, just before sunrise, and it was a misty morning. I loved to cut through campus and take in the sights of the bell tower, and it was beautiful the way the lamps glowed through the early morning fog. I was walking on the sidewalk and another girl was on a sidewalk going the opposite direction, maybe 20 yards from me. Out of the mist near the tower, where it was darkest, I see this giant dog start bounding towards her. It wasn't quite see-through, but not totally solid. I could only see the front 2 legs and the rest was hidden in the mist, which is almost what it looked made of. This thing barreled towards her, and I halted in my tracks. I went to scream for her to move, but it caught in my throat. I was frozen. She didn't notice, didn't move, and the dog just crashed into her and dissipated. It was like a sea wave breaking on a rock. I stood and watched as she kept on her way, as if nothing had ever happened. I have only told 2 other people this story, but I think about it a lot. This particular year we had quite a few student deaths, and I often wonder if she was one of them, and what I saw was a grim. It nags at me, but I'll never truly know. I went to college in Flagstaff, Arizona, small forest town, and my pot dealer and I used to park in this abandoned parking garage that faced into the woods to smoke. One day he drove us there, and we parked at the back open wall, facing into the forest, and our car was maybe 8 feet to the right of one of the big support columns that was holding the structure up. As usual, we were the only car around. He was grinding some pot and we were talking in the car, looking out at the view. It was around 9 or 10 at night, so it was dark, but our headlights were on. Something moving caught my eye to the left during a lull in our conversation, and I watched as what looked like a guy in a black hoodie right on the other side of the wall moved to the right, toward our car. I got really uncomfortable, mostly because we were about to do something illegal, but also because it was a really strange area for someone to be alone at night. I tried to look at the person's face, but I couldn't see any distinguishable features even though he was so close, almost like what should have been a face was blank. He moved, I would say walked, but there was no upward motion to indicate stepping. It honestly looked more like a glide, slowly and steadily to the right until he was behind the column that was just to the left of our car. He didn't come out the other side. I remembered at that point that on the other side of that little wall was a 10 to 15 foot drop down to the forest. A person would have had to be at least 13 feet tall for us to see him or her at the height we did, with the little wall hitting only at what would have been this person's waist. My friend was like, "Did you just see?" And as soon as we realized we had both seen it, he peeled out of there, and we drove away. We both had a really uneasy feeling the whole time, and stopped using that garage as our spot. We tried looking up Navajo folklore to see if we found anything similar, but we got too freaked out. Not me but my parents. This was about 20 or so years ago. They were newly married. My dad was working for the Hardwoods, which is a group of forest firefighters, usually young men in college, who are on the ground digging trenches around forest fires. Because of this, my dad got access to a bunch of the Forest Service lookouts. My dad decided to take my mom to one. It was a very difficult hike, but at the top there was a fire lookout. I'm pretty sure it was set up on a tree. I'm not sure, but I know for a fact it was above ground. It is set up so that there is a ladder up to a trapdoor, which only people like my dad had the keys to. The main part of the lookout was in the center of a big porch type thing, and the trapdoor was on the porch. Hopefully that makes sense. They get up there, lock the trapdoor, hang out, and go to sleep. They wake up around 1 in the morning. They hear someone trying to open the trapdoor. My dad shouts, asking the guy who he is, and he begins frantically explaining himself. He says, "Oh, I'm just a trainee. I've brought water, so if you could open the door that'd be great, so I can give you the water. And I'm training by bringing water up here every day." My parents are pretty freaked out at this point. The dude is practically begging them to open the door, and the thing that throws me off the most is the fact that he didn't have a flashlight. Keep in mind, this was 1 in the morning. My dad told him to leave the water at the base of the ladder, and eventually, after about 45 minutes to an hour, the guy left. They woke up in the morning, packed up really quick and left. There was no water at the base and there were footprints leading from the top of the mountain down to the ladder and back up. Needless to say, they left pretty quick. Was a runner in college. Over the summer I'm doing a tempo run workout in the trails near where I live. Been back there millions of times. Anyway, heading back I noticed some of the high school kids running, and as I'm coming around a bend I see someone shirtless, with hedge clippers. Thought it was a high school kid, but are still strange, because we never had to clear trails before. Same coach was still there. As I'm going around I notice it's not a kid. I continue on and about 5 seconds later I turn around. Guy with the clippers is running behind me maybe 20 feet back, so I take the fuck off and start picking up the pace, thinking maybe I lost him. After like 10 seconds I look back, he's even closer now. I yell what the fuck, and then I book it as fast as I can, but he's still chasing me. Pass a bunch of the high school kids going in the opposite direction by this point. It's literally been like 6 minutes, and whoever this was, is still following me, although by this point I'm starting to drop them. Turn around one more time. Poof, gone. I make it to the parking lot. One of kids I knew asked why I looked bugged out. Thinking for a second what to say, because no one will believe me, he then proceeded to cut me off and say, yo, did you see the guy with hedge clippers? What the fuck? Don't know what the fuck that was all about, but I'm glad I could at least run fast back then. I have a few stories. I'm from a small country, Singapore. When I was around 16 years old, my secondary school was undergoing some major renovation, so the school shifted to a holding campus, which was in another residential town, a very quiet one. Not far though, less than 10 minutes drive away. The holding campus was huge, but deep into the town, to an area where it was still being developed. Previously was forested/barren land. This area was previously used by the British Navy and there were villages, used to be called 18 miles. Those who are from here, I wasn't born at that time, learned it from my parents etc. And at that time, when my school was there, it was being developed into a housing estate. New flats were being built. Also this town is near to the beach/seaside point, and the holding campus was less than a 5 minutes walk to the beach. Behind our holding campus were old British colonial houses which are still being occupied by people. And beyond that is a forested area, still is I suppose, and beyond that is a shipyard. The principal of the school practiced giving the school half day off. School would end by 10 AM. Whenever the school accomplished something good. G. The basketball team won first prize etc. During one of such days, our class, my whole class was pretty close, decided to do typical stuffs, getting beers, smoking etc. After all that, some of us decided to explore the forested area behind the school in our uniforms. After about an hour or so of trekking we came across a small hill and some of us decided to climb the hill, as at the top of the hill was a small structure, like those water pump rooms. When we reached the top we saw few blocks of building which we very rundown at. These buildings were surrounded by very rusty fence. As usual, all of us decided to climb that fence. Once we're in the building, we realized it was an abandoned mental hospital. Some of the beds were still there. The documentation room was still intact, documents and files all over the floor, but we decided to not take anything as many of us were superstitious. And there was a huge banana tree and a smell of the frangipani. There is /was strong believe, if you see banana tree and you smell frangipani, there is a Pontianak in the area. Those who are interested, I did take some videos and photos while I was there on my Nokia N75. Haha, I still have the phone, but it's dead. Those who are interested in the hospital, I'm guessing, is still there. Those who have the chance, check it out. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/. 2. When I was very young, my family with all my cousins etc. used to go to this private holiday bungalow which was at a resort island, Sentosa. For those who know, this bungalow was huge and there was a butler who lived in a house just across the bungalow, who made the best fried rice. In front of the bungalow was a field where we would play games there, etc. At the end of the field was a small bushy area. So once, all of the cousins decided to check out the bushy area as we thought we heard something. Upon going in, we saw a small shelter. We decided to check out the shelter, and there it was, a torn down flag, which I don't remember flag it was, but I'm guessing had to British or Japanese, a rusty old machine gun clearly beaten down due to nature, and a dummy attached to it. I'm guessing it's British or Japanese now, due to my country's past. This was when I think I fell in love with history. So at that time, I didn't know what it was, so we called our parents, who then called the authorities. A group of people came over the next day. I do have a few more. I shall save it for another day. Since I talked about history today, I would like to share something which a lot of people from my country. The apparent last Sultan/King of Singapore is buried at Fort Canning Hill. This is somewhat debated, but there is not much information on this. Not in the textbook. Good day everyone. Edit. The second one is not exactly crappy. And also, for those who are from Singapore, all of here who have some cool interesting historical places that you think I should check out, let me know. This was a couple of years ago, but it still creeps me out to this day. So one night I was driving home super late. It was probably about 2 to 3 am, and it was raining, but not heavy, just a consistent light downpour, and there was some light fog, just enough to give everything that creepy vibe. I pull up to a four-way, and because of the time of night the traffic lights were flashing. So I pull up and stop, and mind you, I'm like the only person out. I haven't passed another car in about an hour, and this is on some back roads in Tennessee, but not a super rural part. I go to make my turn, and then I see it. Underneath the traffic light being illuminated from the flashing, there is this person just standing there in the middle of the road to my right. I'm turning left. So I'm immediately like, this feels sketchy, but I roll my window down anyways, and yell if they need some help. No response, no movement, they just continue to stand there and stare at me. So now I'm creeped out. I slowly pull up closer thinking they couldn't hear me, and I ask again if they needed some help. Again nothing, no movement, no words, just standing in the intersection in the rain at 3 am. So in my mind I'm like, nope, I've seen this movie, and I get the F out of there as soon as possible. I've never had an experience before or after where I've felt absolute terror like that in my bones, and I love scary stuff. I avoid that intersection to this day. This happened just off of the PCT in the mountains of California. I went to visit my brother at his house in the Northern California mountains during the summer. My brother, two nephews, 20 and 18 at the time, and I set out a game plan to go hike to a discreet lake on top of these mountains, located just off of the PCT. It would take us 2 days to get to our location. As we are walking and getting close to our destination on the first day, we come across two strange things. One being a rock that was perfectly shaped into a heart. I'm not talking about a small pebble or a stone that you can hold in one hand, but a 10-pound rock that needed 2 hands to hold. We ended up keeping it, and my brother now has it. The second was a single large footprint in the middle of the hiking trail. The footprint had to have been a size 15 plus. Not unordinary, but weird because it was a single footprint. We took a picture of my brother's boot side by side with the footprint, and it was wider and longer than his boot print. Weird things aside, we leave the stone and footprint and continue our journey. As we find a nice spot to set up camp, we get this strange feeling that something was close. We look up this hill probably around 100 to 200 yards out and heard this loud bang and see this huge tree come tumbling down. We figured a bear must have knocked it down, and we all get ready for what we think is going to happen. We figured the bear was going to come straight to us, so my brother had his gun drawn, and my two nephews and I get out our knives and are at the ready. But the strange this was that nothing happened. We didn't see or hear anything, any signs of life, no noise moving up or down the hill. It was just silent. So we ended up staying at that campsite, and the following day we tried to make it to the lake. We didn't find it, lol. But on our way out of the forest we grabbed the stone and took it home with us as a token from our perilous adventure. My usual hiking route overrun by tourists. I moved to a new one lower in the canyon starting about 4 months ago where, quite often, don't see anyone the whole walk. There's a spot a third of the way in where odd things happen. One of the first times I walked it, I looked over my shoulder there and saw a hiker of indeterminate age/gender coming up on me fast, but I saw the clothing perfectly, from the white shorts to the blue bowl cap. I squished more over to the right so they could get past me. When the time for them to pass came and went, I looked behind me to see no one there. No one. And there was no way to turn back/hide in that time. The second experience in that spot was I was pushed and fell down quite a steep set of stairs, cutting and scraping me up like crazy. Third, I hit that spot and couldn't go any further. My whole body was tight with an unbearable stress that dissipated the second I turned back, something I've never done in 20+ years before. Halfway back to my car, I happened upon a woman in quite a bit of distress. She's been lost for over an hour and had lost her adult son. I got her back to my car and drove her the many miles back to her car. She'd printed a map and marked where her car was. There's spotty cell reception in the mountains, so that was the best way to go, and her son was waiting for her, worried. Had I not needed to turn around when I did, who knows when she would have been found. Good or bad, there's something in that canyon. My first boyfriend lived on the reserve and he lived right near the woods, and we had a few trails that led to this opening for dirt jumps we had built for mixing. Anyways, he had this super weird older brother, like very weird. He'd hit on my best friend all the time who lived right next door, even though he knew they were cousins, and he didn't shower and never really knew how to socialize. Like faking weird dude. So anyways, one day I'm over at my friend's smoking weed and I decide to walk over and get my boyfriend so he can join. I go check the house and there's no one there except for his little sisters and they tell me they think he's at the jumps. So I leave and I start walking down the trail and I make it about halfway down and there hanging in the center of the trail stretched and tied between two trees is a dead fluffy white rabbit with its stomach cut open. Now I come from a family of hunters, and to some extent I know what goes into prepping an animal if you're going to process it for cooking or skinning. You could tell from the way it was cut open they had no intention of eating it as its stomach was cut open, spoiling the meat. And usually if you're hanging an animal to drain its blood you just hang it from its feet. But that's not how it was. You could almost tell that the rabbit struggled because it had blood all over it and its eyes were wide open. Wires and sticks had been pulled through each limb to pull in opposite directions, as if to see how far they could pull their body apart, and it was literally in the dead center of the trail blocking your way to the jumps. Not even slightly off to the side. I booked it back to my friend's, where I found my boyfriend who had just come home from the store wondering what was wrong. I told him what I saw, and then took them to go check it out, and we found his brother hanging out alone smoking at the jumps. I know this is probably late, but I'm really new to Reddit, so sorry. Also sorry about the long post and everything. This is my first post and I'm on mobile also, so sorry. This happened when I was about 10 or so, early 2000s. When I was younger and living in my childhood home, we had a large section of woods in our neighborhood that went behind everyone's house who was on that block. That was probably about 10 to 12 acres, and my best friend and I used to love going exploring back there. We had dug this huge hole in the ground that was probably about 20 over 25 feet in diameter, and it was relatively far back in the woods, and we decided to go back there one evening, just before it got dark and hang out. We had been back there for an hour or so, and by this time it was pitch black dark out. We started hearing noises in the woods around us, and we were able to finally catch a glimpse of what it was, and to our horror there were 6 to 8 grown men, at least they looked like men, dressed in all black, and wearing black masks about 15 feet from us, just standing there looking at us. My friend looked at me in horror and he whispered to me, "When I say so, take off running back to the house." I nodded at him. I was terrified, because I was this small little 10-year-old girl who weighed no more than 80 pounds. He picked up a rock and threw it at one of the guys, and missed, and he screamed my name, "Run." And when he did, we took off running for our lives with these unknown men close behind. We ran for what felt like forever, and I had asthma really bad when I was little, so I ended up having to stop behind a tree for a short while and pray that these men didn't see me do so. I could hear some of them running past me and I stood, frozen, and terrified for a few moments, catching my breath, and then took off in a different direction than the men who ran past me were going. After running a bit, I looked back behind me, only to see 3 of them running close behind, and getting closer. We finally got out of the woods and into my backyard and stop and turn around to look and see if they are still chasing us, and they had stopped right at the edge of the woods, just barely in the shadows. They were just standing there, staring into our souls. It was the most terrifying experience of my young life. We ran into the house and we definitely did not go back into those woods for a very long time after that. Edit. Some people are asking why he threw a rock at the guy and missed. Once we were back at home and safe, I asked him why he did that, cause we had a better chance of sneaking off and them possibly not even hearing us, and he would never give a straight answer. Finally, years later, he told me it was because he was trying to impress me by being brave, and I was like, you almost got me killed. It was in Colorado, so it fits the mountain location. I had moved out of my parents' house and was living with my fiance. We got a call one night that someone tried to break into my parents' place, and my mom ended up yelling, "Get out or I'll shoot," and ended up actually shooting my dad's handgun at them. It was only my mom and my little sister at home, and they were trying to break into my old room. Police come get statements, but there wasn't much to tell. My mom and sister obviously don't feel safe in the house anymore and basically move out to a friend's house. A few days later, my mom asks me to pick something up from the house in the middle of the day. It had been raining for most of the day, but it had just let up as I pulled into the driveway with my fiance. We got out and I walked up to the door and saw a piece of paper on our porch and figure it's just some advertisement. I pick it up and look at what it says. "Get out or we'll shoot." Anonymous bastards, remember how I mentioned it had just stopped raining? This paper was completely dry, meaning the people had just left it. I yelled for my wife to get back into the car and we hauled us getting out of there. It was terrifying because my fiance was there, otherwise I'd have been just as pissed off as I was scared and probably try looking for them. Oh, and here is another that I think I posted elsewhere. Whatever, here's my spooky story that is 100% true. My husband and I rented an Airbnb in the Poconos for our anniversary. We both like quiet cabins where we can go read and relax and be happy. We get out there and it's a nice cabin, but a little weird and not as secluded as I would have liked. It was in almost one of those mountain communities, but not gated like ones I've seen. The main living room window was enormous and had no curtains and looked directly onto the neighbor's house like 50 feet away. The day goes by nice. Then at night we put on a movie. I hear some coyotes howling outside and get really excited. I study canines, so we turn off the movie and go to the bedroom to listen. They don't start up again, and by that time we are both tired and a little bit nervous because it is so incredibly quiet. Quiet enough we remarked on it. So we are laying there in bed, trying to go to sleep, and suddenly I hear a scratching noise. It's very distinctly a scratch on skin, exactly the noise you hear from scratching your arm or forehead. I thought my husband had scratched his arm. It was such a casual regular noise, 3 little scratches, and that was it. But the noise had come from the corner of the room, and I have intensely good hearing, so good that I can hear conversations anywhere in my house. People have to leave the building to have a private conversation if I'm at home. So, I know what I heard. I lay there a few more minutes, then playfully ask my husband, "Did you scratch your arm?" And he answers, "No, I thought that was you." Silence. We barely breathe. A minute later we get up and go to the other room and blast the air conditioner and an audiobook as loud as possible, and I sleep fitfully on the couch while he stays awake all night. The next morning, I walked out to look at the wall where the scratching happened. It was on the 2nd floor, so maybe it was a tree. No, there were no trees, no bushes, absolutely nothing but some grass. It had the sound of a living thing. I've heard mice 1,000 times, worked in labs, and lived in the city. I've heard all sorts of bugs, and this was a chillingly human sound. We laughed about it, and were all ready to stay that night. But when we returned that night from our day exploring, the fear hit so bad I was in hysterics. We turned all the lights on, stayed within arm's reach of each other the whole time, packed up and left. I told the Airbnb guy something came up and we had to go early. Sorry point for those who might think it was my husband playing a prank. It wasn't. Beyond the fact that it came from the opposite side of the room from him, he hates pranks. He despises them. He had a rough upbringing and thinks pranks are vile. In addition, both of us are not usually prone to superstitious stuff. He's a lawyer and I'm a scientist. But that experience, man, that was something else. I have 80 acres in the middle of nowhere. It's land the resold. The rest / surrounding is all owned by the tribe or people that own land just for the open range rights. That being said, there are very few people. The closest neighbor is 45+ minutes away and none of the roads, aside from the main north-south road, are maintained. I went to go camping at the end of January for 2+ weeks. I was having trouble finding a way in with all the snow. The ways I normally go were not pronounced enough to follow, or were a little road etched in the side of a cliff, and I wasn't taking the chance of falling off it. I had been driving around and backtracking for hours and decided I'd pull off and take a break. I was pretty deep in the rees at that point. I was still a little weary being a woman alone in the middle of nowhere, but I really needed to go to the bathroom. Damn all that junk and jerky I ate. I sat there reasoning with myself that out of all the collective times I had been out there on these roads, that I had only seen one person this far in, and they were meeting up with me. So wearily I get my toilet paper and quietly get out. I sneak a few feet from my car to a little bush sticking out of the snow, and pants down, and squatting something huge and white flies over my truck at me. I grab my knife and kind of surprised / angry screamed yeah, think ambush pirate yelling yeah. At it raising my fist / knife hand. Quickly got my pants up, pup scared back up, adrenaline I'm assuming, and hop back in, and stare at this impossibly large owl. Like 4 foot tall owl. Impossible, I know, but it was the size of a small human. It was the night of the blood moon, so there was plenty of light, so much that the moonlight gave you a shadow. I sat in my locked truck watching it. It was hard to see because it blended in with the snow so well, but every so often it would come a little closer to me. I felt immense unease and decided that it wasn't going to go away, only come back closer to me, so I left. I ended up a few hundred yards off a main road where people put all their trash cans. I watched the blood moon and slept a little bit while constantly waking up because I needed to pup still. If you live on the south side of the Rees off Columbia River Road and saw pup January 2018 near the turnaround garbage can area, I apologize so much, and the color was from Spicy Cheetos. Also, once I was looking at a property and there had obviously been someone squatting there. Among many things I found a shower curtain rolled up and duct taped shut. Curiosity got the best of me, and I opened it to find dirt and the fur of many animals in it left to decompose. I don't know all the animals, but one was definitely a husky. When I was 15, my brother and I were visiting family in Denmark for the summer. Our cousin took us to a party, and we met 2 girls to chill with. When the party ended, the girls had a long walk home, and it was very late, so there wasn't a bus they could take. Walking through town would have taken a long time, so we opted to take a shortcut over the drawbridge through the castle, which lay isolated opposite the town, cut off by a large moat. Once through the castle we would cut through the castle gardens and walk a small dirt path up to the part of town they lived in. The castle and the gardens are not lit at night, so it is very dark. We were walking and chatting and laughing, slightly tipsy, and as we approached the center of the castle courtyard we stopped at the fountain to throw some coins and make some wishes. The castle is all old cobblestone and the 4 walls of the castle echo any sounds made in the courtyard. When we stopped walking to throw coins, we heard brisk footfalls on the cobblestones echo through the castle. Someone was behind us, maybe 20 meters. No one ever walked through the castle at night. If you didn't have a flashlight or your phone you couldn't see hand in front of your face. We proceeded to walk quickly through the castle and into the gardens. We stopped a moment, pretending to skip rocks into the moat, and sure enough we heard the trudging of footsteps in the seashell walkway through the garden. The castle gardens are huge and go off in a million different directions that lead to all different roads and parts of town. We are being followed. We decide to start walking quicker and move through the garden up the dirt path to the road. As we come into the road we talk to one another and walk into a neighborhood where the girls live. I turn my head around and see a bald man in all looking right at me emerge from the dirt path. As we walk into the neighborhood and further from the end of the town, what few people there were are gone. The people on these small side streets were all asleep. I turn around, only to see the man again. I tell my cousin and brother to make some quick turns and we will drop the girls off. After dropping them off we planned another way home, through the busiest part of town, with the most nightlife. The man followed us for approximately 7 miles. Moved to South Central Wisconsin for a job transfer, had to go looking for a rental. Spent a week in a hotel, driving all over every day trying to find something close enough, reasonably priced, etc. So my wife and I drive, with 2 toddlers, 45 minutes from the hotel, way out into farm country. Back at the dead end of a dirt road, we meet a guy I'd called about seeing his rental house. He's out mowing the yard, doesn't stop when we pull and point. After a few minutes he drives the tractor up to the house and greets us. Old dude, big grouchy demeanor. He takes us inside to show us around, and the house seems weird. Like it's a bigger old farmhouse, but the main floor seems like 2 of the 3 bedrooms were an afterthought. Then I notice a door in an inside wall, with 2 deadbolts and a door knob, all locked from the other side, and then drywall screws all the way around the entire outside edge, driven through the door and into the frame. It's got plastic stapled over it too. Before I can ask, the guy says, "You can't open that." Well, no faking kidding. He continues, "It's the upstairs." Well, it was, but it's sealed. You can't go up there. Don't even try to open it. And if you rent, don't ever try to open that door, or I'll have to evict you. He then claimed he'd had the upstairs sealed and filled with spray and insulation to make it warmer in the rest of the house. We finished looking around and left. Just a few minutes later, the second we pulled back onto the main road, my wife speaks my exact thoughts. "What do you think he's hiding up there?" Bodies. I drove like hell. Both me and my father ride dirt bikes, and we love to explore different things. We took a trip up to West Virginia to ride in the mountains. We don't usually follow a map, but we always have a GPS and satellite phone if we are lost. Exploring one day we started down a long trail that seemed almost endless down a hill, where it kept cutting back. 30 minutes into driving down a hill it seemed to repeat, so we decided to get off and follow a river upstream. As we followed the river there was a clearing, just a field surrounding the river, so we stopped and noticed to one side there was a large building. This building was 3 stories, was made of yellowish faded brick with brown/red bricks making 2 stripes. Most all of the bottom windows were broken, which seemed normal for some random abandoned building in West Virginia. We got off our bikes and walked up to the building from the front. Looking in through the glass doors we saw it was most all empty, but had trash and whatnot on the inside. On the right side of the main entrance there was a sort of root cellar that had windows half below dirt level. We walked through the main doors and saw pictures everywhere on the ground. Picking them up we noticed they were all black and white Polaroid pictures. The first few were of the building, but in the pictures were cars and streets and people along with no trees. Remember, this building was in the middle of nowhere in a random field with no pavement or anything around it. In the middle of this main room, a lobby I guess, was a single chair which had one of its legs broken off the front, so it was balanced on 3. Picking up more pictures they got creepy where they were of people without faces or limbs. We started to think it was some type of hospital. In each of these pictures of victims or patients there was the same man in the background, but it was hard to make out defined features. As I was picking through the pictures in the lobby my dad was in the root cellar, which he told me later had a large wooden chair with straps on either arm and one for the legs. While looking around a large crash and the sound of shattered glass came from behind me, and the 3-legged chair had crashed through the front doors which scared the hell out of both me and my dad. So we went running to our dirt bikes and frantically left. About 3 months later we went up again, but this time with 2 of my dad's friends, and so we wanted to show them this place. We took the same trail and same GPS coordinates of our last stop before we found this hospital 3 months before. We wound up in the same clearing. There was nothing to be seen whatever. No building, no footprints, no pavement, nothing. Besides the 3-legged chair sitting in the middle of the field on the river. We left never to talk about it again because we thought we were insane. After reading through these stories all day, some scary enough to raise the hairs on the back of my neck, I decided to share a mild anecdote from my 20s. Especially after reading about skinwalkers, which I wasn't aware of, and living in Appalachia. Once upon a drunken evening, a few friends and I are being driven home like the holes that we are by another sober friend. I had just bought a brand new car, think bottom of the line hatchback, and we are taking it for a joyride through the rural back roads that surround our homes. There's 5 of us at this point, crammed into this tiny little go-kart with a carton of weeks old eggs, just being drunk sheets. The sober friend driving is whipping us around through dirt roads, dust flying at 4 AM with no one around. We approach an abandoned park near the area, overgrown with tall grass and lined with trees. One drunk friend is leaning out the window screaming like a bird, "Kaku kaku kachu." She stops. There's a momentary pause when we all hear "Kaku kaku kachu" answering her from the woods. Exactly the same inflection and everything. Needless to say, the rest of us sobered up real fast and hightailed it out of there, dust flying behind us. Most likely someone in the woods messing back with a couple of 20-something assholes. But the way it was perfectly imitated back to us still haunts me to this day. Back in 1977, my wife and kids were camping in Canada. I think we were just a couple hours out of Windsor, Ontario, heading north camping. I had done extensive Boy Scout camping and hiking. I think I'm the king of forests, so after dinner, we gather all trash, put it in a trash bag. I get a rope, hang the trash in the tree. We go to bed. We left some stuff on the camp table, lantern, salt, pepper. I get woke up. 2 hours later I wake up to a racket, clue, outside our tent. Something big is trying to get out garbage. So, like a dummy, I pull the trash down and bring it into the tent. THST don't work because it stinks, so I put it in the car. But I go back to sleep only to be woke up to our tent bring attack. I hear snarling and turn on the flashlight to where the trash was, and my 2-year-old daughter is sleeping. I see teeth not inches from her head. I scoot her away, swat at the teeth with my flashlight. Now, I open the tent, stick my head out, and there stands the largest raccoon I have ever seen in my life. This thing would have given German Shepherd pause. He looked at me. All he needed was a gold tooth and a switchblade. Faker, what you doing in my woods? Okay, yes sir, will a loaf of bread do sir? So, he let me off with a half a loaf to start the night and the other half to finish the night. This is completely serious, and if you don't believe it, don't read it. We were camping with 8 of our friends and 2 older brothers. We were all around 13 to 14, and one brother was 16 and the other 18. We were in rural Minnesota around War Road, and we were spending 4 days out in the state lands. We had hiked out and had found an area that was nice. We had all set up our tents, and we went to bed just past midnight. It was a beautiful night and we all slept pretty well throughout the night until about 4, and then something woke me up. I have been woken up before camping, and I always just try to stay still and quiet, and so I'm sitting there, and it sounds like there are multiple deer or some animal running around, and one set of footsteps running around. It would speed up, and then slow down, and then after about 10 minutes it all stopped. At that point everyone in my tent was awake from it, and we were all quite frightened. None of us could get enough courage to leave the tent till dawn, and when we did, and I'm being completely serious, there were organs hanging on the trees, more like skewered. There was a deer pelt on the ground, like someone had skinned it, but no blood. No blood from the skin or organs, livers and hearts and other slimy looking tentacles. It was all completely dry, and there was no blood on the ground. We got out, and the others left their tents, and we were all completely freaked out, but we weren't scheduled to head back for a couple more days, so we stayed, and nothing more happened. I went on a camping trip with my dad and a couple uncles. My half-sister was along too. We were going to meet up with a bunch of guys and their families from my uncle's military unit. My dad went on ahead us while we chilled and went at a more sedate pace. My uncles are pretty cool, but they are hardcore campers / survivalists. So they suggested we take a more scenic route through some woods. It was kind of the planned route and my sister and I had a lot of fun as my uncles were messing around with walkies and pretending to scout places. Campfires were fun and more relaxed with drinks than when my dad was around, and my uncles told some pretty good stories. Things started getting weird though. My uncles one day stopped joking around and actually started taking proper looks around. They wouldn't tell us why, but I guessed that something had spooked them. My sister is better at the tracking stuff and she started noticing things weren't right. That someone was following us. Then we started seeing things carved in the trees ahead. Meaningless symbols. I confronted my uncles. They told me they had a feeling that they were watched when they first entered the woods, but kept quiet as there wasn't any evidence. They told me that the evidence they found was off, too obvious. The man that was watching us could have concealed himself much easier than he did, but he didn't want to. He was trying to make us take a different route as my uncles would alter course depending on the signs of him being there. I originally thought this might be an elaborate joke, but I saw something in their eyes that changed my mind. Fear. These are hardened vets, and they were scared. That's when we started seeing him. At a distance. Through the trees. It was deliberate. My uncles didn't chase him, as they didn't want to leave us alone. They shouted at him, pointed a gun at him. He didn't care. He just stared at us. He looked like a wildman, ragged clothes and a lot of hair. My uncles took turns taking a watch at night. No more jokes. On edge. Gun out. Told us to use our whistles if he got too close and gave us knives if he got really close. Point. It was a really dark night, all of us around the fire, but looking into the trees, and we heard him speak. His voice haunts me. Why? Because it was strangely normal. Completely civil, almost smooth. Not the kind you would expect from us. My uncles called him the Wildman. Point. He said good evening. Nearly pissed myself. The voice was really close. My uncles went quiet as they started looking for where they thought he was. My sister was the first to speak. She said, "Who are you? What do you want?" It was quiet for a while, then even closer from a different direction. Interesting questions. I'm afraid I don't really want to answer them. I caught a glimpse of him. He was smiling. I shouted and pointed, and my uncle took a shot. He moved away. One of my uncles chased after him with a torch and gun whilst the other stayed with us. He didn't catch him. Point. None of us slept that night. We took a different route, coming into a clearing with a largish body of water. He was on the other side. He waved, then disappeared back into the woods. Then we saw what he wanted us to see. A campsite. But it was a wreck. It looked trashed. My uncles reckoned it wasn't more than a few days old. One of the sleeping bags was soaked in blood. The other was ripped like someone had been dragged out of it. There was human hair as well, torn out, with clumps of skin on. It was too much for me and my sister. We found the others a day later. The police and rangers were called. The two missing were a young newlywed couple really into camping/fitness. There was a search. My uncles and their military buddies actually went and searched the woods before the police and rangers. Nobody found anything. Just weird things carved into the trees. But the symbols were just gibberish. They literally had no known meaning. Point. Edit. My uncles had a new name after they saw the campsite. They called him the devil. Went to a Christian camp. We had a night games thing called Man and went with a girl to walk down the forest path. I could nearly see in the dark and saw it was too dark. Turned around to walk back. We see what we think. Our camp leaders in a circle talking. They may have been praying, but usually when we touch them they would turn and acknowledge us, since most kids didn't get praying, and a leader would help them understand God more. Point. They didn't turn. I thought they would. They were also whispering lowly, not a talk or whisper, and I think they looked identical. No leader looked alike. I don't even think they were brothers. If there were, it wouldn't be so identical. It gave me a weird feeling. And we turned and walked away. They stayed in their right circle. It wasn't until after the camp that I realized they may have been a Satanist cult trying to do a chant. Point. We have people like that who try to come and disrupt the camp. Because we were Christian, it wasn't we were disturbing anyone. Some people in our area just saw us as burden and tried to scare us off. Didn't work. We have a right. We were using it. Point. It still strikes me as odd and creepy. The only time I've ever was reminded of it was in I'm Legend when Will was in the warehouse with the night stalkers and they were sleeping while standing up in a tight circle. That's what it was. Like they weren't like people, but more zombified. Lost too deep in a chant to notice two girls touching their shoulders. Glad they didn't turn. I feel like God really was protecting us that night. Point strangers in a camp of kids. I'm glad no one else was hurt too. Lived in a small town in NC, next to some railroad tracks in a wooded area. My dog went missing for several days and my best friend came over and we would hunt for him. It was easiest to walk up the dirt road, walk the train tracks, then enter the woods. As we were walking we noticed the scent of marijuana. Like it was growing nearby, not someone smoking it. The first day we got to the tracks and went left. As we were walking we noticed a small animal skull next to the tracks. Most likely a small fox or coyote. As we walked further we found several more skulls and complete skeletons. We thought it odd, but didn't really chalk it up to much. We had walked in 90 plus temps for a couple hours and decided to call it a day. The next day we noticed same marijuana scent and decided to turn right in the tracks. As we walked again we find some complete skulls and skeletons. As we keep walking we start to find newer and newer carcasses of dogs lying dead next to the tracks and I start getting worried. This stench of dead dog and marijuana looming all around. We didn't find 2 dead dogs, we found 8 to 10. Some of them were recently dead. We head back to the house and now I'm pretty spooked, but we hadn't found my dog. The third day we decide to take the same path. We had walked close 2 miles the previous day and planned to go further down the tracks. We had walked about a half mile and we can see a new, very large white carcass. My shepherd was white, and I'm starting to freak a bit. As we get closer we knew it was my dog, and I was pretty pissed. Once on him, I noticed there is a leash on his neck that I don't own. That leash was tied to the tracks. None of the other dogs had a leash on them. Unfortunately, this is where the story ends. We contacted the sheriff, and they came to investigate, but never found anything. The best we figured was someone was growing marijuana nearby, and the dogs were finding the fields. Not risking the dogs leading someone back to the field, we figured the growers were just tying the animals to the tracks to hide their stash. I was camping with my dad in Colorado. My dad took us off trail in the middle of nowhere for the site. Our car was parked about 3 miles away. The whole time setting up camp, I had an uneasy feeling in my gut. I passed it off as my nerves, since I tended to be a bit paranoid. Flash forward to about midnight. My dad was asleep next to me. I woke up because I had to take a leak. I was always a huge pussy when it came to the woods at night, so I sat and listened for any animals nearby before I left. I was about to unzip the tent when I heard faint footsteps. I froze and felt like the air was kicked from my lungs. I listened closer to try and identify the animal, but I realized it wasn't on 4 legs. It was a person. We were about a mile off the path, and it was midnight. I leaned back and quietly shook my dad, covering his mouth to stop him from griping at me. He woke up and glared at me. I whispered to him that I thought there was someone near our camp. He listened for a moment, but shook it off. He told me to stop being a pussy and to go back to sleep. I continued to stay awake and listen, plus I still really had to pee. It seemed like the footsteps had disappeared, so I grabbed the flashlight and walked out over to the nearest tree. I was popping a squat when I heard some sticks snap. I shined my flashlight up to see a raggedy shaggy homeless looking dude staring at me. I was squatting, vagina on full display, and this guy looked at me like I had 3 heads the moment my flashlight landed on him. I screamed. He ran. I ran, mid-piss, back to my tent. I woke my dad up, and he checked the surrounding area, but the guy was long gone. This was back when weed was just legalized in Colorado. I'm pretty sure he was just some druggie who camped off trail to save himself the money. I don't know why he came to scope out my campsite, but this guy scared the piss out of me, literally. A little late to the party, but I used to work with a guy named Kevin. He was in the Air Force way back in the 70s and one night he was out drinking at a bar. He had been drinking and having a good time, so he hadn't realized how late it was. He was due back to the base and the taxis weren't running that late. Luckily a man at the bar he had briefly talked to offered him a ride back to the base, and this being the good old 70s, taking rides from strangers was still mostly a good experience, so he gladly took the offer. On the way back to the base they talked it up and stayed in quite good spirits. After a while Kevin started to realize that they were going the wrong way. He told the driver and he insisted he knew a way through the woods. They stopped at the top of a hill by a bridge and the driver said that something was amiss with his truck. He grabbed a light and a toolbox from the back and went to check under the hood. After a while Kev decided he'd try and help, so he got out and went up to ask when all of a sudden he got blinded by a light and whacked on the collarbone with a tire iron. He lifted his arm to defend himself and got his arm broken by the same pipe. He fled down the hill and rolled for a bit and ran for dear life. The murderer tried to follow, but the hill was steep and he had missed his chance. Kevin, now in the woods, saw the truck take off, stranding him. Within minutes he heard the dogs. Be they coyotes or wolves I don't remember, but they smelled his blood and came to finish him off. He climbed a tree to try and wait them out, but when he got down they chased him. He made it up to the bridge and hid under it until he could flag a car down to take him to a hospital. He fears nothing, and to this day his saying is the thing that scares me ain't been born yet and its mama's already dead. This is only woods adjacent, but it is a strange thing that happened outside at night point. It was around 1 AM. Me and my girlfriend at the time wanted to go somewhere and hang out / make out. We go to this one park near her house that has a small parking lot with 1 or 2 street lights, but they don't throw light much farther than maybe 40 feet out. We go to the edge of the dark and rest on a little hill, not wanting to be visible from the road, because technically this park closes at dusk point. We are there for maybe a half hour or a little more, and it is nice out, which is why we were outside in the first place. Light jacket weather, some moonlight. Mostly we are resting back on our elbows talking and staring out into this big field. This park has a playground and a tennis court, but beyond that is just a big empty field and then woods. Not expansive woods at all. If you kept going through them, you'd just get to houses in a couple minutes. We are sitting there, and then we both see it. This black form come barreling straight toward us out of the darkness. By that point our eyes had acclimated a little and this thing was blacker than anything around it. We both tense up, and it is moving fast, totally toward us. I just remember thinking, am I gonna have to fight a dog? Should I be running? Like, what is happening? I think we were both so confused we just froze. Well, this thing continues running full speed. We only have about 2 to 3 seconds of looking at it run full clip, and then it stops dead in its tracks, right beyond where you think you'd be able to make out any detail at all. I wouldn't put it at more than 30 feet away. Keep in mind we already were sitting right where the street lights light faded out. We could see each other fine, but out into the field things got dark quickly, but there was enough moonlight to see the shape of this thing, and that it was the darkest colored thing out there. We are still frozen. Now here's why it's weird. As soon as this thing stops on a dime, it goes nuts. I always likened it to a bucking bronco. It was on all fours, like it was chasing its tail, jumping and pouncing up and down, and definitely doing circles, but in the same position where it stopped. It was black and comparable to the biggest dogs I'd seen. I would compare it to an Alaskan Malamute. It was shaggy and black, and I noticed zero eye shine. The dance, as I call it now, lasted longer, 10 seconds maybe. It felt long. It does its dance, pauses, then it runs away in the same line as it ran toward us, top speed, on all fours. We got up immediately after that, and might have said, was that a dog? What the hell was it doing? But otherwise never spoke of it again. We just went home. It's only started bothering me in the past year and a half. The whole thing was just so deliberate and bizarre. This isn't my story, it's my godfather's. He is to this day a hobo. When he was younger he and some friends were traveling through some woods in Wisconsin when they came across an old shack. They were high and curious, so they went inside. NSFW. Inside was a pervert's playground. Such toys littered the ground and hung on the walls like trophies. Dolls were scattered everywhere, some in prime conditions, others were broken with their parts littering the dirty floor. In a corner there was a dirty mattress coated in stains, with a single blanket on top. My godfather and his friends walked through the shack making fun of the creeps who lived there, until my godfather saw something that made his blood turn cold. Blood was splattered against the walls. Against the wall rested a single, used knife. He tried to warn his friends that they had to get out of there. They didn't listen. My godfather ran away. In the woods he came across a man carrying a bloody knife. "Did you go into that shack?" he asked. "What shack?" My godfather replied. This pleased the man and he went on his way. After my godfather promised to let him know if he saw anyone in his shack. He never saw his friends again. He told me that that was the first time that he felt fear for his life. That nothing has ever compared to it, and may never will. I spent the winter at my mother's house in the outskirts of Omaha. To pass the day during her time at work, me and my brother would go exploring the woods, which was easy because the backyard, which had no fence, led directly into them. During our exploration we walked to the lake, and in a nearby clearing there was this tall lanky white guy who was hunched over by a bush and looking at us. Not being from the area, we assumed it was some kind of hunter who was mad about us disturbing his spot, so we hightailed it back home. But as we were leaving, I got the feeling that we were being followed. Of course, this guy was following us, thinking he was being slick, hiding behind bushes and cheat. We both knew he was there, so after giving a look to each other we ran back to the house. I don't think he followed us back, but I remember seeing someone who looked like him pass by the house frequently. I'm not sure if it's him, because I never got a good look at his face, but whenever I would see the guy I got chills. To this day, I have no idea why he targeted me and my brother, but the best reason I could come up with is because we were Mexican in an area populated mostly by lower income white folk. I don't know, the whole place seemed very get out with a touch of the hills have eyes. It already felt like people stared at me when I left the house, but now I had to have that feeling inside of the house too. Ended up leaving early and have not been back since. Never told my mom, but she still tells me about the weird guy who stands outside of the house and stares sometimes. Last time this happened was about a month ago. I don't know. Weird. TLDR. Lived in a haunted house for sure. Not really me, but kinda. We moved into this house in a town over from where we used to. It was a really old house. Probably 100 years old or more. And the town is not very big, so it's not like we had neighbors very close. Although that last bit doesn't have much to do with the story. I was about 12 at the time. Well, first thing that happened was we started feeling very uneasy in the house. Not crazy when moving into a new house. And then I was so terrified of our basement, where the laundry was, I would constantly run as fast as I could up the steps. I was a kid, so, again, not so crazy. But what really got weird was when my mom saw a shadow on the other side of the shower door. She opened it and said that when she opened it the shadow left out the door very quickly. Then my mom and dad were sitting in the living room watching TV when my dad's necklace lifted off his chest and fell back down. My mom saw it and he felt it. Then my sister was sitting in her room drawing and her papers would float down to the ground without a breeze or anything. Just slid off the bed by itself. I forgot to mention that our dogs, who never really barked at anything, would go crazy when we put them to bed in the basement. Finally we just couldn't live there anymore because we were all too scared. When my mom was in the process of shampooing and vacuuming the place, she left for lunch and came back and her radio and cleaning supplies were stacked against the door and the vacuum cord was wrapped around the mantle. There were only two ways into the house. The front door and the basement. But the bottom basement door was bolted and locked still. And the rod lock at the basement to the house door was still bolted across. There was nowhere for someone to leave. If you stacked stuff at the front door, it freaks me out just typing this. 2 stories, same place. Growing up, my friends and I would hang out at this historical site in our town where our town's founder, back in the early 1800s, hewed a stone seat out of a rock high on a hillside to watch over the townsfolk, I guess. We weren't supposed to be up there at night, but being teenagers, we were always up there anyway. You had to take these rickety stairs up the hillside to get there. The first encounter involved just me and my boyfriend at the time. To get to this place, you had to walk down a long country road. This night in particular was moonless, so it was even more difficult to see than usual. We see a figure standing at the bottom of the stairs, and thinking it was one of our friends, we call out, "You guys, I don't know how to explain it." This figure rushes at us, like, supernaturally fast. Without looking at each other, or saying any kind of acknowledgement, we both turn tail, and sprint out of there. So that was pretty odd. On a less supernatural note, one night a bunch of us were hanging out there, and had been there for maybe an hour when someone heard a leaf slightly crunch from somewhere behind us. We could see the lit end of a cigarette in the darkness. Now, the entire area behind us was all forest. Whoever it was, had been sitting there watching a bunch of teenagers BS for the entire time that we had been there. The older I get, the more disturbing I find this. So this wasn't exactly creepy, but still gives me chills thinking about it. Last fall I got a call from my manager saying they were overstaffed, and because I had already hit overtime that week, I wouldn't have to go in that night. I was super relieved, because it was a great day out, and on nice days I usually go on hikes at this nearby nature park a couple miles from my house. This park is about 30 miles of trail, bike paths, and rivers. Anyways, fast forward an hour or two, and I found myself sitting alone at the loading dock for small boats and kayaks, which was down a narrow path pretty secluded, and far away from the other trails. All of a sudden I hear footsteps, and out comes this older guy wearing normal hiking gear carrying a lunchbox. He stands above me, and we are both just staring out into the water. We started talking, and he was a really nice man. He even offered to cut off a piece of his apple that he was snacking on for me. I declined because I was still a little weary of him after about 5 to 7 minutes or so. He tells me to enjoy the rest of my day off and heads back up the pathway to the main trails. I remember leaving not long after him, maybe 45 seconds to a minute later, but I never caught up to him, which I thought was strange because it was a pretty long path and he didn't seem incredibly fast. I made my way back to the gravel parking lot where I had left my truck and decided to look at the bulletin board to see if there were any events coming up at the park, because they normally have food trucks or 5Ks out in the weekends. Instead I saw a poster for a missing man last seen there at the park. It was him, the man that I had just talked with not 20 minutes ago. Craziest part about this was that the flyer that was hanging was clearly pretty old, as it had some water damage and a few tears in it. I talked to the nearest park employee I could find, and he said that they would keep an eye out, but the guy was never found, and his family still has no idea what happened to him. I don't know if I'm crazy, but I'm sure the man I talked with was the exact same man that was on the flyer. I live in North Texas. I have never told anyone this because I didn't think anyone would believe me, and I think there's a part of me that doesn't want to believe it. This happened somewhere 10 to 15 years ago. I was in college. It was during the winter. My dad has a stock tank. At the time, he had a water pump that irrigated water to other parts of the property. He and my mom were at my sister's basketball game. They were going to be in late, so my dad called and asked me to go turn on the heat lamp in the well house. A cold front was coming in, and he wanted the lights on. For those not familiar with Texas weather, a cold front can drop temps 30+ degrees very quickly. It was already dark. I grabbed a flashlight. My dog has a kennel at the front of the house. The well house is a few hundred yards behind the house. We have a large light on the garage that provides light at night, but not much light past the front of the house. We live next to a busy highway, but it's a very rural area, so there are no street lights or even lights from neighbors. Beyond the comforting circle of the garage light, it's pitch black, unless a car goes by, especially that night, because it was cloudy, so there was no moonlight. Even though it was a full moon. I went out, flashlight in hand, and my dog is whining and doing her excited little bark because she thinks we are going for a walk. I considered leashing her up and taking her with me, but didn't because it was faking cold and about to get a hell of a lot colder. So I wanted to run out back, turn on the lamp, and run back into the warm house. Now, if you were outside and she was doing the play with me whine/bark, it didn't stop until she saw you go inside or you gave her lovings. I gave her a quick pet and I went out to the well house. About 200 yards from the house, I noticed I didn't hear her anymore. It was dead silent. No cars. Nothing. Okay. I walk the other 100 yards to the well house, quickly because it's cold. I'm fidgeting with the lamp just inside the door to get it on. I see headlights cresting the hill above outhouse, cursing the faking heat lamp, because it isn't coming on point as this car tops the hill. I see something in the ditch, move on the opposite side of the road, about 400 to 500 yards away. I didn't really think much of it. Deer on that time of the year, and it was just movement I saw, no particular shape. Other cars are coming, both directions, so their headlights are periodically lighting up the road. I saw some movement in the ditch on our side of the road. Again, thinking it's deer or something I finally got the stupid heat lamp to turn on, close the door, and just for fun shine my light out by the stock tank. I wish I wouldn't have done that. I wish I would have just turned around and gone back and point at the back of the tank. I see something moving. It definitely isn't a deer. It looked like it was hobbling and hunched and looked like maybe it was 4 feet tall. It's headed toward a rocky wooded area at the back of the property. I'm still looking at this weirdest thing trying to put it into the appropriate box. Is it a cat? A coyote? Giant as raccoon? It isn't fitting into anything I know. My flashlight isn't illuminating it very well. At some point, this thing turns around. It is no longer hunched and went from 4 feet to about 7 feet. I'm frozen in fear at this point. This thing steps, a bit awkwardly. It looked like it lifted its feet really high with each step, into the tank. It's halfway in what has to be cold as hell water, but about 3 feet of its body is sticking up, and it looks like it's gliding across the water. The end of the tank it went in on was 15 plus feet deep. It got halfway across the tank before the lead drained out of my feet, and my brain said, "Run you faking idiot," and I ran faster than I've ever ran before. I ran in the house, slammed the door shut, locked it, turned every light on in the house, and hid under a blanket. Prior to that, I had looked out my bedroom window near dusk. This was sometime during elementary, and I saw what I thought was a dog with super long legs walking near the tank. My parents told me it was probably just a dog that had gotten loose from a neighbor, maybe a Great Dane. But thinking back, that wasn't a faking Great Dane, and I wonder if it was the same thing I saw that night. Prior to that night, the rocky wooded area behind our house is one place my dog would never go. We didn't try going back there after that night. I would walk her up and around up there, and we would get to a point where she would refuse to go farther. She would whimper and start pulling me back the other way. One time I dropped the leash, walked into the area trying to show her it was safe. She barked at me, pawed at the ground, cried, yelped, but would not come to me. Obviously she knew something I didn't. There have also been times my dad has found half-eaten fish around the tank. He thought it was raccoons, but I don't think it was. I've only seen it once since that night, and either it jumped 50 faking feet into the air, or it flew away. I'm not faking sure. I don't look out at the tank after dark when I'm at my parents' house anymore. TLDR. Saw 7 foot something at stock tank at night. That may be doggish looking. That might also fly. No, I'm not crazy. I live on 30 acres of land with 15 acres wooded. We have a cleared area in the middle that we use for camping, but still close enough to our house if it gets cold. Well, one night my 14-year-old daughter and her friends were in the clearing and they were telling ghost stories and whatnot. About 2 in the morning she heard something coming from our barn. We have 3 horses, and she said they were getting loud. Now the barn is farther away from my house, where I was asleep. I don't hear anything, but it's much closer to the wooded lot. She has our German Shepherd with her, and his ears perk up when he heard the horses. He's overly protective of her, and he doesn't run into a fight unless it's close to her. He's not leaving her side. So all the girls are freaking out, and she calls me crying that all the horses are kicking the ball out of their stalls. I'm thinking a coyote may be walking around the barn, which happens from time to time. So I grab my .410 assuming I'll have to simply scare it off. My other shepherd is laying on the floor in our room, so he sees me getting ready, and he perks up and heads to the door. As I'm putting on my boots, the motion light turns on, and I see that the side door is open. So I run outside, and my shepherd sees movement next to the barn. It appears to be a man trying to get something off his face. I also hear him screaming her off really loud. He's spinning all around and has tripped the other light, so I can really see him. Well, there is something on his face and it's a ball of fur. My shepherd at this point has caught up to him, and as he flings this thing off his face the dog barrels into him. And the ball of fur has gone back to seconds. I'm there now, and see, it's my barn cat. He's torn the ever-living fuck out of this guy's face. My daughter has called the cops at this point and I have this guy at gunpoint as my dog and cat are destroying this guy. The cops show up and haul him away. Evidently the guy had seen the light from my daughter's fire and saw the barn. So he thought he'd hide in there until they went to sleep. When he jimmied the door open on the other side of the barn, the light never triggered, but the horses didn't like him being in there. But the car protects the barn and can see in the dark. He jumped right into this guy's face and dug his claws in deep, forcing the guy to run to the other end of the barn. TLDR, my barn cat destroyed a creep trying hide in my barn who wanted to harm my daughter and her friends while they camped. So for reference, this is in Midwest Illinois, and my ride to work is about 6 miles, 9 kilometers, at dusk on a bicycle. My home is relatively rural. My closest neighbor is about a quarter mile away, close enough to hear and see, but not really communicate. On my commute one evening, about 2 weeks ago, I was riding down a fairly steep decline when I heard this warbling sound which I assumed was a bird, but it was really loud. I know bad sounds. This sounded more like a really big raccoon. Skip to 0:30. Well, I figured that's what it was, but as I rode by the source of the noise I saw something about the size of a Labrador retriever fall or jump off the side of a tree about 10 feet from the edge of the forest, so 20 feet from me total. I swear to God that thing, whatever it was, started faking chasing me, and I never looked back. I don't think I've descended that hill faster in my life, because I could hear it behind me. It wasn't in the woods anymore. I booked it the next half mile into town and didn't hear it anymore. Actually, I stopped hearing it about at the bottom of the hill, but adrenaline is a crazy chemical, so I stopped to catch my breath and it really hit me like a train. I threw all caution to the wind on my way down the hill, never touched my brakes. My bicycle computer clocked me going 41.3 mph, 66.46591 kilometers per hour, and that was the last time I rode my bike to work. I used to do some urban exploring in my late teens. This one night, my friends and I decided to explore this very large abandoned house about 20 kilometers out of town. The house had been rumored to have belonged to a wealthy family with a newborn baby. The father was an avid hunter, the mother a doting homemaker. Apparently, at some point during a summer in the late 90s, the husband left on a hunting trip and mysteriously never returned. The wife soon after disappeared, leaving the house abandoned. Whether the husband was out for a proverbial pack of smokes, or whether something more sinister had happened, it is unclear. I tend to believe the latter, though. You will soon understand why. That brings us to 2007 when my friends and I decided to check out the place. We were never looters, by any means. We just wanted to take pictures. We waited until after darkness fell because, well, what we were doing wasn't strictly legal. Then we entered the house through the front door, the only door that wasn't locked. As we looked around the house, it became very apparent that the previous owners had left in a hurry. They hadn't taken any of their belongings with them. There was even a baby room on the upper floor with a crib and rocking chair. I will never forget the sickened feeling that came over me as I imagined the incredibly sad circumstances in which this home had been abandoned. This feeling must have been shared by my comrades as we all decided not to linger. We all met up in the main floor living room and together headed towards the front door, the only way out. Now we were pretty experienced urban explorers by this point. We had come prepared with any supplies we thought we may have needed in an emergency. Absolutely nothing could have prepared us for what we saw next. As we approached the front door we noticed that there was something different, something that wasn't the same as when we entered through that door. As we inched closer, all on high alert, we realized there was something hanging in the doorway. Something long and thin, swinging slightly with the draft from outside. Soon we came close enough to make out what it was. While we had been exploring the house, someone else had come in and silently hung a spinal cord strung together with some twine in the front door. I hope to goodness that it was a deer spine, but I can't tell you for certain that it was. All I know is that the fear of whatever lunatic who had left this gift for us was stronger than the fear of the spine itself. We ran, or I assume we did. To be honest, this part is an epinephrine induced blackout for me, and pushed the macabre pinita out of the way and got back to our vehicles as fast as we could. I have never returned, nor have I ever participated in urban exploring again. I managed an aquatic park that is surrounded by woods. I know, stupid. It's so buggy, and there's so many animals that get through the fence and into the pools. It was closing time, all of the patrons were gone, and all of the lifeguards had left, and my other management coworker had showered and was dressed up to go on a date with her boyfriend. I had wished her good luck because it was the second date, and locked the front doors behind her as I really had to go to the bathroom. I checked the men's locker room one more time to make sure the entryway door was locked and there was no sitting water or any personal belongings left behind. The lifeguard sometimes leaves something behind while cleaning it. Then I checked the family hallway and there was a handheld metal crank left on one of the benches to the tall umbrellas we put down and put back up the next day. I cursed out whatever male lifeguard left it there and tucked it under my arm, and then proceeded to hurry my way to the women's locker room and went into the first stall. While I sat down to pee and was checking my phone and watching videos, I was reaching for the toilet paper on the stall wall divider, and there was this man's face underneath the wall just staring at me with his eyes wide open. I never screamed so loud in my life and got off the toilet and clung to the brick wall. I could see his feet and shadow in the stall next to me, and I unlocked my door and there was another guy standing in the main open area of the locker room. I hit him over the head as hard as I could with the umbrella crank and ran out to the front doors. I unlocked one and ran out to the parking lot where there was no other cars. Of course my car keys had to be in my work locker. I wasn't sure if while I was running to my car, if the guys had left the building or not. I took my keys and locked the door again to try and lock them into there, and started screaming because I felt like no matter what way I turned, they'd be behind me, and his face underneath the stall divider wall kept flashing into my mind. Turns out some of the 16-year-old lifeguard guys were in the forest, I guess talking in the woods. They heard me screaming and running and called 911. My phone I dropped in the bathroom stall. Cops came, and the two men were handicapped and had social problems, and their caretaker thought they had left with another caretaker. The man I hit had stitches but was alright. They're from a town that is 45 minutes away, and both caretakers got fired. I haven't seen the two gentlemen again, and I still can't go to the bathroom in a stall. Because every time I reach for toilet paper, I think of when I saw a face upside down just staring at me. I can't imagine if I had to have run through the woods trying to get away, and no, the male lifeguards had no relation to the gentleman. What makes me more pissed is how negligent the women's locker room was checked by all of us staff. The following took place over the course of a few weeks on 3 separate nights. On their own, some parts aren't scary at all. It's the coincidence of it all that really spooks me out. The first night, I'm out with some friends really late on the other side of town. Not having any issue with walking at night, I decide to make the 2-hour trek home at 2 AM through an industrial park. It's a very quiet, cool summer night. With no soul in sight, I plug in my earbuds and play some music. Eventually I get to a long stretch of road at the outskirts of the city by the highway that is surrounded by low-lying brush on either side. Suddenly something catches my eye. It's down the somewhat steep slope of bushes that turns to forest on my immediate right. I stop in my track, unplug and look. Nothing. Just as I'm about to start walking again, I hear a rustle that causes me to snap back around in a panic. About 20 feet away atop one of the bushes, there's suddenly this pure white round object. Is it a balloon? It must be a balloon. Why is it so still though? It should moving from the whoosh. It gets sucked into the bush, and before I can even process what's happening, whoosh, it pops back out, then in again. Again and again, it starts to move towards me, and that's when I realize it's a faking head. There's somebody 1 hour away from any apartment or house, on the outskirts of town, draped in a white blanket, jumping. In the woods I immediately turn around and start speed walking away. I look back, and the person has built up to a jumping frenzy, hands flailing, head disappearing and reappearing. But no voice, just the constantly rustling of bushes as it makes its way in my direction. I start to jog and keep it up for a few minutes before I stop. I listen for a few seconds, and don't hear anything. Needless to say, I called a cab ASAP, and have yet to return to that road, unless in the protection of my car the second night point. It's the following Friday. I'm home and it's 11 PM. Since the nearby store is closed, I decide to walk to the 24/7 store about 30 minutes away. Obviously I should have learned my lesson, but I'm in the suburbs so I'm not nearly as worried. All is fine, until I'm approaching my apartment with a bag full of groceries. Just across the street at the close store there's this lady, all alone, in the middle of the parking lot. In fact there isn't even a single car. Just her, in her white fur coat, white high heels, white dress and white hat. She looks like she just came from an early 1900s costume party, except it's July not October. I think, that's super fucking weird. It's not till later that I make the connection of white that it sort of spooks me out. But whatever the third night point, it's the following Friday 11 PM, and being a creature of habit, I'm heading to the store once again. This time however, I opt to drive. A week to sit on everything had me feeling uneasy. Also I wanted to get more groceries this time. So car it is. I'm on my way back, feeling pretty tired, and being a complete idiot I don't pay attention to a crosswalk just a few blocks from my apartment. Screech. Not the worst reaction time, but enough to get me flustered. This kid walks past my headlights, not even remotely fazed by the fact that I almost hit him. Me on the other hand, am sheeting my pants. The kid was dressed in a white hoodie, and was also faking albino. Point I get home, spend way too long freaked out about everything, and decide to avoid my late night store trips for a while. Point TLDR, a homeless man draped in a bedsheet cast some voodoo on me, and had me visited by some ghostly earth figures. This is a bit of a strange one. I wish I was making this up. It was so creepy. I'm very much a scientist and a skeptic of all things without proper evidence. I can't explain this. One point I get a phone call from my best friend very early in the morning, 2 AM-ish. He's crying hysterically. Very much not his character. This wasn't a sad crying. This was a I'm scared for my life crying. Point I asked him where he was at. He replied through the tears, I'm on the road next to the cemetery. Will you come get me? I, of course, say yes. I get dressed, and I drive to where he said he was at. I saw his car first, but he wasn't in it. He was standing on the other side of the road, with his flashlight and his knife drawn. We were high schoolers. We thought we were tough, but he was as pale as a ghost. Point I asked him what happened. He grabbed me, and cried on my shoulder, and once I got him to calm down he said that he was driving past the cemetery and he looked in his rearview mirror and there was a rotten corpse of a woman in his backseat. I looked in his car with his flashlight, but didn't see anything in his backseat. He wouldn't go near his car. I know fear, I know terror, that was pure horror. I don't know if that's what he actually saw, or how to explain it, but that poor guy was scared out of his good. Point I took him home, and we got his car the next morning. It was very strange, and I don't know how to explain it. I mean I trusted the guy, and had no reason to doubt what he saw. All I know for a fact was I've never seen anyone so scared in my life. When I was about 16 to 17, I had really bad stress-induced insomnia. I lived in a small town and my house backed onto the Australian bush. I used to go for night walks with my dog as a companion. Point I always found these walks relaxing. The sounds of the crickets and cicadas and occasional tree frog was lovely for atmosphere, though sometimes big bloody roos would jump around making alarming crashing sounds, but you got used to ignoring them, and the dog would always go charging off after them barking madly. So if they ever spook me, she made me feel protected. So one night it's a full moon, and I got to about 2 AM of rolling around not sleeping, and decided to go get the loyal doggo, and go for a wander. We head out the back gate and the bush trail was pretty well lit, but there was something really off that night. Point it was dead silent. Point no cicadas, no crickets, no frogs, not one. I could hear my every footstep which felt weird. I had heard a lot of stories from the Aboriginal elders from my hometown about the concept that the bush can talk to you, just not with words. It gives you warnings and signals, like when the hairs stand up on the back of your neck, that's the bush warning you of danger, and you best back off, or suffer for it. I really wish I had heeded this warning, because the hairs on the back of my neck could have cut glass. They were standing so straight point. The worst part was my dog. She normally would run ahead of me, and then run back, then run off again. She liked to do her own bit of exploring and checking her wee mail, but this walk she wouldn't walk more than a couple of steps ahead of me. I only noticed how nervous she was, because at one point, when I went to pat her, she flicked her head back, as if she was going to nib me, and she wasn't that kind of dog. We were about 2 km away from the house when I first heard it, this noise that I almost missed, sort of a snort. I wasn't sure what it was, but figured it could be a possum. Those buggers shriek and hiss, so I wouldn't be surprised. I took a few more steps, then heard it again, but much louder. I realized it sounded like a rattling breath, a deep one going into a big animal sort of noise. That was when I truly got spooked, because my dog whined. I had only ever heard her whine with excitement after we got home from a day out or something, but this was a whine of fear. I heard the noise again. This time it almost sounded like breathy laughter. I started proverbially packing my Dax and started stepping backward from the direction the sound was coming from, trying to stare into the black bush and see what was making it. There was something in there moving. I couldn't make it out completely, but I knew it was big. The way it shifted about seemed so unnatural, like it had long spindly white legs and some misshapen upper lumpy body. My heart was racing, and I remembered stories about the spirits and creatures of the dreaming. Terrified this was some undiscovered yowie or evil spirit, and am not even religious, but I was so spooked at the time. I would have believed anything. I stumbled back a bit, and that's when my dog started growing, and the weird white shape in the bush suddenly screeched in this blood-curdling echoing noise, and came lurching forward, my life flashing before my eyes. I screamed to at the top of my lungs. It was a faking deer, a godam, antlered, on its hind legs, jumping out swinging in a defensive/attacking position. Deer. I fell on my ass and my dog charged at it. It sort of rolled its head at her once, and then took off. I had never seen a deer in this bush before, introduced species to Australia, and a pest, but the weird smell must have been what spooked my dog. She is also afraid of horses, so I don't know. I also didn't know one of the things they do is shriek like a goddamn banshee when cornered. Just about ruined my nightwalk ritual. I was waiting for some soul-eating nightmare beast from a dreaming story to come tear me up. Glad it was nothing in the end, but still, I don't go walking on nights when it's that quiet anymore. My story is very circumstantial. Just for some context, I had just watched The Exorcism of Emily Rose a few weeks before it took place. I was in high school, and me and my father used to go hunting/camping for the entire week of Thanksgiving break. The place we would go was in the middle of nowhere, like we are talking 15 to 20 miles of dirt roads to get to the land we hunted on. There's an abandoned cabin that was probably built in the early 1900s about 4 miles deep into the woods that's basically collapsed in on itself, and just remnants of the rotting wood remain. So it's probably around 6 in the morning when we go by it. We walked about 200 yards past it, and my father stopped to look over one of the valleys, and I continued on a few hundred yards before I stopped and sat underneath a tree. When me and my dad hunted, I would always radio back and let him know where I was, and he would come get me before we would move to another spot. Well, daylight came, and my dad came to get me so we could move on. He walks up with me still sitting under the tree and says, "Hey, would you look at that?" So I got up and turned around, and about 6 feet above where I was sitting, the tree had a heart carved into it, and in the middle of it, it said Emily Rose. So of course I was like, holy faking shit, are you kidding me, and told him. Turns out the grandmother of the guy's land we hunted on was named Emily Rose. Not really scary, but it made my stomach drop when I saw it. Happened recently, within the past month. Not scary, barely even creepy, just inexplicable. Was in the south for the first time, flew down with one friend to visit the third of the trio who moved to the Mobile, Alabama area. We decided to go to the beach near the Florida state line and had a really fun day point anyways. We are driving back at about 10:30 p.m.ish and a couple of wrong turns had put us onto a remote country back road in absolute buttfuck nowhere. No big deal, as we were now using wires to get to the friend's house, and when you're in a place for the first time, getting lost is kinda part of the adventure. Anyways, I'm sitting in the back seat when the friend who is driving asks me nervously to check out the flashing light behind him. I notice a yellow light flashing about every 2 to 3 seconds behind us. At first I thought it was a reflection of a light from inside the car, but there was no flashing yellow light coming from anywhere in the vehicle. The light seemed to be trailing us at about 750 to 1000 foot, if I had to estimate, though given the dark, I could be way off. The light was keeping pace with the vehicle, this I'm sure of. It could not have been from another car, as it would be impossible, and pretty much suicidal, to drive down a road this dark, remote, and twisty without headlights. No cars passed us in the other direction. That world illuminated the object point. Now here's the weirdest part. At one point, we drove down a hill. The light missed one of its flashes, which were occurring very consistently. Then, I saw the light flash at the top of the hill. 2 to 3 seconds later, I saw the light flash again at the bottom of the hill. I'm an idiot, and wanted to stop the car and investigate, but my friends overruled me, and as soon as we got to a well-lit area, we were at our highway on-ramp, and never figured out what the light was. Other notable creepy Illinois countryside experiences: the sheep found in the ditch on a wooded gravel road a mile from my home. Its neck and all 4 of its legs were broken, and it was completely disemboweled, but otherwise intact. Whoever had dumped it wasn't interested in the meat. The small scruffy brown animal running on its hind legs extremely quickly from one side of the field to the other on another late drive home. A close friend was with me this time and he saw it too. We didn't talk for almost a minute after seeing it, both too afraid to ask the other if they had seen as well, and potentially face the possibility that it was imagined, or worse, real. We did eventually confirm that we had both seen something run across the road, and now both affectionately refer to it as the Chupacabra. Exploring the grounds of an abandoned windmill with the same friend, and spotting something hulking and dark walking in the grass nearby. It was towering. I'm talking at least 8 feet tall. We didn't stick around to look at it. I don't think either of us have ever run so quickly in our lives. The sense of dread I felt upon catching a glimpse of it was immediate and primal. We didn't slow down until we reached the cattle drive. Don't live in the Illinois countryside unless you're cool with real life Night Vale. I was visiting my dad in Colombia about 3 years ago for the summer. One night he wanted to take his 2 friends he's known since high school and I out for a drink. There's this really popular place where a lot of locals go, and it's a chain of bars located at the beginning of the mountain which is always packed on the weekends. I remember we've been there multiple times before that my dad wanted to do something different and go higher up the mountain to check out another bar. Once we passed the chain of bars, and before we could go further up the mountain, a guy who was controlling traffic stopped us and informed us to be extra careful and not go to the very top of the mountain because that place was known for bandits in the area and even police won't bother going up there. He advised us to only go up one more level of the mountain just to be safe. My father thanked the man, and we drove only where the guy told us where we should stop. We made it to the bar on the edge of the mountain and it's not as busy, but still had some people outside drinking and listening to music. We parked our car facing view of the city. My dad went inside the bar and got us some beers while we all sat at the edge of the cliff right in front of our car. Whenever we go out my dad lets me know when it's safe to speak English or not. We weren't too close to anyone, so he said it was cool to speak English. We are always careful not to speak English in certain places because Americans are more likely to get robbed. We spoke English softly amongst ourselves for about 10 minutes. When out of nowhere we noticed lady, about 45ish, looking into our car. She wasn't even being discreet about it, had her hands and forehead pressed against the back passenger window trying to get a better look inside our car. I shot my father a "what the fuck did you just see that look?" and he asked her in Spanish what the fuck she was doing, and she turned around and quickly left. I told my dad maybe we should get going before she comes back with friends. We all chugged our beers and got into our car quickly and left. While we were driving back down the mountain, there were no street lights, so everything was pitch black. When we noticed a man next to a car with the hood up trying to flag us to stop and help him with his car. My dad slowed down to get a better look of the guy and to see if he was alone. We saw this man had the creepiest faking smile on his face. If someone's car actually broke down in a place known for people getting robbed and wrapped, you wouldn't be faking smiling. My dad sped the fuck out of there. I turned around to take another look at the guy's face and saw him run off into the darkness, away from the car. Now I'm terrified to speak English whenever I visit Colombia, lol. Walked into a Borno in a park in the afternoon one time. Sadly they did not need an extra backstory, so I moved into a small town about a half hour outside of Nashville. I was waiting on my Lyft information to go through so I could start driving. Had nothing better to do, so I went to a nearby park to explore. All was well for a little while, just running around and exploring, until I started to see smoke in the creek bed. It was summer and dried out, so you could walk through where the water would run into the nearby Duck River. That's not smoke coming from a fire. What the fuck is that? So I decided to adopt my imaginary Scooby-Doo hat and investigate. Now, keep in mind this is a Thursday at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In a state park. Sure, it's a small area, but still. As I crept closer and closer, my mind started racing, thinking about all of the Bornos I've seen, while also thinking that this isn't happening the whole time. Turns out that's exactly what was happening. I turned a corner to see somebody. To be honest, I still don't know if it was a guy or a girl, in a witch's hat in a rather compromising position with somebody underneath them. I'm assuming a guy, and a cameraman who turned around to see me as my jaw hit the ground. That's when the yelling started and the actresses scrambled behind a boulder. Apparently I wasn't supposed to be there. And you are. The only thing that came to mind was to ask if they needed an extra. Sadly, they did not. I've never been able to look at a witch's hat the same ever again. This will likely get buried, but I haven't told this story in a while, so why not? Several years ago, only a few months after purchasing a Civic, a friend told me she needed a ride to a wedding that was in Gap, about 12 hours away. Free food, open bar, free hotel stay for 4 to 5 days, and I was looking to get away for a bit, so it worked out really well. The creepy part happens when we leave Gap. I hope on the expressway heading north. It's about 10 PM. We drive maybe 30 minutes, and suddenly we are alone on the highway. Just all the other traffic had dropped out, either lagging behind so much we couldn't see their lights or so far ahead that we couldn't see tail lights. And then we saw it. It looked like a fog cloud. It sat low enough to the ground that you couldn't see the road under it, but it was this lilac-like color, a relatively light purple if you will. Being on the expressway, I wasn't about to just hit my brakes, so we have a brief "what the fuck is that" as we race towards it at about 70 miles per hour. We hit it, and it moves around us like fog. I can't see shit on any side of my car for maybe 15 seconds, just a light purple haze all around us. Then we cleared the haze, and the road seemed fine again. We were suitably spooked, but kept going, because everything seemed okay. Driving, happened to notice that it is really starting to lighten up outside for some reason, which we thought was weird, and then at about the same time we notice the car clock reads just past 5 AM. We traveled roughly 7 hours of our trip, just over half of it, and had virtually no memory of it. We've talked about it a few times since, and neither of us can recall any of that drive after the purple fog cloud, and then 10 minutes later realizing it was actually somehow 7 hours later, and we had cleared a few hundred miles with zero recollection of it. Creepiest thing to ever happen to me. I still have no idea what was on the road, or how it faked up our perceptions the way it did, but it's terrifying to me that I drove that far, and literally can't remember a minute of it. We lived in a suburban area of Omaha. The neighborhood was a mix of starter homes and mid-level houses. Not every house on the street was the same, but no two blocks really looked different. The people were all working class, really kind, good place to live kind of neighborhood. Shortly after my husband and I had purchased the house, I had decided to try to take up running. I mostly trained on the trails that ran behind the slightly affluent neighborhood next to us. Eventually I got to the point T, where I could run the trail, maybe slightly more than 1 mile, without much difficulty. I started to look for a bigger challenge. Just north of our neighborhood was a rural highway, for lack of better words. 2-lane and quiet with the occasional passing car. There was also an old, yet operating, elevator. For those that don't know, these are large circular or rectangular metal or wood buildings used to store grain. Oftentimes the elevator is like a lone skyscraper in an otherwise empty landscape. This particular building was especially rundown and desolate looking. I was running past this elevator thinking about the random scavenger-like animals that were nesting within. This of course makes you run a little faster. Being lost in thought, imaging all the feral cats and rats that might be chasing me, I missed my normal turn. Thinking that this was the perfect opportunity to push my running limits, I decided to run to the next corner and turn to head back to our neighborhood from there. Great plan, except that the next road did not connect to our neighborhood. In fact, not only did it not connect to our neighborhood, it did not connect to anything. As I turned and ran the first 200 meters or so onto the gravel road, I realized that I was surrounded by 3 identical compound-like buildings. White, 2-story with small windows, and 1 entrance in the front. They were lined up all in a row. Directly facing me was an old farmhouse, big front porch, white peeling paint, 2 front doors side by side, covered with ripped screens, and no yard except for some weeds and gravel. There were a few cars on blocks, and 1 converted school bus parked in waist-high weeds. You could have seriously queued the banjos at this point. I came to a dead stop. I looked around and realized not only was I in an unknown area, but it was a dead-end road, and I was standing completely exposed in the middle of this gravel road. As I stared at the farmhouse trying to process what I was looking at, I took out my headphones to take in this backcountry sight. I could hear light sounds like a radio in the near distance. After a few seconds the radio snapped off, and the curtain of the front farmhouse window pulled to the side. I couldn't see into the window, but I could feel someone looking out watching me. I turned around and ran out of there so fast. I don't think I have beat that mile time yet. I'm forever grateful that I survived my deliverance run. When we were around 13, our school did an activities week, so we got some boats and went out on the local Broads for a few nights as a class to learn about nature etc. Point I got quite bad sunstroke, so I was a little delirious. I woke up late at night when we were all moored up to the sound of footsteps on wood. Not too unusual, someone is walking around on the boats, even though they shouldn't be. Point then I hear pouring water, like a bath running, and I hear this most inhuman moaning and gurgling outside my boat, and a banging against the bottom right of my head, like something is knocking it from the outside, beneath water level. I think my sunstroke made me somewhat careless, because I got up, somehow managed to maneuver my way up to the deck despite my whole world spinning and sparkling, and with no idea what else to do I just started yelling hey, hello, hey, which brought the attention of a couple of angry teachers who thought I was trying to scare the other kids. Then the moaning started again, this long, drawn out, gurgling crying, from just off the edge of my boat. Point turns out another girl had started sleepwalking, and had walked right off the edge of the boat, smacked her head on the way down, and the noises I heard were the sounds of her drowning on the underside of my boat as she tried to bang and scream on the other side of a bit of wood from me. She survived. They were able to grab her. However, I was told that if I hadn't started yelling for attention that no one else would have been able to hear her as she was underneath my boat. Thank goodness for that sunstroke, as I think I would have laid there listening and assessing for longer if I was totally lucid, which would have been too long for her to make it. Definitely not as scary as most on here, but still. In a super rural village in England, only 3/4 houses the pub I work in, and that's it for about a half mile either way. So I was working one night on my own. It was around 11 PM, so I'm locking up. Hadn't had a customer since around 9:30/10 PM. The pub is very old, 1720 or something. It was first built, and the basement was used for smuggling contraband into the local town. Now the pub is fairly large, 20 tables of 4 or 6 in the main restaurant, and then about 10 tables of 4 or 6 in an area above the bar. So there's mirrors all over the pub, so you can strategically see pretty much the whole pub if you know where to stand. So while I'm putting the waste bin in with the bottle bin, I look up and see in one of the mirrors a guy walking up towards the top area where the women's toilets are in a huge sheepskin coat. Now our pub does something called Brit Stop, where you can park in our car park overnight with a caravan, so very occasionally you get these people who turn up late, have a swift pint and use the toilet. So I just presume it's one of their people. So I wait maybe 10 minutes and no one comes out. During this I'm hearing banging and rustling, but think it must be the chef who lives above that area. Now I'm standing at the end of the bar and locked all the doors, so they have to make themselves known to me to get out. Anyway, no one comes out, but to go up to the toilets it's 2/3 blind corners, and I've seen too many horror films to think there's probably someone standing around one of them. So I call my manager who lives upstairs and tell him what's going on etc point and can he come down. So my manager comes down in his PJs huffing and puffing that it's probably nothing and it's just one of the backquote ghosts. So my manager walks up there and I'm standing a fair few paces behind him and don't go into the toilet with him. Now the toilet is only 2 stalls in the sinks and he's been in there for what felt like 5 minutes. So I gingerly call up to him to see if he was alright, and he comes back out and says backquote actually. So we both go back into the bathroom and it turns out there's a loft hatch that goes up into the roof. Now it's got 4 deadbolts which are all open. The loft is above the sinks and low ceilings mean it's very accessible, and there's what appears to be straw and hay which is stuck around the notch of where the hatch would rest, so it couldn't be completely closed. Now this loft hatch only goes into a smallish loft where we keep extra chairs and Christmas decorations. So the manager freaks out, says he doesn't want his family to be murdered etc. So we phoned the police as neither of us wanted to go up there and sat watching the bathroom door in case anyone did come out. About 30 minutes later one policeman showed up. We explained what happened etc point and he looked up and said in backquote yeah fuck that I'll wait for additional help. So then another 2 policemen showed up with a dog as well, and the second we let the dog in the restaurant it starts freaking out and circling places by its handler. So the police guys open this hatch and go up into the loft, come back down and inform us that all the chairs have been knocked over and there's obviously been someone up there, but they couldn't find anyone and just suggest maybe we leave for the night. So the manager's family come home with me and we wake the chef up and explain to him what happened. So he comes too. Then we went back in the morning expecting everything to be gone, but nothing seems amiss. So we go into the loft and where it used to be an old hay barn on that side of the restaurant, someone had kicked out one of the lower panels and jumped off the roof. So I'm pretty sure if I hadn't clocked this guy, the manager and his wife and 2 kids would probably be dead or the pub would have been ransacked. Then later on the next day the chef got a phone call from the people who pick up our used cooking oil and asked why we hadn't left any out in the courtyard for them to pick up. Turns out these guys probably tried to get back through the emergency exit, couldn't, so just stole all the cooking oil thinking it was new. It was summer, late evening around 11:30 PM. My best friend who lives in nearby town 3 miles away called me and invited me to come to his place as his grandparents have left the house. So he wanted to invite few people to play his barks and have a chill night. I had nothing else to do, so I agreed to come. Point it was too late, so there were no buses running and I had no bicycle. So I decided to grab my rollerblades and just skate those 3 miles, as there was a newly built bicycle path connecting our towns. That path goes parallel to the forest. I had a fear of darkness, so decided to put my earphones on and then go. Point it was completely dark. I've left my house, skating through the town until I reached that bicycle path. Little did I know that there was a section of that path that went straight into the woods for around 1/4 of a mile. Remember, I still had my earphones in with music playing at full volume. When I reached that section I started going as fast as I could. I looked to my right and saw bright shining eyes in the woods coming towards me. As they got closer I realized that these were extremely aggressive dogs running straight towards me. I rushed straight as fast as I could while they tried biting my legs. When I got out of the woods I thought my heart was going to explode after I realized that they've stopped. I looked back and saw 6 dark dog shadows just standing and watching me fleeing. I've never been so scared. I'm so glad that I'm pretty good at rollerblading and didn't trip and fall down. It would have probably been my last night. I was on a multi-day, solo bike camping trip in the Cascades of Washington state. I had been free camping, finding little hidden spots to set up camp for the night. One afternoon, I was searching for a spot. I was about 50 or 60 miles from the closest inhabited areas, just me and the forest roads. I picked a random unpaved spur road and rode along it for about a mile until I found a small clearing. I set up camp and cooked a quick dinner. I was at around 4,500 feet, so it was both quite chilly and very mosquito infested, so I pretty quickly climbed into my sleeping bag. I was sleeping under the stars. As I was drifting to sleep, I heard the sound of an engine approaching. A small pickup rumbled past my camp on the tiny, rutted jeep track I was camping along. The driver stared at my camp as he trundled past. I was pretty disturbed by this. I was dozens of miles from help, out of cell phone range, and no one on earth knew exactly where I was that night, except the guy driving a pickup truck down a lonely road to nowhere at 9 p.m. deep in the forest. I had picked this spot specifically to avoid being seen by strangers. About 30 minutes later, he came back the other way. He stared at me in my sleeping bag again as he left. What was he doing? Why did he need to visit that road that night? On all my maps, the road dead ends about half a mile down from where I camped. What's at the end of that road? In any case, nothing else happened that night that I heard, but I sleep well on bike trips. Didn't bother cooking breakfast or scoping out the road the next morning, just blitzed on out of there. I'm a commercial pilot. While doing my flight training back in 2010, my instructor, 9,000 hours experience, and I were flying over the Northumberland Strait in Canada. It was a sky clear day. We were about 5,000 feet and climbing, so our nose was pitched up, giving us a better view of what was above us. Suddenly we both noticed a light in the sky at our 12 o'clock high. Immediately we both went silent. There was no way what we were seeing was another traditional aircraft. We immediately started doing radio calls in the training areas and the en route frequency to see if it was someone we could contact. This is normal when not being controlled by ATC. It seemed to be approximate 2,000 foot higher than us, but it was hard to get a grasp on the size because it was like a light. Suddenly it starts bouncing around left, right, all over the place like a rubber ball hitting different surfaces. Neither one of us said a word to each other. My instructor immediately tunes up ATC, Moncton Center, and asks if they have anything on radar near us. They didn't. This continued for about 2 to 3 minutes before we decided to stop looking at it and continue doing training. After we landed we didn't really talk about it much. Looking back now we were both in shock. The only thing we said to each other was along the lines of, "I saw it, you're not crazy. People will think we are nuts. There must be an explanation." I don't talk about it even to my best friends in aviation. I honestly do fear it will make me sound unreliable. Well, I was camping one year, and I was sitting with friends of mine, and we were all just sitting round the fire, and shooting the sheet, and what have you. After a bit we get quiet, just chilling, nothing off about it, but in this dead silent night, all the ambient nature noise goes dead, no crickets, no anything. Then we hear footsteps through the leaves. We are getting a little freaked, because we are at a small camp area and there's nothing but woods and wilderness on all sides. We call out, "Hoss there?" Then it stops. We hear a sort of huffing and erratic breathing. Then the footsteps again, but this time at a sprinter's pace, and we see this guy emerge from the fringe of the woods with no shirt, and clearly on something. What looked like blood on his hands and face, but his eyes were pupilless, and he was acting more like an animal than a person. We stand completely still. This guy is just staring, head cocked to one side. And I shit you not, begins to growl at us, and one of my friends takes one step forward, and when he did the guy screeches at the top of his lungs and turns, and sprints back into the forest. We all just sit there, none of us sleep, and we all get into our cars, lock the doors, and we all have guns, and keep them out until morning. The next morning one of the camp's security officers come to see us to inquire if we saw anything. This place was more of a park than an average camping area, so they had rangers and the like patrolling, and we told them what we saw, and he explains that the same man was found this morning, dead, hung over the remains of his dead family. Apparently he massacred them with his bare hands after going on this drug he got, which sent him into a drug-fueled murder rampage. I don't camp anymore. Couple of buddies and I were in a super rural area in the southern US. Wanted to go mudding in my friend's new truck. Did some research and found an off-roading place point. We took his truck up there during a tornado warning. We weren't the brightest bunch, and it seemed like a lot more fun to do in the middle of a storm point. Well, we get to the place and start driving down this very narrow little trail up the side of a mountain, roughly the width of an average parking space. After hitting a few really large bumps, we realized this was indeed the off-roading trail. It was a pathway meant for dirt bikes, four-wheelers and the like. It's pitch black and downpouring rain. On one side of the truck is about 50 feet of cliff straight up, and on the other side is about 50 feet straight down point. At one point we stopped on a slightly wider part, because we all needed to rock a piss. I dropped my phone when this happened. It was an older phone, and in no way water resistant. It would only last maybe 3 or 4 minutes in the conditions outside. At least that's when I had to have dropped it. That's the only time I got out of the truck, and as soon as our journey was over we searched the whole vehicle for it, and it was nowhere to be found. Point fast forward to us miraculously making it off this mountain alive. My phone is gone. I'm furious. We go the next day to get me a new one. I get my new phone and call home to let everyone know I'm still good and didn't drop off the map for a whole day. Because I was dead or something. I didn't live down here, I was just traveling for work, in the major city we were actually staying in was pretty dangerous and crime infested. Well, my mom tells me she got a call earlier that morning from someone who had my phone. Someone had actually been following us in the dark through our entire 2-hour journey and found my phone after I had dropped it in the torrential rain and wind. Point really unnerving knowing that I kept looking into the darkness out the back window and someone was very likely looking right back at me. This story happened just a few years ago. Point there's an old section of the Pennsylvania Turnpike that got rerouted over the mountain at Sidling Hill. The old section was more of a standard road rather than a two-lane interstate, and it has 2 tunnels through the mountains that were cheaper to bypass than they were to destroy and dig new ones. This is a common hangout place for kids to go to around my area, and when I turned 19, my buddies and I decided we wanted to do something fun for my birthday. I was going to hang out with them that night, and I said, I'm a whim, why don't we explore the old turnpike tunnels tonight? And they agreed. So we went and parked at the end of the one road and started walking through. It's about a mile of open road before we get to the tunnel from where we parked, which is important. Later we get to the tunnel and we are admiring some of the beautiful graffiti that other people leave behind. We walk through this almost mile-long tunnel, and as we approach the other end, we notice the entrance to the tunnel is wet. Normally that's not weird, because it's an old tunnel and water comes through the mountain and lays on the road underneath, but it was right at the entrance and the rest of the tunnel was relatively dry. We didn't think too much of it though, because we were having a good time laughing at the graffiti jokes that people spray on the walls. We get about 10 yards from the entrance, and we look down at the wetness we noticed, and we realize it's blood and viscera. There's a blood trail that goes from the pile of intestines and guts and looks like a dragged animal all the way to the corner of the entrance and around the side. We immediately nope the heck out of there, and when we get about 70 to 80 yards back the way we came, through a tunnel with no cell signal, we see a flashlight illuminate the area where the pile was naturally. We ran much faster at that point. The light kept going up and down, like it was trying to observe the pile and look at us at the same time. When we got to the end of the tunnel where we entered in, we killed our own lights and ran out the entrance, just in case there was anyone waiting for us. We ran all the way back to the car and sped out of there as fast as we could. We never did report it. Our best guess after the fact was that a poacher has killed a deer or something. The deer ran into the tunnel and died, and the poacher gutted it right there, and after they secured the deer, they went back to clean up the mess. But we never did hear about it after the fact. About 100% sure I saw something akin to the Mothman. Some friends and I went trespassing in some woods on the mountain in my town, a sort of tourist area where witches were buried. We arrived at the Gravesit, at which a newer addition to the group of friends decided to urinate on the graves. After that, we walked away from the graves and followed a tree line that was along an open field. About halfway, we just kinda stopped walking and looked at the field. We saw what looked like a giant bush about 200 feet away, but as it was nighttime with indirect moonlight, it wasn't more than a large blurry mass. It looked like it shifted 5 feet to the left and 5 feet to the right, and a friend pulled out a BB pistol and fired off a few rounds at it. I swear to you on my life that this faking bush charged us with speed I've never seen. We ran into the trees towards the other tourist exhibits and parking lot. As we ran, I fell down and needed to lace up my shoe, so we all got back to back. As soon as I finished tying my shoe, I lifted the beam of my flashlight, and at about a height of 8 feet or so, I and all of my friends there saw two bright red eyes about 10 inches apart, and a shoulder line that didn't reveal any definite neck. We screamed, broke off into another run, and got back to our cars. As we drove away, my friend Matt took his video camera and started filming from the sunroof as we drove away. Thump, and Matt sits back down in the car just pouring blood from his nose. He didn't hit a branch, and he wasn't facing the right way to get hit in the nose by one. I phoned the friend whose car we were behind and told them to stop at the lookout bend halfway down the mountain. When we stopped to talk about what we saw, we discovered handprints that had a span of at least 10 inches between thumb and pinky tip. The handprints looked to have raked down the back of the car, as the prints were dragged all the way from the top of the trunk to the bumper. We didn't see anything grab their car as we were following them. Still don't know what we saw. I do know that the mountain had a giant fire that consumed over half of the trees only a few weeks later. I know this will get buried, but here goes. My mom, my siblings and I were making our annual 13-hour trip to see my aunt and cousins in Georgia with my grandma. It was already dark, and we had about 2 hours left to go, so we thought we should find a hotel and continue in the morning. Well, we all eventually decided we were gonna drive those last 2 hours that night, because we were wide awake and too excited to see our cousins. Well, before we get too far away from the nearest rest stop, my mom asks if anyone needed the restroom, and we all said yes. Well, we were using a GPS, and it told us the next exit had a restroom, so we took it. Once we got off, we don't see a sign or really anything, so we figured it was down the road a ways, so we drove until the road dead-ended into, and I shit you not, a completely abandoned town. We were crapping ourselves because there were very few street lights, and everything we saw were abandoned buildings and parking lots with no homes, no people, no stray dogs or cats, just a straight up post-apocalyptic looking town. We pulled into one of the parking lots, and right smack dab in the middle is a faking cultist statue. Now we were screaming, and my mom floored it out of there before we got surrounded and sacrifice took thulhu. And no, we didn't use the bathroom until we got to our destination point TLDR. While searching for a bathroom late at night during a 12-hour car trip, my family wound up in a cultist compound. I was returning home in the middle of the night after completing an emergency service call in the oil fields of northwestern Alberta. I was passing through a very small town that sits in a little valley. The town was socked in with fog. I slowed down to almost a crawl as visibility was almost zero. All of a sudden a large figure appeared in front of me, and I slammed on the brakes. In this part of the country it could be so many things. A moose, a bear, an elk. But no, it was a horse. What makes this creepy is the horse was completely equipped with all its tack. Saddle, bridle, lead, side bags, the works. I exited my work van and grabbed the horse's lead to move it off the road. I started to call out to see if anyone was around. The only reply was from crickets and frogs. As I moved the horse off the road, I could begin to make out the building I was beside. It was a little prairie church built most likely at the turn of the 20th century. One of those single room kind with a big steeple and a fenced in property with a cemetery on the grounds. As I approached the fence for the church grounds, I let out one more bellowing hello. Moments later I see a faint light appear in one of the windows of the church. All I can think is, perfect, I can give whoever it is this damn horse. I open the gate on the fence and lead the horse into the church grounds. I decided to tie it up to the fence as I did not plan on walking it up to the door with me. I approached the steps of the church, and as soon as my foot touched the first step of the stairs the light went out. I proceeded to the door and knocked on it while calling out, "Hello, I have your horse." I get no reply back. I knock one more time quite forcefully and get a reply. The reply was not what I was expecting. A woman's voice screamed through the door, "Geo, away." Now when I say scream, I mean one of those screams that scares you so bad that your butthole puckers so tight you cannot crap for a week. I immediately bolted. I'm pretty sure I just hurdled the fence, and I left the horse tied to it. I got in my van and headed for home as fast as possible. Just reading over this causes the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end and sends shivers down my back. This took place in Turkey in a small village near Kayseri. Me, my little brother and my father took a walk at the middle of the night, around 1 AM, at a field behind our house. It was very dark, and we walked for a long time. We took a rifle with us, as we heard there were wolves nearby, even though we never seen them. After a kilometer or 3 we decided to walk back home, as it was really dark, and we wandered off to far. It was around 2 AM and we were almost home. Then we saw something strange. There was one building, small, next to a wheat field, probably used for storing wheat. There was one lamppost next to it, near the entrance. And here it comes. There were a bunch of men in white robes, like 6, dancing in circles under the lamppost. The more we focused the scarier we got. It looked like some crazy ritual. We couldn't make any sense. Why would a bunch of men dance in circles at night in the middle of nowhere? However, we got very curious, and it didn't matter how scared we were, we just walked towards it. The closer we got the faster our hearts beat. Eventually my father saw what it was and began laughing. Then we all realized what it was, and laughed very hard. It was a water sprayer for the field next to it. The sprayer sprayed water in such way that when the light from the lamppost hit it, it looked like a bunch of men dancing in circles. Happy we walked towards it and find out what it was. Otherwise we wouldn't have overcome our fear. TLDR, walked in a field behind our house with my brother and father. On the way back we saw men dancing in circles like a ritual. Later realized it was a water sprayer for the field. This was about 12 years ago. I was living with my uncle and aunt on Camp Pendleton, which is a Marine Corps base, and the housing area we stayed in had a lot of mountains and tall brush, which me and a friend I made there decided to explore one night after dark. So, after making our way down a steep hill with some flashlights, both of us freaking each other out back and forth, we get to this area where the brush is literally over our heads. We were like 12 and 11 years old at the time. And now we are scared and huddled close, taking it slow, when we begin to hear what sounds like something else crunching around in the brush, so we keep moving. When we both stop dead in our tracks when our flashlights shine on a mountain lion, which is at least just a foot or two in front of us, just staring dead at us, standing completely still. We have some big sharpened branches from a palm tree, but decide quietly to just back away slowly. And once we get out of sight of the thing, we begin to hear the brush crunching again. It's sounding as if it's moving toward us, when we just decide to haul us, luckily my patio being right near the edge of the steep hill, and we jump over the fence and run into the sliding door and slam it closed. We ran upstairs to my room to look out the window and saw that the mountain lion was just sitting a little ways down the hill, as if it was waiting for us to come back down. Needless to say, we didn't venture out into the thick brush ever again. Edit. Corrected some spelling. My girlfriend has told me many stories from her childhood where she spent a summer on a ranch when she was 12, over 13 years old. She was there with her best friend, who was her age as well, and a bunch of older ranch hands ranging from, I'd say, like 16 to 20 years old, give or take a few years. The ranch hands thought it was really funny to get the younger girls drunk, which is really faked up in many ways. There are a lot of stories from that summer that I have been told, but this one is the most faked up. One night after a bit of drinking, the girls and ranch hands went exploring around a local graveyard. I'm foggy on a lot of the details from this one, but basically one of the 17-ish-year-old boys went to pee by a tree and ran back screaming in terror and claims that there was a bucket of guts. My girlfriend's 12 or 13-year-old self thought he was messing with them and went to investigate herself. She walked over and couldn't really see where she was going when all of a sudden she trips and falls over a bucket as she screams. Everyone ran over to help her get up and she was covered in guts. They went back to the house and got cleaned up, went to bed, and went exploring. The next morning the bucket was gone and the guys were still there. They never found out what happened or why, but just hearing this story puts a pit in my stomach. So this happened over this past Memorial Day weekend. I'm from Michigan, and one of my good friend's parents had recently bought a lake house in the Smoky Mountains in North Carolina. My friend had invited around 10 of us down for the weekend. We got a late start driving. It was around 11 PM or so, and we still had about 2 hours left until we were there. We were on some rural mountain roads coming up on the tail of the dragon. If you don't know what it is, you should look it up. I'm on mobile, otherwise would link something. An old pickup truck had been following pretty closely us for about 20 minutes at this point, and it was the only car we had seen the entire time it had been around us. We had just started the tail of the dragon, and it was pitch black. Even with your headlights you didn't get much more than maybe 50 feet of visibility due to how curvy the road was. After a while a couple of my friends in the backseat started to make some jokes that it reminded them of a horror movie, One Wrong Turn, in particular. At some point, after about 45 minutes of this old truck still right on our heels and still not seeing a single other soul out, everyone was a little wary of the truck. This road is not easy to drive in any condition, but when it's pitch black and you have thoughts of someone coming to murder you in the back of your mind, it makes it even worse. We saw a sign for a big double turn coming up. It was basically a U-turn left then a sharp right 50-ish feet after. I took the first turn, and as soon as we were through it we all jumped, and a couple screamed. Straight ahead at the start of the next turn was a completely bald man, covered in tattoos from his neck down to his jeans. The guy was only wearing a leather vest up top, so we could see most of his torso. He was leaning against his motorcycle staring at us. I immediately hit the gas and took that right turn as fast as possible without going off the side of the mountain. It was a massive adrenaline rush. Every turn after that, which there was still probably around 100 similar turns left in the next few miles, we were all on edge. What we think happened was the guy in the truck was picking up the guy with the motorcycle and heading back to where he came from, because after that turn we never saw the truck again. Additionally, there isn't any crossroads around to turn off on. My husband grew up in a very rural area. The closest town with a post office had a population of about 300 people, and it was a 20-minute drive to get there. The closest city was an hour drive. So very rural. We were looking to buy some property and build a house, and we were considering this great 1-acre lot on a hillside overlooking a huge valley, but it was on a busy road, well busy by rural standards, and we had very small children, so we're a little hesitant on this lot. We found a better lot with a better view of the valley on a very quiet road, and went with that one instead. So glad we didn't buy the other lot, because a guy bought the lot right across the street and immediately put up a chain link fence and spray painted it in camouflage colors. He didn't live there full time, but came on weekends and holidays and stayed in a tent while he was there. He basically started setting it up like it was his bug out destination. You know, a prepper for the apocalypse, end of the world type setup. He even started digging a hole/cave into the side of the hill for an underground bunker. The worst part is he would walk around his property, but naked all day. And this guy was not good looking at all. Lol, I was really glad I didn't live across the street from him. Now this place was rural, but you still had neighbors all around you, with each lot being anywhere from 1 to 10 acres. The density was probably several houses per square mile. It wasn't so rural that it was unlikely he would be seen. He was on a main route to the elementary school, the church, and the lone rural grocery store, so he was seen all the time, including by children. I don't know what the search warrant was for, but a couple years after he bought the land, the cops searched the property and found he was stockpiling dynamite and a whole arsenal of weapons. Not just guns, but military style weapons that they had no idea how he got, because there was stuff you can't just go in a store and buy. Apparently he also had quite a marijuana grow, and this was back in the early 90s, when people were getting life sentences for possessing a few ounces of weed. Anyway, he was arrested and did some major time. Repost of old comment and a previous account. This will be buried by now, but I've got quite a few stories, most of which pertain to a barracks I lived in while in the military. It was a newer barracks, built over land that used to have 3 separate buildings that dated back a long time. We also knew that a couple people had committed suicide in the new building, though we weren't sure which rooms, except for possibly one. I'll mention it, but not my story. Most of the people I interacted with had their own stories, some of which were truly creepy, but I'll start with some of the stories I personally had. 5-story building that was shaped like an L. We called the longer hallways miles, like the 5th mile, 4th mile, etc. A lot of my friends were creeped out by the 2nd mile, myself included, and pretty much nobody used the stairwells at the end of that hallway. That stairwell frequently had lights burn out, especially on the 2nd and 5th floors, and it was always attributed to faulty wiring. One of my friends had the misfortune of living at the very end of the 2nd mile. One night after some drinking in her room, I left to go back to mine and started walking down the hallway when I just felt like something terrible was staring hatred directly into me. I turned around to look, but didn't see anything. I kept walking and continued to feel that raw emotion, and about halfway down the hall I turned and looked again. There was a face in the small window of the stairwell door, staring at me. Then the light in the stairwell burnt out, and I didn't see anything. Instead of going back to my room, I pretty much ran outside and smoked for an hour before calming down enough to go back in. My job at the time was working for a different barracks, but we all fell under the same command. One night a friend and I were chatting with our friend working the front desk when the fire alarm panel started going off with an indicator saying the fire door leading outside from the stairwell at the end of the mile had been opened. My friend and I left our working friend to make the proper phone calls while we went to check it out. When we got to the stairwell, the first thing we noticed was the door's push bar was still intact, meaning it hadn't been pushed to set off the alarm. Next, we could see the lights on the 2nd floor flickering, but not actually burning out. Then we noticed the footprints. There were small, child-sized muddy footprints leading down the stairs from the 2nd floor. The last footprint was cut in half by the unopened door. We quickly left, and pretty sure that was the last time either of went into that stairwell. Slightly less creepy than the others, but something that scares me more because of my disdain for mirrors. I was brushing my teeth one night and went to spit in the sink. When I stood up, I watched a shadow in the mirror run across the wall behind me. I left and spent the rest of the night in a den. Is not my story, but last one I'll tell. I have a couple more, if there's interest. There was only one room we had heard from multiple sources that there was a suicide, room 227. Apparently, the sailor who lived there had a really bad breakup before he was due to be deployed again and hung himself in his closet. The part that makes this creepy is our friend who lived in the room was asleep one night and he woke up when he thought he heard somebody. He said he saw somebody walking around and assumed he had a new roommate moving in who was trying to be polite by not turning any lights on. He watched the guy walk into the closet on the other side of the room and rolled over and went to sleep. Now, he had been mostly asleep, so it wasn't until the next morning when he saw that no one had moved in that he realized the figure had indeed walked into the closet through the wall side and not the door. Edit for more. I wish camera phones had been as readily available then as they are now. I would definitely had some picture evidence. The smoking gazebo out back was in a unit area, and for the late smokers most people tried to go out in groups because it was kind of sketchy. I know at least 3 different people who felt relieved when they went out to smoke alone at night and saw somebody smoking, always a tall, thin shadow of man in the flare of a cigarette being hit. By the time they got to the gazebo, there was no one there and someone leaving would have had to walk by them. Needless to say, when I smoked at the time I would go out to my car if it was late. Not creepy, according to the person who experienced it, just made him jump a little. Same guy who helped me inspect the stairwell went to his room late one night. He walked in and saw someone sitting in his chair. He turned around to hit the light, turned back and the figure was gone. The reason it wasn't creepy to him is because the room filled up with the smell of the cigars his recently deceased grandpa smoked. Actually, after that incident, my friend never felt uncomfortable or creeped out in his room again. Almost forgot one of the strangest things I heard because I never really told anyone about it. I was up playing video games late, window was open. It was about 3 in the morning when I heard children laughing, and I couldn't tell if it was from outside through the window or inside the building. Either way, our building was single sailors, mostly transient, or working for the barracks, so no kids inside. The 3 closest buildings were also barracks, and another was TPU offices. Wherever it came from, I closed the window and turned up the volume. Not building related, but the same girl who lived at the end of the second mile worked with munitions. Her job was all the way out in a field on the far side of the base, which also housed a family cemetery from when the government took over the land. One day she was driving back to the barracks when she drove by a man in a uniform that she didn't recognize by the side of the road. When she turned around to see if he needed a ride, she couldn't find him anywhere. She did find footprints in the grass though. Drove straight back, noping all the way. I also had plenty of stuff shifted around a bit or moved to weird places, but even now I'm standing by that being done by my dig of a roommate. A vacation/trip to Arizona turned into quitting my job. Living there for 2.5 years, went hiking/climbing in the desert and stumbled upon a semi-hidden clearing. Far off the safe trail. You'd have to climb a little, and it's risky, with falling crumbling ledges and other hazards. And in that clearing was what could only be described as a birds, crows and some other light colored feathers, vs squirrels. I say that because a lot of them looked like they died on top of each other in deathlocks. Like a war zone. Dead birds, dead squirrels, littered everywhere. Point, I'd like to say it was a larger predator, and this was his lair, but there was no evidence of anything larger than the dead battle animals, human or otherwise. Point, so I left, bewildered, and left confused. 6 to 7 months later, I decided to go back and bring my, at the time, girlfriend to the same off-path area. Point, it looked way overgrown since the last time, like no one human ever goes that exact way. I even had a harder time getting to the clearing. Point, arrived at the same little hidden clearing. Imagine my surprise when I peek in. It doesn't exactly reek like 7-month-old animal corpses. And it's the same thing as before, except it's semi-fresh, like it seems to happen all the time. I took off and watched it. I told her to wait outside the clearing while I scouted the entire surrounding area. There were no man-made paths leading to it, other than the one we took. The only animal that ever went there were the vultures circling and dropping in 10 minutes after we left. Point, but they only ate and cleaned up the area, not bring more bodies. I googled everything I could think of. Nothing. All the animals in this known area, nothing of this scale. Hoarding corpses. I moved back to my home state. Whenever this, somehow, comes up in conversation, people act like I was confused by what I saw. Like I didn't see it twice with my own eyes. It still bugs me that I don't know why that animal Royal Rumble goes down, and why they fight to the death, and why in such numbers. When I was in 7th grade, my best friend and I went to go hike and explore the hills next to our junior high. This was like a whole range of uninhabited hills on the outskirts of the valley where we lived. Point, after school, we go to my house and get a bottle of water and the 2 walking sticks we had picked out previously and head off to go start the hike. Point, the first hour of the hike is pretty uneventful. We just decided to hike through the steepest part of the highest hill and hang out on top. You could see from the hilltop that there was a path that walked along the ridgeline of the connecting hills, so we decided to see how far this would go. We walk along this path for about 20 minutes when we come upon a small pathway that breaks off into a bunch of bushes to the left. The bushes looked like they had been trimmed and the dirt had been brushed or something. I pointed out, and my friend and I start up the pathway. Point, we only walk about a minute when we both stop. In between the big 10-foot high bushes that we walked through, in front of us about 30 feet is a boulder, but on top of the boulder there is an old rusty no trespassing sign posted or propped up on top. At the bottom of the boulder, there were a bunch of like 1-inch tacks or spikes sticking up from the ground. We look at where we are standing, and there are those same tacks around us. I whisper my friend something along the lines of, dude, let's get the fuck out of here. We slowly start walking back to the main pathway, looking at the ground, so we don't step on some trap. We only walk for about 10 steps when we both stop. I don't know if my friend Jess saw it first or if I did, but through the hedge of bushes that were standing next to on our right looked to be a big scarecrow standing there. It was just on the other side of the bush. Jess pointed at it, and as quiet as we can we both leaned forward, looking through the bush. To make it out more pointers, I pushed some branches aside and looked at it. I then realized that it was a man staring at us. I about sheet myself, and I touched my friend with my left arm and motioned to back up. The fear and terror I felt was indescribable. We both just slowly walked down the path, too scared to turn around. We walked about 15 or so feet when I finally got the courage and looked back, and right behind us was the big, bearded man staring at me as he followed us with a huge stick in his hand. I knew immediately that this was faking bad and whispered to my friend that on a count of 3 we both run for it. Before I could start counting, the man starting whispering, but loud, some crazy sounding sheet to us, and we both just booked it down the hill through the bushes. As I turned around at one point I saw the crazy bearded man running too, and looked to be throwing the stick/spear in our direction. Holy fuck, we ran the whole way down through all the bushes, boulders, snakes and whatever else was there. Took us only 10 minutes to get to the streets below. I didn't say anything to my parents. I thought I would get in trouble or something. I don't know. I found out later my friend told his mom and she called the sheriffs. I don't know if they ever found the guy or what his deal was. I'm just glad I'm alive. This is a story from my dad's friend. Let's call him Zane. So Zane went out to go mountain biking up in the Pacific Northwest. He was in a forest, mountainy and hilly region where there were tons of abandoned logging roads. After a day of biking he pulls off down into one of the old abandoned logging roads to spend the night in the small camper on the back of his truck. It sits in the bed. So the logging road goes way into the forest, and it has not been used since whenever they finished logging. So he's out in the middle of nowhere, where no people should be, and it's the middle of night. He's trying to sleep in his camper when he wakes up to what sounds like footsteps of some kind circling his truck. He gets out of the bed and moves over towards the window. He slowly grabs a cloth curtain and pulls it to see what's out there. When he pulls back the curtain shown by the moonlight, there's some bald guy with his face and hands pressed up against the window trying to peer into the camper. Zane jumps back immediately and is freaking out. He rummages through his drawer in the camper and finally finds his 9mm handgun. He unlocks the door and jumps out in his underwear ready to shoot this creepy guy. He sees the creepy dude and shouts, "Hey, who the hell are you? Get the fuck away from my camper." The creepy dude just stares at him and then just walks into the woods while staring at Zane. There are no houses or anything in those woods and the guy just disappears into them. Zane just got in his truck and beelined out to there. Some friends and I were staying at a hostel in rural Japan. The hostel is on top of a mountain and surrounded by forest and swamp. Close street sign of life is a 7 to 11 about a mile from the base of the mountain point. After dusk, my buddy and I take a walk outside the hostel. As far as I knew, my friends and I were the only ones staying there. A dense, thick fog had rolled in, the thickest, most opaque fog I had ever seen in my life. We are walking down a path when suddenly, we see a faint light ahead of us. That was enough to make us both come to a halt. After all, everyone else from our group was back at the hostel, and as far as we knew, that was everyone on the property. Then, out from the fog, we hear a young woman's voice yell, "Tasakit, help." At this point, we are both wondering what the fuck, and judging the situation based on what little we could see, trying to decide whether or not to keep walking. A moment later, she calls out for help again. I'm actually so spooked at this point that I start crying a little bit, but I didn't let my friend see. We eventually decide after what felt like 5 long minutes, it was really probably more like 1 minute, to nut up and check out what was going on. I lagged behind my friend a little bit because I want with my whole body to hightail it in the opposite direction, but I don't want to leave her behind. We see a girl a little younger than us on the trail, shining her light into a pond of water. Having my gym is thoroughly rustled by now, I'm expecting to see some faked up sheet, but actually just see a hideous looking frog just chilling in the water. Nothing was wrong. Turns out she was calling out for help because she didn't know what the animal was and wanted to ask us about it. First, some backstory. I come from a small island off the coast of Norway. It currently has about 200 inhabitants. People have lived on this island for at least as far back as the Viking ages, and there are quite a few ruins and old houses around in the woods. One autumn night, when I was about 11 or 12, my 3 friends and I were walking down a path through a forest that passes by an old house. We had walked past this house many times before, as we could use its old dirt road as a shortcut to another friend's house. This is a small island, and everyone knows everyone many generations back, so we knew that an old lady had lived in that house, but she passed away about a decade before we were born. It's a small house with white paint flaking off, and the old fruit garden outside had grown so big that it looked like it was engulfing the house. The doors and windows were all intact, and in daylight it looks quite pretty. We stopped to look into the windows of the house, mostly because one of our friends was always easily creeped out, but also because we realized that none of us had ever looked inside before. The house still had all of its furniture, pictures/paintings, plates, cups, etc. It was like a time capsule in there. We could see an old radio, a sofa and a rocking chair in the living room, and in the window was a porcelain cat facing outwards. We were looking through the window making jokes and trying to scare our friend when all of a sudden, in front of all of us, the rocking chair started rocking back and forth violently. We all turned silent and kept looking in. Just as my friend started saying it's probably the wind, the porcelain cat fell down and shattered on the floor. We all bolted immediately and didn't look back. None of us have ever believed in ghosts or other superstitious nonsense. There is probably a perfectly good explanation for what happened, but damn, that was scary as a kid. My parents bought this lovely house very remote up the top of the hill. Old but very reasonably priced for the size. Had this lovely garden and a beautiful long hallway between the bedroom and the living room. What made it lovely was the long glass window running the whole length of the hallway. There was a beautiful little waterfall pond and stairs leading down to the rest of the sunken garden. Absolutely breathtaking. In the daylight. During the night we would never glance out that window. We would briskly walk down the hall, careful never to look into the garden. Some nights I confess I ran from one end of the hall to the other. To make matters worse, the house had electrical problems, specifically with the lighting. Where, you ask? Yep. In the hallway. There was a reason we never looked out. Because if we did, our glances would often be met by the boy. The thing about the boy was this: we'd never talked about it. We all pretended we weren't scared of the hallway at night. So there was no shared delusion. I had thought I was crazy, so didn't tell my sisters he had dark sunken eyes and wet greasy hair. I could never get a good look at him. Only out the corner of my eye. The horrifying thing about him was he had a deep hollow socket where one of his eyes should be, always his left eye. One day, being a intrusive little brother, I read my sister's diary. I shit you not. The descriptions matched to a T. The very next night, instead of running, when I glimpsed the boy, I tried to look closer. This time I saw him clearly. He was hovering above the steps in the garden. His gruesome void of a left eye seemed to peer into my soul. The lights flickered and went out. In the dark I could see myself reflected in the glass like a mirror. The boy in the garden seemed to reach out and put his hand on where my reflection's hand appeared to be. I felt a chill run down my hand. I ran. Years later we found out a boy was indeed killed in that house. He was stabbed through the eye with a star picket. His right eye. So there is a big wooded area next to my town's recreational center. At one of the entrances of the woods there is a bridge. On one side of the bridge is a working river. On the wooded side of the bridge is an abandoned sewage system. One of the tunnels doesn't work, but still has water coming out of it. The water doesn't move. It just sits there. The other tunnel is completely abandoned. No water comes out of it. There's even a fence covering the entrance of the tunnel. Kids will be kids, though, so, naturally, there's a big hole in the fence for anybody to fit through. My friends and I have gone exploring in this tunnel before, but I haven't in a while as it started giving me creepy vibes. We would still stand at the entrance of the tunnel, sometimes, to see if we could find anything creepy. We've seen weird sheet-like confetti, mangled sleeping bags, etc. One day, my friend's telling me that he wants to go explore down there with me. He said that it looked like someone was living down there. He was saying that he saw desk lamps, a sleeping bag, clothes, etc. We get down there and are standing at the entrance of the tunnel. My friend kept urging me to go in there with him, but I was very hesitant for 3 reasons. 1. It's a creepy, abandoned sewer. 2. My friend said that he took one of the desk lamps out of the sewer and brought it to a different spot. When we went to that spot, the desk lamp was gone. 3. I kept seeing what appeared to be a dark figure standing in the tunnel looking back at us. My friend and I went back and forth about going into the sewer. He picks up a nearby garden hoe. Looking back on it, it was weird for a garden hoe to be there of all places. He picks up the garden hoe and says that he'll use the garden hoe to protect us if anything happens. Keep in mind, my friend is already bigger than most adults, so he would probably be able to protect us without a weapon. Still, I keep saying that I don't want to go in there. Eventually, my friend gives up and, out of annoyance, throws the garden hoe at the fence. This, obviously, makes a loud noise. We start heading back up to the rec center. I'm a little ways ahead of my friend when I start hearing loud, fast footsteps further us and my friend, yelling. I turn back, and I see my friend picking up a big rock and throwing it at something behind a tree. The tree sort of obstructed my vision, but I saw bits and pieces of a man in between the branches. My friend starts charging towards the rec center and I follow suit. He ended up telling me that after he started walking back up, he turned back and saw a man dressed in a clown costume running out of the sewer and picking up the garden hoe. My friend grabbed a rock and threw it at the hand that he was using to pick up the hoe. He just barely hit the guy's hand and the guy pulled his hand back in pain. That was when my friend started running back up to the rec center. The creepy clown in the sewer would explain the confetti we found in there. We came to the conclusion that some homeless junkie lives in there and he likes to dress up as a clown and scare all the children that come near his sewer. We have not gone near that sewer ever since. 7 years ago I went on holiday to Devon Cliffs, England, with my family plus cousins. We decided to have an adventure. We climbed down a fairly steep cliff face onto the beach below. After 15 minutes on this small empty beach, 100 m's long tied pretty close, I decided to have a look around the cliff face. To my surprise, I found a cave. I called my brother and 3 cousins over, and we all agreed to go in. The tide was still a good 15 m's out at this point. We spent 4 to 5 minutes walking slowly into the cave until, at the bottom of the cave in the corner, we saw an old wooden cross with what looked like bird feathers, chained something hanging of it. Didn't get too close. Of course the word voodoo came out pretty fast. I was 14 at the time. I tried to avoid those kinds of ideas considering how creepy that stuff is, but my cousins were in their mid to late teens. One of my cousins took an open objection to the idea of voodoo and loudly mocked the idea. This seemed to change the vibe atmosphere in a very weird way shortly after. Only being in the cave for 10 minutes we could hear water start filling the cave. Surprised as we were, we decided to make a fast exit and climb up the cliff face away from the fast approaching water. We all but one made it up, and as we were waiting for my cousin, the one who mocked the weird witchcraft thing, my other cousin decided to randomly throw a little stone off another part of the cliff, completely different direction. Somehow this little stone, on a pretty still day, managed to curve a sharp 90 degrees and hit my cousin in the forehead, giving him a pretty nasty gash, but worst still, very nearly causing him to fall down the cliff face. Not seen, but experienced. I grew up in the Adirondacks, and every year a few people go missing in the woods. The news always makes it sound so creepy that these people disappeared without a trace into the wild of the mountains. Not necessarily hikers, even, but just people out for a walk who never return. For example, in high school my friend Wesley walked up a mountain trail in the snow and drew smiley faces in the snow up the path. He was never seen again. I moved away after high school, but come up often to visit. One year we were driving for Winter Carnival and stopped on a back road to take a piss because we were miles from any town. I walked a fair way into the trees off the road and let myself go, but while I was pissing I stared out into the woods. It was beautiful. The snow was so clean and undisturbed. It looked so inviting. And so in my sneakers, jeans, and hoodie I started walking through the Shanghai snow. I don't have any idea why I was walking further, but I felt absolutely pulled into the woods. I could hear my wife and sister calling to me, but I kept walking. When my brother-in-law finally came jogging up to me, he grabbed my shoulder and told me to come back to the car. We had to get going. My heart started racing, and I could feel it in my ears. I felt like I had just been wrenched out of bed by an obnoxious alarm clock. I didn't even realize how far I had walked out until we were going back to the car. Everyone asked me where the hell I was going, but I had no idea. Sometimes I wonder if this is what happens to those who get lost out there. They just get pulled into the wild. I was hiking the John Moo Trail. I started up a long set of switchbacks as the sun was going down. It was so damn hot that I decided to do any major climbs at night or in the early morning. It would turn into one of the longest nights of my life. I climbed switchback after switchback on my way to Evolution Valley. The sweat poured from my back, and I would take these slow breaks where I'd let my heart stop racing. I was alone and eating sealed envelope packets of tuna for dinner. Those things are smelly. It wasn't foggy, but it was a bit hazy due to fires in the area. My headlamp was easily diffused because of the haze. I could only see 20 to 25 yards ahead of me on 200 to 300 yard switchbacks. I heard some rustling at one point up the hill. I had trekking poles and a tiny little pocket knife. I'm 6'5" and not much scares me. I've been close to a few black bear before, but most of them are small and easy to scare off. That was in the daytime. This was a near pitch black night with a sheety diffused headlamp to help. I yell out, "Go bear." This is not because bears speak English, but it's an old backpacking trick. 1. Speak a language so the bear knows you're human. 2. Let the people around you know you're worried about bears. 3. Go bear is easy to yell and carries pretty far in the woods. I yell go bear every switchback. I'm running out of water. The rustling has stopped. My back is drenched with sweat. I'm tired. It's late. All I want to do is stop. There's nothing but manzanita on both sides of the trail. Such a shitty bushwhack manzanita. I look for a flat place on the trail. Nothing's flat. Nothing. I keep hiking. I hear rustling again. What the fuck? Adrenaline rush. Nothing. I yell go bear as loud as I faking can. Nothing. I keep going. I start counting my steps. I hate this faking stupid hike. Slow methodical steps. So much sweat. So hot, yet so cold. I'm on the edge of this trail, and there's an iceberg rock to sit on. I sit down and make this horrible sore back groan. Rustling. I jump up like a scared gazelle. Go bear. Go bear. Go faking bear. Rustle. Crash. Crash. Close crash. It sounds like there's a faking avalanche of manzanita all around me, and whoosh. A hint or brown or black or brown flies by me downhill at what I swear was 60 miles per hour. I'm sure it was further away, but in that moment it felt close enough to touch. My adrenal glands empty into my bloodstream, and I sprint up the mountain. It was 3 switchbacks until I stopped running, and probably 20 minutes before my heart calmed down. To this day, I don't know if it was a bear or a giant faking deer. I will say this, it was a moment of truly living. Being completely faking afraid, and it was real. One of the best moments of my life, because I will always remember that night in intense faking detail. Being alive is pretty great. Back in the day, my cousin and I used to go on trips on a quad bike. It was always a lot of fun. We see animals near the woods and old abandoned buildings. Once we were heading down a road and we saw an overpass. When we got closer, we saw 2 black cars underneath, and a few guys in black suits. We stopped to see what they were doing. One of them opened the door of a car and dragged out a man. Looked like he was bloodied, but it was pretty far away, so don't quote me on that. And a few other guys took him and put him in the other car. Then they said a few things, exchanged something in a briefcase, then everyone got back into their cars. At this point we were pretty scared and decided to head back as quickly as we can. We stopped near some trees when we heard their car coming. That 1 second, when our eyes met with the men in the car, it felt like minutes. We quickly went back to our parents. Also, once we were biking through a wooded area on a road when my cousin stopped for some reason. He said he saw something in front of us. Turns out there was some fishing line tied to a tree on each side of the road. Probably some locals had enough of dirt bikers going off the road and wanted to punish them, I guess. Still pretty scary. If you go in a high enough speed, that line could do some pretty bad damage. Not as scary as some of the other stories on here, but still creepy. Last October, my girlfriend and I visited Joshua Tree, but did so with very little planning. We stayed to watch the sunset in the park, but it was out of campsites, so we went to go find BLM land outside the park to stay for the night. We were driving down pitch black roads until we reached a dirt path which would lead us to the BLM campsite. Instantly we both started feeling uncomfortable, as the path prevented us from going faster than 10 miles per hour, and something felt eerie about the situation. The closer we drove to the campsite, we kept seeing flashing lights and one single car parked. Both of us got a gut feeling that it wasn't safe, and we dipped the fuck out of there. We found a private campsite online and called the owner to make sure it was okay for us to stay there. She was super friendly and let us use her kitchen trailer to cook our food. When we got inside, there was a campsite employee there with a really odd vibe to him. He had really buggy eyes, and as he left he said in a sing-song voice, "Don't forget to lock the door." Girlfriend and I felt super weird, as the trailer was in complete disrepair and full of strange instruments. I was cooking our food when I hear my girlfriend scream and say, "We need to get out of here now." She got curious and wandered into the other room and found a chainsaw, and both of us said nope and basically sprinted to our car. We left without eating our food and slept the rest of the night in her car while a freaky storm with 40 miles per hour winds raged outside. I swear it was the least restful night of sleep in my life. I'm sure neither of us were ever in real danger, but the situation creeps us both out to this day. At the time of this happening I was still living with my dad, who lived on a lake 2 years ago. A guy, we'll call him Andy, and his buddy were out canoeing. Andy drowns in the lake under mysterious circumstances. His friend doesn't seem to be all that shaken up about him drowning, and they can't find the body for months. He drowned in the fall. Time passes and winter comes. So all winter all I'm saying to myself, some poor ice fisherman is gonna clear the ice and see a rotting face staring back at them, or at least pull up a finger from his fishing line. Cut to the end of March, everything is thawing out. More diving teams have been sent out. Still no results. It's getting so bad that the family of the victim had to get a pie out from Chicago to lead the investigation/search because the police were so incompetent. My girlfriend, at the time, and I are at lunch with one of her friends, and as death comes up, and turns out my girlfriend's friend was good friends with Andy. She said the whole thing is fishy, if you ask me. Andy was a nice guy, but his friend was creepy. She never understood why they hung out that afternoon. Me and my girlfriend decide to take my dad's dog out for a walk, and what do we see? Two divers surfacing with what I thought initially was a tree trunk. Putting 2 and 2 together and getting a closer look made me realize it was Andy. All black and blue from decomposition, and also full of stab wounds and cuts, needless to say, and his buddy was promptly arrested, and I believe is serving 20 years to life in a prison somewhere in southern Indiana. When I was around 8 years old, our church had a potluck at the Sandestin Beach in Florida. We had been there for about an hour, and my friend, who knows I'm a geek for all things fish, comes running up to me saying, "You gotta come see this. You gotta come see this." I shrugged it off as a prank, but he was so insistent I followed him over. We ran to the edge of the shore and he pointed to a black lump on the ground. My first thought was like, really? You dragged me over here for this? I walked closer and noticed it was a fish, but it was unlike any fish I had ever seen. It was scaly and armored, almost like something you would see in a book about fish at the bottom of the ocean. It was eerie. It was partially eaten, and there were long, slightly curved teeth sticking out of the bite marks. Long, like 3 inches long. Several smaller barbed teeth were at the bottom of the tooth that appeared to be for latching onto prey. They were solid white and thinner than a typical pretzel stick, which made me realize that whatever attacked and ate the prehistoric looking fish had lost a whole mouth of teeth in the process. I grabbed a few of them and took them home with me. I spent weeks trying to identify them. I emailed local scientists, called wildlife experts, sent in photos to museums, everything. No one knew what they were. I took them to a local fisherman and asked him if he had ever seen a fish that had teeth like that. He told me that in all his years, he'd never come across anything like that. I never went back into the water ever again. Just knowing that some creature was swimming around with razor sharp, barbed teeth was too frightening for me to imagine. That was almost 20 years ago, and I've never set foot in an ocean or lake again, unless I can clearly see the bottom. This is a paste from a post I made years ago. This is all true, alright. So this is less of a scary story as it is unexplained, and just eerie. My brother was in his early 20s, and had a child with this girl, that lived about 15 minutes out of town from where we lived. Due to visitation, my brother got to see him every other weekend. At this same time, I was 14 and just had gotten my learner's permit. This is in South Dakota by the way, which has a really young driving age. Well, one of the times, my mother and brother thought it would be alright to let me drive them to get my nephew, so that is what we did. Now note that this evening fell at the end of fall and just before winter. There was no snow on the ground, but the temperature was extremely low and the wind was extremely strong. I mean, this was the type of weather that would take the breath from you, because it's so cold. One would be crazy to stand out in it, even if they were dressed for it. Though there was an interstate that we could have used, my mother thought it would be best to drive on this older highway that runs parallel to the interstate. On our way back, just before we got to our hometown, we noticed something strange. There had seemed to be this black car, fairly new for the time, and of decent make, Mercedes perhaps, that was pulled off to the right side of the road. Its trunk was open and this odd figure was standing behind it. This would seem like a normal situation, except the figure was just standing there, as if locked in this position, nothing moving on its body except for this bright white hair covering its face, and blowing violently in the strong winds. It was facing towards a field across the road from its car. This person or whatever it was looked so odd. It wasn't holding itself to block from the cold and wind, instead it just stood there, like a mannequin with its hands held out in front of it, and curled up, like it were a dead body with rigor mortis or something. Shocked, confused, and really curious, my mother and brother tell me to slow down the car, so we can get a good look, and see if this thing needed help. So I slow down, and we conspicuously look at this thing, like a family looking at wild animals on a trail or something, and we notice that it's really short, skinny, and frail, like an old woman, and its extremely white hair just seemed so peculiar. We tried to get a good look at its face, but the wind was blowing its hair and covering it like I mentioned, and it didn't even acknowledge us. It just stood there completely still aside from the wind blowing its black clothes and white hair. Well, anyways, we agreed that it was bizarre and decided to drive around and see if we could get another look. This time we happened to look at the field it was facing across the street. I don't know how we could have missed it, but what we saw were these two, quite tall, figures dressed in black trench coats a little way into the field, standing about 20 yards away from each other. They too were just standing there, in this blustering cold. But the oddest part of it all was that one of them was flying a black kite. We couldn't make anything out of it. After driving by this scene a couple times, car pulled over, trunk open, strange elderly looking white haired thing standing by the trunk, and two tall trench coat on people flying a black kite. All of this in some of the most unbearable weather that I can remember, and this is South Dakota, mind you. We decided it was best to just let it be and go home. We did have a baby with us, and he was getting fussy. I now wish we had gotten out, though, because I will never be able to figure out the mystery that was this situation. So if you've read this far, does anyone have a clue of what this could have been? After reading The Mothman Prophecies by John Keel, there was a mention of the fabled Men in Black, and the way it was mentioned made me think of this event. In the book The Men in Black, not the Will Smith kind, but the kind they are based after, and way more creepy, are described as traveling in threes and a short white-haired person is usually the one leading it, pretty close to what we saw that night. This was probably the oddest event of my life. Edit. TLDR, I think my family and I had an encounter with the Men in Black in the back roads of South Dakota. I was raised hunting/farming in the backwoods of Michigan. I grew up around coyotes, deer, large cats, moose, bear, etc. One night, I was sitting out on the front porch when I heard a commotion out back. My family was in town, about 45 minutes away, at the time, and our closest neighbor was a mile down the road. I walked through the house and grabbed a rifle from behind the door as I headed to the back porch. I looked out the back glass door and saw something large move into the woods from the deer feeder. The part it moved into was swampy with a stream running through it. Curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to see what it was. Again, I've come across bear and large cats. There's a stuffed 12-foot bear in the local bar that someone supposedly once shot. I'm not typically scared of nature. If anything happened, I'd shoot the gun in the air and scare it off. I could see it moving through the woods as it went behind the family barn. I slowly moved around the side of the barn to cut it off, keeping my distance. I turned the corner and didn't see anything in the barn. That's when I heard a noise coming from the forest to my left. Ga. It reminded me of the noise the raptors made in Jurassic Park. That's when I saw it. It matched the size of the 12-foot stuffed bear from the bar, only it wasn't a bear. It looked like a giant moth. It stood on what looked like the end of its wings. It was covered in hair with what looked like short antennae. I remember it had large dark green eyes. Before I could take in all its features, it turned and walked further back into the woods. It crashed through trees and branches as it left. I told my grandfather, and he said it was the mudbird that stalks his land. I've only seen it one other time, but this post is too long to type that out.